Chapter 1. Valentine Winters' POV. It had been a month since I discovered I was pregnant. My once flat belly now bore a curve, the beginnings of a small bump. The abs I used to take pride in were no longer visible. To hide the changes, I'd taken to wearing oversized shirts, draping them over my figure to conceal any hint of my condition. Intimacy with Lucifer had become something I avoided. I couldn't risk him noticing the changes in my body. His sharp instincts might overlook it at first, but his wolf? No way. His wolf would sense the subtle transformation, and that was a risk I wasn't ready to take. Gaining weight could be explained away, but a pregnancy? That was something entirely different. So, have you told Lucifer yet? Gabriella's voice broke through my thoughts as she scooted closer to me on the couch. I shook my head slowly, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over me. He's going to find out sooner or later, Lilith added, sitting beside me, her tone gentle but firm. I frowned, knowing she was right. I can tell him if you want, Gabriella offered with a grin, her eyes twinkling mischievously. No, the word came out sharper than I intended. My hand instinctively moved to my belly, gently caressing it as if to shield it from the world. Not yet. Promise me you won't say anything. Gabriella and Lilith exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them. I could see the hesitation, the concern in their eyes. Finally, Lilith nodded. Promise, she said, giving me a reassuring smile. Gabriella was quieter, her expression torn. She sighed, clearly reluctant, but eventually gave in. Promise, she muttered, looking down at her lap. Thank you, I whispered, feeling a weight lift off my shoulders as Gabriella pulled me into a warm hug. Take care of my nephew, she teased, her voice light, though I could hear the underlying affection. Or niece. Lilith interjected, crossing her arms and raising an eyebrow at Gabriella. Right. Or niece. Gabriella smirked, mimicking Lilith's words playfully. Lilith rolled her eyes, but a smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Gabriella's aide's POV. I walked into my chamber, closing the door behind me and locking it with a soft click. The day's events had left me drained, and the warmth clinging to my skin only added to my discomfort. I groaned as I pulled my white shirt over my head, tossing it carelessly onto the glossy marble floor. Why was I feeling so warm? Kicking off my ripped shorts, I let them fall to the floor, leaving me in just my underwear. I collapsed onto my queen-size bed, the cool sheets a welcome contrast to the heat radiating from my body. But then, a familiar scent filled the air, snapping me to attention. How had I missed it? As an alpha's daughter, I should have sensed him the moment I stepped inside. My instincts screamed a warning just as a soft growl resonated through the room. Before I could react, a substantial, familiar weight pinned me to the bed. The mattress bounced slightly from the sudden movement, and sparks ignited across my skin. Only a fool would wonder who was on top of me. Octavius, I giggled, looking up into his eyes, which had darkened to pitch black, filled with intense feeling and something more profound. My hand reached up, gently brushing his cheek, savoring the warmth and softness of his flawless skin beneath my fingertips. A genuine smile broke across his face as his eyes shifted back to their striking emerald green, the color that always captivated me. You look amazing, he teased, biting his lower lip as his gaze roamed over my body, lingering on every inch from my face down to my bare legs. Oh, really? I teased back, wrapping my leg around his hip, pulling him closer, feeling the heat between us intensify. Don't, he breathed, burying his face in the crook of my neck as if trying to steady himself, though his breath quickened. His body pressed closer against mine, showing his heightened state. Ella, you're wanted in the woods. My brother Gabriel's voice cut through the moment, his mind link both insistent and inconvenient. I ignored him, focusing instead on Octavius, whose muscles tensed beneath my touch as I slid my hands beneath his gray beater, tracing the lines of his abs, playfully urging him. I can see Octavius isn't here either. Gabriel's smug tone rang through my mind. I groaned, feeling the sharp pang of frustration as Octavius chuckled above me, his own annoyance evident. I heard him too, he murmured, pulling away despite the reluctance in his eyes. He gave me one last kiss, a soft peck on my lips, before sitting up. He bent down, picking up my discarded clothes and tossing them towards me. "See you soon," he winked, his smile genuine, though tinged with the same frustration I felt. Another kiss, this time on my cheek, and then he was gone, leaving the room as quietly as he'd entered. Evelyn RAPOV. I sat cross-legged on the lush green grass, my goldenrod floral dress blending with the vibrant surroundings. Valentine, my sister's friend, had suggested this spot, and I was grateful. The waterfall cascaded gracefully over the rocks below, the sunlight catching the water in a way that made it sparkle like 1,000 diamonds. The soothing sound of the stream and the fresh scent of the woods filled the air with a tranquil energy. I closed my eyes, letting the serenity wash over me, but the sharp snap of a twig abruptly shattered the peace. My eyes flew open, and I twisted around, my body instinctively turning to face the ground. Fear gripped me as my heart pounded wildly in my chest. My breathing grew ragged, and sweat began to bead on my forehead. I took a few cautious steps back, my senses screaming at me to flee. Without another thought, I turned and bolted in the opposite direction, not daring to glance behind. But I could feel it, a presence gaining on me, swift and relentless. My legs moved faster, driven by sheer terror, and I risked a glance over my shoulder. A massive brown wolf was closing in on me, its eyes locked onto mine. Why me? I tried to send a desperate plea to my sister through our mind link, but before I could, my foot caught on a tree root and I tumbled to the ground. Cursing under my breath, I scrambled back to my feet. And then silence. An eerie stillness settled over the woods. No rustling, no growling, nothing. I looked around, bewildered. Had I imagined it all? Confusion clouded my mind as I backed up against a tree, trying to make sense of what just happened. Then, without warning, a hand clamped over my mouth from behind. Panic surged through me, and I thrashed wildly, muffled screams escaping my throat as I fought against my unseen assailant. "Shoo, Evelyn," a male voice murmured, his tone low and soothing, but it did nothing to calm my racing heart. I squeezed my eyes shut, my body trembling as the heat from his body pressed against me, his grip unyielding. "Evelyn, look at me," he commanded, his voice firm but not unkind. I shook my head vehemently, refusing to obey, my fear overriding any sense of reason. "Look at me now," he repeated, this time with an edge of authority that left no room for argument. Before I could react, the rough hand covering my mouth was replaced with something softer. My eyes snapped open in shock, and I found myself staring into the light brown eyes of Adam, his lips pressing against mine in a kiss that sent a jolt of disbelief through me. Who does he think he is, kissing me without my consent? My heart pounded even harder, and as his gaze held mine, I was too stunned to move, my thoughts a whirlwind of confusion and anger. Chapter 2. Evelyn RAPOV. He pulled back, standing to his full height, yet still looming over me, his eyes locked onto mine. My shock quickly gave way to a surge of anger. I snapped out of my daze, and without thinking, my right hand shot up, aiming to slap him across the face. But before I could make contact, his left hand caught my wrist, pinning it firmly at my side. "Calm down," he said, his voice maddeningly composed. My fury only grew, and I swung my left hand, hoping to land a punch on his annoyingly perfect cheekbone. But he was too quick, his right hand intercepting my strike and holding it down just as easily. "Whoa there," he remarked, amusement flickering in his eyes. "Let me go." I spat, my voice laced with venom. Before he could respond, a furious voice cut through the tension like a knife. "What is going on here?" My sister, Lilith, stormed into view, her eyes blazing with anger. Adam's head snapped toward her, and in an instant, she had shifted into her maroon-red wolf, charging at him with a snarl. He glowered at her, his expression turning dark as he transformed into his own massive brown wolf, launching himself toward her. The wind whipped through my hair as Adam sprang forward, his powerful form a blur of speed. "No!" I screamed, my voice cracking with desperation. I didn't want this. They were supposed to be friends. But as they collided, I realized just how mismatched they were. Lilith's wolf was noticeably smaller, but that didn't stop her from leaping at him with ferocity. Adam dodged her attack with ease, growling a warning for her to back down. She shook her head defiantly and lunged again, making contact with his left ear. He gave a loud cry of pain, a sound so raw it made my heart ache. Despite my anger at him, I couldn't bear the thought of him being hurt, or anyone else, for that matter. "Stop!" I shrieked, my voice desperate and strained, but they paid no heed. The scene unfolded like a nightmare, and I felt utterly powerless to stop it. Each time their bodies clashed, my heart clenched tighter with fear and guilt. The forest echoed with their snarls and growls, but underneath it all, I could hear the silent scream in my chest, begging for this madness to end. Gabriel's Aids POV. I was lost in thought when Lucifer appeared before me, his brow furrowed in concern. "Everything good?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "I'm going to find Lilith and Evelyn." "I'll be back," I replied, my voice tinged with unease. I turned and jogged away from the training range, my mind racing. Alpha Noah and my dad have been on edge ever since the war between the werewolves and the hunters broke out. Despite the apparent calm, they sense something worse on the horizon. The packs have been training tirelessly, preparing for a battle that seems inevitable. Lucifer, despite his struggles, has shown remarkable progress. Unlike the others, his blood isn't entirely like ours, yet he's adapted quickly, his skills growing with each passing day. But Valentine, she's stopped training altogether, claiming she's too exhausted to continue. It's odd, something doesn't feel right. I reached the waterfall, expecting to find Evelyn, but the area was deserted. That's strange. Evelyn was supposed to be here. Did Lilith already take her back to the pack house? Suddenly, distant growling caught my attention, followed by a faint but familiar voice crying no. My heart lurched in my chest. Evelyn is in danger. Without a second thought, I sprinted toward the sound, shifting into my pure white wolf midair. My paws pounded the forest floor as I raced through the woods, my heart thundering in my chest. When I arrived, I saw Evelyn standing in front of a tree, her wide eyes fixated on two wolves locked in a fierce fight. "Stop!" she shrieked, her voice laced with desperation. One of the wolves was Lilith. My wolf's protective instinct flared, and I launched myself toward them, determined to shield Lilith from the other wolf. The brown wolf had pinned Lilith to the ground, and she struggled under its weight. My wolf lost control, our speed increasing as we tackled the brown wolf, tumbling and rolling across the ground. I regained my footing and stood over Lilith, my stance protective, a ferocious snarl rumbling from deep within my chest as I dared the brown wolf to try attacking her again. But then, something clicked. I recognized the brown wolf, and so did my wolf. We both stopped growling, staring at him in shock. "Adam, why did he attack Lilith?" "Evelyn," Lilith's voice suddenly cut through the tension weak. We turned to see her swaying, her eyes glazed with exhaustion. Something was wrong. She looked like she was about to pass out. Panic surged through me as we all dashed toward her simultaneously. Lilith shifted back into her human form without a second thought, unbothered by the fact that she was exposed. "Eve, what's wrong?" she asked, her voice trembling with worry. Adam and I shifted back as well, our concern mirrored in our eyes as we knelt beside Evelyn. "I'm feeling," she began, her voice trailing off before she collapsed, her body falling limp in Adam's arms. But something was happening to her, something beyond our understanding. Before our eyes, her physique began to change, her features filled out, her height increased, and her facial features matured. I wasn't being inappropriate, but her transformation was unmistakable. She looked older, much older than just seconds before. What the hell is happening to her? Lilith's voice was laced with confusion and anxiety as she stared at Evelyn's altered form. "She's aging rapidly," Adam murmured, his voice thick with concern, his frown deepening as he looked at us. Chapter 3. Valentine Winters POV. Why am I so incredibly hungry? I groaned, frustration bubbling up as I rummaged through the refrigerator, searching desperately for something to eat. My stomach growled, making my hunger feel even more urgent. Just then, my mom walked into the kitchen, her eyes narrowing in concern as she watched me. "Hungry, honey?" she asked, a gentle smile playing on her lips. I closed the refrigerator door with a pout, nodding in response, unable to hide my desperation. She chuckled softly. "Move aside," she said, stepping in to take over. But before she could even begin, the door to the living room burst open with a loud bang, the sound reverberating through the house. My heart skipped a beat as I turned to see Gabriel, Lilith, and Adam rushing inside, their faces pale with urgency. Adam was carrying an unconscious girl in his arms, cradling her as if she might break at any moment. He carefully laid her on the couch, his expression a mix of fear and determination. Lilith's shirt was torn and hung loosely, barely covering her to mid-thigh, while Gabriel and Adam were both disheveled, their shorts dirty and torn. They looked like they had just survived a confrontation. My mom and I exchanged a glance before hurrying over to them. "What happened?" my mom asked, her voice tight with worry as she knelt beside the unconscious girl. I squinted, trying to place her familiar face. She looked like someone I'd seen around the pack, but I couldn't be sure. "What's her name, rank, and age?" I demanded, my voice sharper than intended as I tried to make sense of the situation. But the three of them seemed deeply rattled, their eyes darting around as if they couldn't focus. "It's Evelyn," Lilith replied, her voice trembling as she looked up at me, eyes red-rimmed and wet with unshed tears. My breath caught in my throat. "What?" "Your sister Evelyn," I echoed, the shock numbing my mind. The Evelyn I knew was just a kid. How could this unconscious girl be her? "What happened?" My mom stood, her voice growing more urgent, her eyes darting between the three of them, searching for answers. "It was Adam," Lilith snarled, turning on him with a fury that made me step back. She shoved him hard in the chest, her rage barely contained. "Break it off, Lilith," Gabriel warned, stepping between them, his voice low and threatening. But I could see the tension in his eyes too. He was as confused as the rest of us. "Knock it off, all of you," my father's voice cut through the chaos as he strode into the living room, his presence commanding silence. "Training ended already?" I wondered, surprised by his sudden appearance. "Answers. Now," my dad demanded, his tone leaving no room for argument. I saw Adam being aggressive toward my little sister, Lilith began, her voice shaking with barely controlled rage. "That is not true," Adam interrupted, his voice steady, but there was something in his eyes, something he wasn't saying. "She was trying to hit me." I just held her hands at her sides, Adam tried to explain, but Lilith cut him off again, her anger rising. "And that explains why your lips were touching a 14-year-old? And she defending herself was a crime." Lilith's voice was sharp, her words slicing through the air. "What were you even doing there?" Gabriel demanded, his confusion and frustration mirroring my own. "I don't know, my wolf took over, and I ended up there," Adam stammered, clearly flustered. But there was something in his tone, a reluctance, as if he was holding something back. "Forget about what occurred in the woods. What is happening to this poor child now?" My mom interjected, her voice firm, trying to redirect the conversation to the immediate crisis at hand. At that moment, Lucifer walked into the living room, his face a mask of confusion as he took in the scene. He was drenched in sweat, his jet black hair plastered to his forehead, his whole body glistening as if he had just emerged from a pool. A short towel hung over his neck, and he clutched a half-empty water bottle in his left hand. The room fell into an uneasy silence as everyone turned to look at him, their questions hanging in the air unanswered. Lucifer's aide's POV. What the heck is going on here? The room was packed, buzzing with tension that I could almost taste. I scanned the faces, noting the unease etched on everyone's features. Did someone die? As I stepped in, I caught Valentine's gaze. She stood there in one of her usual baggy shirts, hair piled messily into a bun. What was with her and these oversized clothes lately? "What's going on?" I asked, my voice cutting through the murmur of the room. Every eye snapped to me. "None of your concern. It's pack business," Valentine's dad snapped, his tone laced with thinly veiled hostility. My anger flared, a slow burn rising from the pit of my stomach. I'd been working hard to keep my temper in check, but he was pushing it. One wrong move from him, and I might lose it. Valentine's mom shot her mate a sharp glare, clearly displeased with his attitude. Valentine, on the other hand, frowned at her father, silently questioning his rudeness. Evelyn's aging, Gabriel said, his voice breaking the uncomfortable silence. What? I frowned, trying to process his words. He nodded towards the couch, and I moved closer, finally laying eyes on the girl lying there. She was unrecognizable. It's her, Lilith insisted, her voice tight with worry. We saw her age in mere seconds. Shoot, I muttered under my breath, realization dawning on me. You know what's happening to her? Adam's voice cut through the haze of thoughts swirling in my head. Suddenly, everyone's focus was on me. I sighed heavily, feeling the weight of their expectations pressing down on me. She's aging. We know that, Lilith snapped, her anxiety palpable. But why? A Jurascan serum. Kyle must have injected it into her, I explained, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. What's a Jurascan serum? Valentine's hand rested on my shoulder, grounding me for a moment. I turned slightly to meet her worried eyes. An aging serum, I replied, my voice strained. There should be a cure, right? Adam asked, his voice a mix of hope and desperation. It would take months to discover an antidote. There are a number of elements to find, I said, laying out the grim reality. What would happen to her if we don't find it? Valentine's voice wavered slightly as she posed the question. I hesitated before answering, the truth like a blade against my throat. She will die. No. Lilith's voice broke as she crumpled against Gabriel, who wrapped his arms around her, trying to hold her together. How long does she have? Valentine's father's voice was harsh, demanding answers. 3 months at most, I responded, my heart sinking as the words left my lips. The room fell into a suffocating silence, the weight of Evelyn's impending fate pressing down on all of us. Chapter 4. Adam 1 Levi POV. I'll go. The words left my mouth before I fully realized the weight of what I was volunteering for. The room fell silent as all heads snapped toward me. Go where? Alpha Noah's voice was sharp, his eyes narrowing at me. I'll search for the elements. I'll take the quest, I repeated, standing firm despite the growing tension. Are you out of your mind? Gabriel's voice rang out, laced with disbelief and anger. Let him go, Alpha Noah countered calmly, his voice cutting through the chaos. What? He's not fit for this mission, Gabriel started, his frustration evident. I'll go. She's my sister, Lilith interrupted, her voice quivering with desperation. No, Alpha Noah's tone was final, leaving no room for argument. He's right, Luna Victoria chimed in, her calm demeanor barely masking the urgency in her voice. Gabriel is soon to be Alpha, and Lilith is his mate. The pack needs both of you. But she's my sister. How could I trust her with him? Lilith's voice cracked as she pointed an accusatory finger at me, her eyes filled with doubt and anger. You trusted me before. Trust me now, I said, my voice steady despite the turmoil I felt inside. Just because you were there at the wrong place at the wrong time doesn't mean what you saw is what it is. I trust him, Gabriel said quietly, his words carrying weight as he looked at me with a mix of resolve and something close to regret. But Lilith started, her voice breaking, torn between her love for her sister and her mistrust of me. We can't waste any more time, Lucifer's voice cut through the room like a blade, his gaze piercing. He looks smart enough. So, are we in this or not? I'm in, I said, my voice strong, though the gravity of what lay ahead pressed heavily on my chest. Meet me tonight, Lucifer ordered, his eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that left no room for hesitation. I'll pen down the elements required to construct the remedy for the serum. You make your move at dawn. I nodded, feeling the weight of the responsibility settling on my shoulders. This was it, no turning back. Valentine Winters POV. After the commotion downstairs, I retreated to the bathroom for a steamy hot shower, hoping to wash away the tension. As the water cascaded down, I began scrubbing myself, letting the warmth soothe my weary body. Just as I was lost in thought, I heard the bathroom door creak open and then shut with a soft thud. Lucifer entered, looking utterly exhausted and entirely unclothed. My heart skipped a beat. "Shoot, I'm almost done. You can have the shower," I offered, my voice trembling slightly as I prepared to make a quick exit. Before I could slip away, he reached out, his strong hand gently pulling me back under the spray with him. "Just stay for a while," he exhaled, his voice weary but full of longing. I wanted to stay with him, but a wave of anxiety washed over me. What if he noticed the slight bump that had already begun to form on my stomach? Fortunately, the room was thick with steam, the scorching vapor clouding his view. I sighed and wrapped my arms around his waist, feeling the tension in his muscles as he enveloped me in his embrace. His hands started to roam, exploring the curves of my body as if he needed to memorize every inch of me. He held my hips firmly, drawing me close to him, before one hand traveled up to cradle my head, tilting it gently to give him easier access to my neck. He backed me up against the cool tiles, his breath warm against my skin as he nestled his face in the crook of my neck. His lips found their mark, gently touching the tender flesh, leaving a trail of affection that made my skin tingle. I could feel his wolf stirring just beneath the surface, eager for me, his desire radiating from every touch. Strangely, my desire amplified, too. I was not requesting him to halt, but wanted him to continue affectionately touching my body. His right hand moved to my lower body, touching me before he started stimulating me. Both my hands gripped his arms from the unexpected sensation of his fingers moving inside me. Lucifer began to move his fingers slowly, resulting in my body's reaction, which flowed down my thighs. I gasped when he started to stimulate me deeper, my legs weakening. If he wasn't holding me in place, I was sure to drop to the shower floor. I could feel a strong sensation building up in the pit of my stomach as his fingers stimulated me and increased in haste. My breathing became ragged, and Lucifer's eyes flashed from blue to pitch black. My hands instinctively went down to touch his body, gently moving over him, making him press his hips against me, making a low sound. He took his hand away from my body, and disappointment instantly filled me as I was so close to finishing, leaving me unfulfilled and unsatisfied. Lucifer pressed his body into mine, the intensity of his touch quickly turning from comforting to discomforting. His pressure on my hips felt overwhelming, and I couldn't help but whimper. "Lucifer," I said softly, trying to pull away. He immediately stepped back, concern etched across his face. "What's wrong?" His eyes searched mine, trying to gauge what was happening. My right hand moved instinctively to my abdomen, drawing soothing circles to alleviate the sudden discomfort. The ache had come out of nowhere, and I was struggling to mask my unease. Lucifer's eyebrows knitted together as he knelt, his gaze shifting to my stomach. His touch was gentle but probing, and I flinched, taken aback by his sudden scrutiny. "Why are you so bloated?" he asked, his voice a mixture of concern and confusion. "It's nothing," I replied, taking a step back, trying to distance myself from his probing eyes and touch. His expression was one of surprise and hurt from my abrupt response. "Valentine, are you?" he began, his voice trailing off as he tried to process my reaction. "No, I'm not," I interrupted, my heart pounding in my chest as a wave of panic washed over me. "I haven't even asked the question," he said, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. His gaze was piercing, searching for answers I wasn't ready to give. "Sorry," I mumbled, guilt gnawing at me as I tried to mask the turmoil inside. My heart raced, thudding loudly against my ribs. "Does he know?" "I think I know what you're hiding from me," Lucifer said, his voice low and intense. The words hung in the air, sending a chill down my spine as my eyes widened in shock. Chapter 5. Valentine Winters POV. "Hiding from you?" I asked, my voice betraying my nervousness. "I'm not hiding anything," I insisted, though my voice wavered. "It's obvious, Valentine. You're dealing with gastric issues, aren't you?" Lucifer said, his voice softening toward the end. He glanced down, a shadow of guilt crossing his face before meeting my eyes again. "Yes," I fibbed, my face flushed with a mix of shame and frustration. Lucifer's expression softened further, his concern evident. You know it's okay, right? I noticed you've gained a bit of weight, but you don't need to worry about going on a diet, he said gently. I felt a surge of anger at his words. My lips pressed into a thin line as I stared at him, struggling to keep my emotions in check. Are you okay? He asked, his tone filled with concern. Yes, I said with a forced smile, though the irritation lingered beneath the surface. A moment of silence stretched between us, the air thick with unspoken words. Aren't you supposed to help Adam with the elements? I asked, trying to shift the focus away from the uncomfortable conversation. Yeah, he sighed, scratching the back of his head. I'm on my way. Can I join you? I asked, my voice tinged with a mix of curiosity and determination. Lucifer studied me for a moment, his gaze softening as he placed his right palm on my cheek, gently touching my skin. Of course, he murmured with a small, reassuring smile. Adam 1 Levi POV. I sank into one of the many seats in the pack house meeting room, feeling the weight of the day pressing down on me. Alone with my thoughts, I replayed the events from the woods over and over. I've always been the type who faced challenges head-on, never letting anything get under my skin. But what happened with Evelyn, my lack of control, the terror of not knowing what was happening, it shook me to my core. I knew I was supposed to acknowledge her as my connection, that it was a necessity. But the thought of her perishing, of losing her forever, tore at me. I stared at my fingers, absently fiddling with them, then pulled out my phone to distract myself with notifications. The door swung open and Lucifer walked in, followed closely by Valentine. The seriousness of their expressions told me they had important news to share. There are 22 elements, Lucifer started, his tone clipped. Turmeric, ginseng, bilberry, ginkgo, gotu kola, thyme, sage, marjoram, oregano, Jamaican allspice, cinnamon, cloves, basil, cat's claw, celery, ginger, licorice root, mistletoe, parsley, rosemary, and salvia. He listed off, his gaze steady. I frowned as I typed the elements into my phone. That's only 21, I pointed out, glancing up. What's the 22nd element? Evelyn herself, Lucifer answered simply. Valentine's eyes widened, her shock evident as she turned to Lucifer. Evelyn would be following you to gather these elements, Lucifer said, his tone brooking no argument. I shook my head, a surge of protectiveness washing over me. What? No, I said, the refusal escaping my lips before I could stop it. She's clearly connected to you, why not? Lucifer's words were blunt, his gaze unwavering. I was left speechless. How did he know? Valentine's eyes darted between us, her confusion palpable. She's not my connection, I lied, trying to keep my voice steady. Lucifer's expression hardened. This isn't a time for games, Adam. He continued, his voice heavy with gravity. Evelyn is the 22nd element, but if you delay, she'll start losing her memories. Eventually, she'll suffer from extreme memory loss, and there'll be no saving her. The thought of her fading away, losing herself to such a cruel fate, made my wolf show distress. I didn't know if I could bear a world without her. I nodded, my resolve solidifying as I prepared to leave the meeting room. But Lucifer's voice stopped me. One more thing, he said. I turned, waiting for him to continue. You need a drop of a young wolf's blood, he said. I raised an eyebrow. Which rank? An alpha, to speed up the healing process, Lucifer clarified. Finding one won't be easy. Alphas are fiercely protective of their young. I said, frustration seeping into my tone. The weight of the task ahead pressed heavily on me. I could almost feel the urgency in my chest. I had to act fast for Evelyn's sake, and I wasn't sure where to begin. Valentine Winters POV. How did you know that Adam 1 was Evelyn's connection? I asked Lucifer, curiosity mixing with a tinge of worry. I just figured it out, he replied nonchalantly. What did you mean by a young wolf's blood? I pressed, trying to grasp the gravity of the situation. A wolf pup, especially an alpha's, has the most potent healing abilities. It's crucial for saving Evelyn, he explained with a seriousness that left no room for doubt. Do you know anyone who could help? I asked, feeling the weight of the situation press down on me. He shook his head. Not personally. He kissed my left cheek, his touch warm and reassuring. "You need to eat something. How about McDonald's?" For a fleeting moment, the idea of a spicy chicken McDeluxe and hot milk tea sounded comforting. I nodded, allowing a small smile to appear. He took my hand and led me to his car. The drive-through line at McDonald's was long, but Lucifer insisted on going inside. "Just wait in the car. I'll handle the food." "I'm hungry too, and not great with crowds," he said, flashing a reassuring smile. "Sure," I replied, settling into the seat. He ducked into the store, and I watched him go, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. The night was quiet, the parking lot nearly empty. I locked the car doors, hoping it would add an extra layer of security. As I turned up the radio to distract myself, a creeping feeling of being watched made me glance around. There was no one in sight, just the shadows of night. After what felt like an eternity, Lucifer reappeared, carrying the food bags. I unlocked the car, and he handed them over with a relieved smile. "Let's go," he said, starting the car and heading back to the pack house. "You okay?" he asked, glancing over with concern. I nodded, trying to appear calm. "You sure?" he asked, his hand gently resting on my thigh. I nodded again, appreciating his gesture but feeling a twinge of unease. Suddenly, a car swerved into our path. Lucifer's hand shot away from my lap as he reacted and maneuvered the wheel. The chaos unfolded too quickly. Another vehicle collided with us from behind. I braced myself, gripping the dashboard, trying to keep from crashing. The car veered off course and hit a tree. The impact shattered the windshield, and the vehicle turned over, sending glass fragments everywhere. I cried out, fear gripping me as Lucifer held me tightly, his body shielding me from the worst of the debris. He shifted into his massive black wolf form, his fur marked with some injury, as the car continued its violent roll. When the car finally came to a stop, Lucifer tore off the top of the wreckage with his powerful jaws. He pulled me out, the glass fragments embedded in my skin causing minor stinging. "Shift," he commanded through our mind link. Panic surged through me. I couldn't shift, my pregnancy made it impossible for me. I shook my head, unable to explain further. Hunters began closing in on us, their presence a new terror. Lucifer growled fiercely, ready to defend us. "Run," he ordered, urgency in his voice. "Now!" I sprinted into the woods, Lucifer close behind. The hunters were relentless, their footsteps loud and heavy. My stomach ached with every step, a dull pain that slowed me down. I cried out, the pain and fear overwhelming me. My pace faltered, and I could feel Lucifer's frustration through our mind link. "Don't slow down," he commanded, his voice a desperate plea. But I couldn't keep up. The agony in my stomach was unbearable, and I could hear the hunters closing in. Every second felt like an eternity as I struggled to stay ahead, my breath ragged and my heart pounding. Lucifer's growls and the hunter's shouts blended into a chaotic symphony of fear. I pushed myself, fighting the pain, determined to survive for both our sakes. Chapter 6. Valentine Winters' POV. I struggled to keep up, each step a battle against the pain and exhaustion. "Faster, Val." "Please," Lucifer's voice trembled in my mind, a plea that only heightened my own desperation. Then, an arrow struck my back, and I was thrown to the ground, my body tumbling over the muddy earth. I grimaced, trying to keep my belly from touching the ground as my knees and hands scraped against the dirt, a slight injury showing on my skin. Lucifer was beside me in an instant, shifting back to his human form, his body exposed to the cold night air. "Get up," he demanded, his voice strained but urgent. His eyes were filled with a fierce determination as he pulled the arrow from my back, causing me to cry out in pain. He snapped it in half with his knee and threw it away, ensuring it couldn't be used against us again. I could feel a slight tenderness on my back, but it was already starting to heal now that the arrow was gone. Lucifer grabbed my upper arm, lifting me to my feet despite my cries of discomfort. "We have to move," he said, his voice firm as he took my hand and started running again. His werewolf speed was too much for me, and I struggled to keep up. "Stop," I gasped, struggling to catch my breath. "Please." I can't, he insisted, his breath coming in heavy bursts as he continued to pull me along. A gunshot rang out, echoing through the trees and causing my heart to race with terror. The voice that followed was cold and menacing. You're surrounded. There's no escaping. Lucifer's pace faltered as he scanned the encircling woods, his face filled with dread and resolve. Figures emerged from the shadows, their faces illuminated by the moonlight. They were older, their eyes hard and unyielding. A tall man stepped forward, his features shaded by a hat. He held the weapon with a casual, yet threatening, ease. Lucifer positioned himself in front of me, shielding me with his body. The man's sinister chuckle cut through the night. There's no saving her now, he said, his voice dripping with malice. The moonlight revealed a long scar running across his face, an old, deeply carved mark. Lucifer's face paled. You want me, let her go, grandfather, he said, his voice a mix of anger and despair. My eyes widened in shock. His grandfather? Hush, the man commanded, a skull twisting his features. You misled us, your family. I was fed lies all my life. Lucifer shouted, his voice echoing with raw emotion. You made me an instrument, forced me to harm my own kind. Perhaps, his grandfather said, a chilling calmness in his voice. But now you're of no use to me. Where are the others? Devon was supposed to be in charge, Lucifer demanded. Who are you to question me while I'm still alive? His grandfather retorted. Devon's been sent to detention, a voice said solemnly from our right. Lucifer turned to see a grim-faced man. Mr. Pendragon, what do you mean? They're all detained, another voice answered from our left. Lucifer's face fell, despair washing over him. Seems your luck has run out. Get the girl, his grandfather ordered coldly. As the hunters closed in, my heart pounded with a mix of fear and helplessness. Lucifer's resolve was evident, but the situation seemed dire. The realization that we were outnumbered and cornered left me feeling more vulnerable than ever. I squeezed Lucifer's hand, hoping that somehow we would find a way out of this nightmare together. Lucifer's aide's POV. I jolted awake, my massive wolf form sprawled on the cold, muddy ground of the forest. My senses were still reeling from the chaos that had unfolded around me. Valentine. The memory of her being taken pierced through me like a dagger. I could still feel the echo of my desperation, the sight of her being ripped from my grasp. The forest was cloaked in darkness, but I knew I couldn't afford to lose time. With a burst of energy, I sprang to my feet, my paws sinking into the earth as I scrambled to track her scent. My heart pounded fiercely, each beat a reminder of my failure to protect her. I focused on the faint traces of her scent, hoping against hope that it would lead me to her. I ran with every ounce of strength I had, my body moving fluidly through the trees. The night air rushed past me, carrying the mingled sense of fear and urgency. I could feel my wolf's anguish, a deep, primal concern that matched my own. Even as I raced through the forest, I feared I might be too late. Suddenly, the scent trail grew faint. I slowed, my nose working desperately to pick up any remaining clues. My wolf showed distress, a sound of frustration and sorrow that mirrored my own emotions. The loss was overwhelming, the realization that I might be falling behind gnawed at my resolve. I stopped, my body tense and alert. The forest was eerily silent, the stillness a stark contrast to the turmoil within me. My wolf's sorrow turned into a prolonged, loud vocalization that cut through the night sky, a mournful cry that spoke of our loss and our desperation. The sound echoed through the trees, a plea to the universe for a chance to make things right. It was a raw, unfiltered expression of my anguish and determination. My cry was both a call for help and a declaration that I would not rest until Valentine was safe. As the last echoes of my cry faded into the night, I steeled myself. I would find her. No matter how far I had to go or how long it took, I would not give up. A shared purpose bound my wolf and me, and we would not stop until we were reunited with Valentine. Chapter 7. Gabriella's aide's POV. I ran, my legs pumping furiously beneath me as I sprinted toward the pack house. The forest blurred around me, each step a frantic push against the rising tide of dread. Octavius was beside me, his form a streak of motion in the dim light, but his speed only highlighted how much farther I had to go. I felt a gnawing ache in my chest, a mix of fear and guilt that had me gasping for breath. Knowing Valentine was pregnant was a burden I hadn't wanted, a secret that now felt like a leaden weight dragging me down. I had always thought of myself as someone who could handle anything brave and strong. But now, with this knowledge, I felt small and powerless. The images of that terrible night flashed through my mind, the hunters' cold faces, the cruel way they had detained us. My heart raced not just from the physical exertion, but also from the terrifying realization of what was at stake. The thought of Valentine, vulnerable and pregnant, caught in their clutches, made my blood run cold. Octavius's presence was both a comfort and a reminder of the danger we faced. His strength and speed were impressive, but I knew that even he couldn't outrun the hunters or their plans. Faster! I urged myself, though my voice was nearly lost in the rush of wind and the pounding of my own heartbeat. Each breath was a struggle, each step a fight against the growing panic. The pack house loomed ahead, its lights a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. As I neared, a sob escaped me, a mix of exhaustion and despair. I had to get there, had to warn them. The safety of Valentine and the life growing inside her depended on it. Hold on, Valentine, I whispered to myself, pushing through the searing pain in my side. We're coming. Flashback. The moment Gabriel summoned Octavius and me, we headed straight for the training range. Lucifer, ever the stickler for protocol, separated us as soon as we arrived. His disdain for Octavius was no secret. How could it be, after Octavius had displayed intense pursuit of Valentine, even if it was his wolf's doing rather than his own? I won't lie. A pang of jealousy twisted in my gut every time I thought about it. It wasn't Valentine herself who troubled me, but the simple fact that someone else had a connection to her, a point I couldn't shake. Once the training sessions wrapped up, Octavius and I decided to skip returning to the pack house. We needed some time alone, away from the eyes of others. As the pack members dispersed, we meandered through the woods, our fingers entwined. But that tranquility was short-lived. We were ambushed. Hunters. Again. Would we ever get a moment's peace? My canines elongated, a reflexive response even though I remained in human form. Octavius moved closer, his body a shield between me and the incoming threat. These hunters were different from those we'd encountered before. Where were the wolves on patrol? Our usual protection was missing. What do you want? Octavius's voice rumbled, a low vocalization betraying his anger. His eyes flashed yellow, a stark reminder of the wolf within him. Just news, replied an old man, his face marred by a deep scar. Get them both, the old man ordered, his voice carrying an unsettling calm. We showed our teeth in response, dodging projectiles that whizzed past us with deadly precision. Despite our efforts, their tactics were more insidious. We were soon overwhelmed, and before we could fully react, a wave of sedation washed over us, blurring our senses and pulling us into unconsciousness. I opened my eyes, groaning as pain and disorientation washed over me. The first thing I saw was the face I never wanted to see again, and my eyes flashed red with a surge of alpha fury. I was tied to a chair, silver chains biting into my skin. The van's dim light flickered, casting eerie shadows around us. I turned my head to find Octavius slumped beside me, still unconscious. Panic surged through me. Octavius, wake up! I cried, but he remained still. Octavius, please. My voice cracked with desperation. Finally, his eyes fluttered open, and a wave of relief washed over me. He was still breathing. Quiet, the man said with great disapproval. I struggled against the chains, but the silver held me fast. The man nodded to someone behind me, and a sharp, burning sensation affected my neck as something was injected into me. I glanced over and saw the same thing happening to Octavius. I'm going to ask you a few questions. You'll answer honestly, the man said, his tone brooking no argument. Never, I muttered through clenched teeth. He chuckled darkly. You can't resist forever. Confusion clouded my thoughts. What did he mean? Now, where is Lucifer? He demanded. In the pack house, Octavius and I said in unison, our voices eerily synchronized. We exchanged puzzled looks. Why had we both answered? Seems the truth serum is working, he smirked, satisfaction evident in his gaze. I glared at him, my heart racing. Now, tell me a secret about Lucifer's mate, he continued. Sweat trickled down my face, and I fought to keep my lips sealed. The pain from the injection intensified, and I felt as if my head were on fire. I couldn't betray Valentine and her baby. Octavius's eyes were filled with concern as he looked at me. Stop it. You're hurting her, he shouted, his voice laced with desperation. It only hurts if she resists, the man replied with a nonchalant shrug. I shook my head, trying to focus through the agony. Tears streamed down my face as I struggled to hold back the truth. The pressure was unbearable. Tell me, the man insisted, his voice growing more menacing. I couldn't bear the pain any longer. I felt like I was crumbling inside. My resolve shattered as I cried, Octavius's attempts to break free only adding to my torment. Valentine, I began before my resolve hardened again, and I shut my mouth tightly. I had made a promise. She's. I tried again, but my breathing was ragged and uneven. She's what, darn it? The man shouted, frustration clear in his voice. A cold, sharp blade pressed against Octavius's throat, and fear clawed at me. My heart pounded in my chest as dread seeped through me. Octavius swallowed hard, but remained defiant. She's pregnant, I cried out, my voice breaking under the weight of my regret. Octavius's eyes widened in horror. What? He asked, his worry palpable. The hunter's smile widened with cruel satisfaction. The hunter pulled the blade away from Octavius's neck, his satisfaction evident. Good effort, he said, gently touching my hair with a patronizing gesture. I recoiled from his touch, vocalizing my frustration. I'll make sure he doesn't have an heir, the hunter promised to himself. No, Octavius roared, a fierce rage transforming him. With a sudden burst of strength, he shattered his chains and then mine, his wolf form taking over as he snarled menacingly at the hunters. The hunters scrambled to retrieve their weapons as Octavius flung open the van's doors. After them, the hunter shouted, panic evident in his voice. We bolted into the night, the adrenaline fueling our escape. The forest became our refuge, and as we ran, the only thing that mattered was getting away and finding safety. Present. We hadn't stopped running since the ambush. Our breaths came in ragged gasps as we pushed ourselves harder, the pack house finally coming into view through the trees. We burst through the front door, adrenaline still coursing through our veins. Valentine's in trouble. We need to protect her. I shouted, my voice hoarse from exertion. The room erupted into chaos. Faces turned towards us, a mixture of shock and concern etched on every expression. The weight of our news was palpable in the tense silence that followed. Lucifer's eyes met mine, a tempest of rage and anguish swirling in his blue gaze. His expression was one of complete devastation. They took her, Lucifer said, his voice breaking with the pain of his realization. Octavius glanced at me, his gaze imploring me to reveal the whole truth. The room's collective attention shifted to me, a sea of confused and anxious faces waiting for answers. Lilith's eyes locked onto mine, her expression a mix of worry and silent encouragement. She bit her lip, nodding subtly for me to continue. You don't understand. I opened my mouth, struggling to steady my voice. Valentine's. My words faltered under the pressure, the enormity of what I was about to reveal weighing heavily on me. Lucifer's frustration mounted. She's what? He demanded, his voice edged with desperation. I swallowed hard, tears stinging my eyes as I forced out the truth. She's pregnant. The room fell into a stunned silence as the gravity of my words sank in. Lucifer's face contorted with shock and a deep, raw grief. The reality of the situation hit everyone like a tidal wave, and each member of the pack grappled with the sudden, horrifying truth. The air was thick with a mix of fear and resolve. We had to act quickly, but the emotional impact of the revelation lingered, adding another layer of urgency to our mission. Chapter 8. Lucifer's Aids POV. I could barely process the words that had just shattered the fragile calm. Valentine was pregnant? My child, my own flesh and blood, was growing inside her. The room erupted into gasps and whispers, the shock palpable in the charged air. Why was I not informed of this? I roared, my voice echoing with outraged disbelief. She didn't want us to tell you. Lilith's voice cut through the noise, coming from behind me. I spun around, eyes blazing. You knew? Gabriel's voice was a harsh whisper of disbelief. Lilith nodded, her face a mask of regret. How could you let a young woman get pregnant? Valentine's father stormed towards me, his anger barely contained. I met his gaze with a fierce vocalization, my rage a tempest of its own. Enough. Valentine's mother's voice sliced through the tension. Please, we need to work together to bring my daughter back safely. Her plea hung in the air, a desperate cry that softened the edges of my fury, if only slightly. My phone rang suddenly, the unknown number flashing on the screen. Every pair of eyes in the room was on me as I answered, the green button feeling like a leaden weight in my hand. Who's this? I demanded, my voice taut with barely contained rage. Did you forget me so soon? The voice on the other end was cold and familiar, my grandfather. Anger surged through me like wildfire. Let her go. I barked into the phone. He chuckled, a sound that conveyed malice. I believe my great-grandchild is developing, he said. A suffocating silence stretched between us. Not for long, he added with a chilling finality. My jaw clenched and unclenched in a futile attempt to control my fury. If you so much as touch a hair on what's mine, I will not rest until your head is no longer on your shoulders. I will track you down with relentless determination, I vocalized, my voice merging with my wolf's in a unified, primal threat. There was a brief pause before he hung up. I stared at the phone in my hand, my chest heaving with the weight of my rage. I shoved the phone back into my pocket, a fierce determination replacing the anger. I'm going to find her, I growled, and I will not rest until my wife and child are safe. With a final, resolute glance at the room, I stormed out of the house. The transformation into my wolf form was swift and decisive. I sprinted into the night, every muscle in my body coiled with the promise of seeking justice and the burning need to protect my family. Evelyn R.A. POV. I woke up with a start, my body shifting instinctively to the side. As I exhaled, the remnants of a fierce dispute between Adam 1 and my sister, Lilith, flooded back into my mind. Panic surged through me. My eyes snapped open and I took in my surroundings. Where am I? Whose bed am I in? I glanced down at my body, noting with shock that my legs seemed unnaturally long. Confusion gripped me as I noticed the washroom just a few steps away. I scrambled towards it, desperation fueling my movements. I shut the door behind me and faced the mirror. My eyes widened in disbelief as I stared at my reflection. My body had transformed overnight. I looked older, with noticeable changes that made me appear more mature. My form had matured, and I was taller. What happened to me? A scream erupted from my throat, raw and anguished. The sound of hurried footsteps approached the door, and then it burst open. What happened? Adamon's voice was filled with concern as he rushed in, his eyes searching mine. Connection, my wolf's voice echoed in my mind, confusing me further. What does that mean? A sudden wave of his scent hit me, striking me with intensity. I struggled to push the sensation away. What am I doing here? I demanded, trying to regain control. Calm down, Adam 1 said, his tone soothing as he tried to approach. I grasped a shampoo bottle from the nearby shelf, holding it defensively. What are you doing here? I questioned, feeling a mix of fear and anger. The memory of his unsolicited action, uninvited and intrusive, surged back, and I tensed. Evelyn, relax, he said, holding up his hands in a placating gesture. Answer the question. I insisted, my voice trembling. This is my room, he indicated, his frustration barely hidden. I hesitated, lowering the shampoo bottle slightly. Then why am I here? I asked, my voice cracking. Put the bottle down, and I'll explain everything, he said, his patience wearing thin. The fear that had been bubbling beneath the surface broke free. Did you take advantage of me? The words felt like a dagger, but they had to be spoken. What? Absolutely not. Adamon's reaction was immediate, a mix of shock and anger. Now drop the bottle. Chapter 9. Evelyn R.A. POV. I dropped the shampoo bottle in a panic as Adamon's raised voice startled me. The bottle cracked upon hitting the floor, its contents spreading in a glistening puddle. Why, goodness, Adamon said, looking up with frustration. His annoyance was palpable as he moved towards me. He took my left wrist in his firm grip, and a burst of intense sensation flared at the point of contact. His touch was both strong and unsettling. He guided me gently back to the bed and sat beside me. The proximity made me feel uncomfortable, further adding to my growing unease. What's wrong with me? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Adamon's gaze was serious, almost pained. Don't panic, all right? He said, his tone soft yet firm. I raised an eyebrow, my heart racing, and nodded slowly, bracing myself. You're aging rapidly, he revealed, his words hanging heavy in the air. I swallowed hard, a frown tugging at my lips. The reality of his words sank in, each one hitting me like a blow. But how did this happen? I asked, my voice trembling. Your abductor, he began. Kyle. I interrupted, my heart sinking at the mention of the name. He nodded, his expression grim. Yes, he did this to you. The tears I had been holding back began to spill over. I stared down at my lap, the weight of his revelation crushing me. Even in his death, he still affects me, I murmured, my voice heavy with despair. The silence stretched between us, filled only by the quiet sobs I tried to stifle. I'm going to pass away, aren't I? I asked, the words coming out as a resigned statement rather than a question. Adamon remained silent, his eyes reflecting a deep sadness. His silence was a cruel affirmation, leaving me to grapple with the crushing certainty of my fate. Adamon Levi POV. Why did her question stir something sharp and uncomfortable in my chest? I leaned in closer, gently placing my forefinger under her chin to lift her face so our eyes could meet. The intensity of our proximity made my heart race. I could feel her heartbeat pounding erratically, a stark reminder of how close we were. I would never let anything happen to you, I said, my voice firm but tender. I promise. As I spoke, my gaze dropped to her soft lips. The urge to kiss her again was strong. I bit my bottom lip to suppress the impulse, reminding myself of the trouble it had caused before. Why did you kiss me? She asked, her voice trembling with a mix of confusion and hurt. Huh? I mumbled, pulling myself back to reality. Why did you kiss me? She repeated, her eyes searching mine with a wounded intensity. I withdrew, creating space between us. I'm a guy. It's common to express affection, I said with a slight smile, trying to lighten the mood. Her expression shifted noticeably, the irritation clear in her furrowed brows. The change was immediate and unsettling. Well, I was saving my first kiss for someone special. You interfered with that, she said, her voice laced with frustration and disappointment. Her words hit me harder than I expected. A pang of regret and something else I couldn't quite name surged through me. That someone special, right then, was me, I said, my voice coming out with more intensity than I intended. The air between us crackled with the unspoken, my emotions a tangled mess. Her gaze softened slightly, but the tension remained, thick and palpable. Rain Winters POV. I jolted awake at the sound of the phone ringing, its shrill tone cutting through the quiet of the early morning. The phone was across the room on the table, and my mate was sprawled out beside me, snoring loudly, louder than I thought possible. Jacob, the phone, I whispered urgently. He mumbled incoherently, his snores quickly resuming. Jacob, I nearly shouted, my frustration mounting. He jolted awake, blinking sleepily as he sat up. What? He asked, rubbing his eyes and yawning. Phone, I said, pointing at the device. He groaned, shooting me a disgruntled look before reaching out to grab the phone with a tired swipe. He tossed it to me before flopping back onto the bed, muttering displeasure under his breath about my disruption. I rolled my eyes, shaking off his grumbling, and answered the call. "Hi," I started, but Zachary's urgent tone cut me off before I could finish. "Rain, we need your help," he said, his voice thick with anxiety. My brows knitted together as I picked up on the underlying tension in his voice. "What's wrong?" I asked, my heart racing. Jacob, now fully awake, turned to face me, his expression shifting from groggy annoyance to deep concern. Our eyes met, reflecting the growing worry. "It's Valentine," Zachary said, his voice barely above a whisper. Jacob's eyes widened, and he sat up straight, his worry mirroring mine. The gravity of the situation sank in, and a heavy silence fell over us as we absorbed the news. Abigail Winters POV. I was sifting through my emails when an unexpected message from Octavius, a pack member of my father's, caught my eye. Intrigued and slightly apprehensive, I opened it. "Dear Abigail, a lot has happened since you and Rain left. There's no time to delve into the past, but the present demands immediate action. Your youngest sister, Valentine, has been abducted by hunters. We urgently need your help. From Octavius Wood." The words hit me like a punch to the gut. My mind raced, grappling with the shock and fear of Valentine being in danger. I felt a cold, tightening grip around my heart as I processed the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, I clicked on the reply button, my fingers moving quickly over the keyboard, driven by a mix of worry and determination. "Dear Octavius, I'm on my way. Love, Abigail Winters." As I hit send, the enormity of the task ahead settled in. My thoughts were consumed with images of Valentine in peril, and I knew there was no time to lose. The urgency in Octavius' message had ignited a fierce resolve within me. I had to get to her now. Chapter 10. Devon Pendragon POV. I slumped against the dungeon wall, the cold stone pressing into my back as I drifted into thoughts of my aimless path as a hunter. The clang of the metal gate abruptly shattered my moment of solitude. I glanced up to see a girl being handled roughly as she was escorted into the dungeon. Her body hit the ground with a painful thud, and she groaned weakly. Her clothes were a mess, marked, torn, and grimy. "Who is this?" I wondered, confused. Weren't the hunters usually all men? She slowly dragged herself up, her movement slow and pained, and turned to face us. My heart skipped a beat as recognition dawned on me. "Valentine," I blurted out, pushing myself to my feet in disbelief. "Lady, are you some kind of magnet for the hunters?" Michelangelo's voice was tinged with a mix of annoyance and sarcasm as he looked at her. "Shut up, Mikey," Raphael snapped, his frustration evident. Michelangelo shook his head, adding, "It's true. This is her third time here. Are you sure you're the Alpha's daughter?" Valentine shot him a cold, disinterested look. She didn't bother to respond and instead limped over to a corner of the room, sinking quietly. "Are you ignoring us now too?" Michelangelo taunted, raising an eyebrow. Valentine remained silent, her gaze fixed on the ground. "Cut it out, Mikey," Donatello intervened. "Cut it out? She's part of the reason we're stuck in this mess," Michelangelo retorted, his voice rising. "That's not true," Leonardo interjected. "We're in this mess because we assisted a young wolf," Donatello stated. "We created our own problems," Raphael added grimly. "Devon is here due to helping her, am I wrong?" Michelangelo glared at me. "Enough." Valentine's voice cut through the tension, sharp and defiant. "I've been detained, subjected to difficulty, shot, and nearly killed. Who are you to speak when you know nothing about my suffering?" She challenged, her voice trembling with a mix of anger and pain. "I am here because I chose this path. There is no point in complaining about it now," I shot back at Michelangelo, my own frustration boiling over. "It's true, though," Donatello said, turning to Valentine with a serious expression. Valentine's eyes met his, a flicker of confusion in her gaze. "Aren't Alpha-born wolves strong enough to fight a human with just a gesture?" Donatello asked, his tone sincere, free of mockery. "We are not focused on fighting," Valentine whispered, her voice a strained murmur. "Yet, you're not exactly powerful either," Raphael pointed out. You have no idea of the power I possess. I'm not like the others, Valentine said, her voice steady, though exhaustion laced her words. Michelangelo chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. That's not what I see. That's because you wouldn't be alive to see it, Valentine shot back, her eyes locking with his. Her words hung in the air, a chilling promise that sent a shiver down my spine. What did she mean by that? Lilith RAPOV. Gabriel paced the room with restless energy, his hand pressed against his forehead as he rubbed it in frustration. His eyes were squeezed shut as if he could will away the turmoil swirling in his mind. Suddenly, he stopped and turned to face me. His gaze was sharp, laced with an intense disappointment that cut through me like a knife. You knew? He demanded, his voice thick with accusation. You knew this whole time, and you kept it from me? You kept it from Lucifer? How could you be so careless to withhold something so crucial? I stared down at the floor, unable to meet his piercing eyes. My focus fell to his shoes, the anger in his voice making my own emotions rise. I made her a promise, and I kept it, I said, my voice steady despite the tension. I don't break promises. Gabriel's expression hardened as he took a step closer, his frustration palpable. Adjusting promises for the greater good wouldn't cause a major issue. In fact, it might have saved someone, he said, his voice low and intense. I didn't know it would come to this, I admitted, feeling the weight of my choices pressing down on me. It doesn't matter what you think, Lilith. Don't you understand? The future Luna and heir of the Midnight Pack are in grave danger. Do you realize what that means? His frustration was tinged with desperation. He sighed deeply, the exhaustion evident in his shoulders. The firstborn of truly connected wolves is the one who brings power to the pack, the strength that defines us as wolves. If the child dies, it's not just Valentine who suffers. The entire pack will face challenges. His words struck me hard, a grim realization settling in. The fate of the pack was inextricably linked to the safety of Valentine and her child. My heart ached with the weight of the responsibility I had carried and the consequences of my actions. Chapter 11. Adam 1 Levi POV. I hefted Evelyn's suitcases into the trunk of the car, the weight of them a constant reminder of the urgency of our mission. My own bags followed, and I slammed the trunk shut with a determined thud. From the corner of my eye, I saw Evelyn approaching, her posture tense and her hands nervously clasping her arms across her chest. She looked at me with a mix of apprehension and resolve. So where are we going? Her voice was soft, but edged with worry, her lips touching the bottom of her lip. I turned to face her, my expression grim. Hunting. Hunting, she echoed, confusion clouding her features as she raised an eyebrow. I nodded, not bothering to elaborate further. I moved to the driver's side, the car's familiar interior offering a brief moment of solace amidst the chaos. I slid into the seat and buckled up, the click of the seatbelt feeling too loud in the quiet. Evelyn settled into the passenger seat, strapping herself in with a hesitant click. What are we hunting for? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. What else? Your remedy to stop you from aging, I answered, keeping my tone as matter-of-fact as possible. Her eyes widened in shock. How long will it take to find them? I don't know, I admitted honestly, pulling the gear shift from park to drive. The engine roared to life, and I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the road ahead. There are almost 23 ingredients we need to gather, I said, trying to keep my tone steady. Each one has to be fresh, either from the forest or a garden. Evelyn's face paled as she absorbed the information. That's a lot, she murmured, her gaze dropping to her lap. I know, I said, letting out a weary sigh. But it's our only option right now. The weight of the task ahead settled heavily between us. The road stretched out before us, a long journey filled with uncertainty, but I knew we had no choice but to press on for Evelyn's sake, and for the hope that we could still find a way to stop this relentless aging. Lucifer's Aids POV. I sank onto the edge of the bed, my face buried in my hands. The weight of failure pressed down on me, a crushing burden I couldn't shake. I had been so close to helping her, Valentine, but I still couldn't protect her. I felt immense disappointment and failure. A knock on the door jolted me from my despair. I groaned in frustration. The last thing I wanted right now was company. I needed to be alone to sort through the storm of thoughts and emotions that clouded my mind. "Leave me alone," I snapped, my voice rough with anguish. The door creaked open and a small, determined figure entered the room, completely disregarding my request. My anger flared as I watched the door swing open. I stalked over and slammed it shut behind the intruder, my hands trembling with frustration. "I thought I told you to leave me alone," I growled, my voice cold. As I turned, my fury dissipated when I saw it was Gabriella. Her presence softened my stance, the anger fading into regret. "Sorry," I mumbled, feeling a wave of shame. I dropped back onto the bed, my shoulders slumped in defeat. "Now please leave me be." "I can't," Gabriella replied firmly, her eyes meeting mine with a mixture of concern and determination. "You're needed downstairs." "I'm not in the mood for any encouraging conversation," I snapped, irritation edging my words. Before Gabriella could respond, the door burst open with a forceful slam. A tall woman with dark, curly hair, tan skin, and piercing, chocolate brown eyes stormed in, her anger practically radiating from her. "Encouraging conversation?" she vocalized sharply, her eyes flickering with a dangerous yellow hue. "I'm not here for a motivational talk." My irritation flared anew. I stood up, my posture defensive and challenging. I didn't appreciate the hostility, especially when I was in no mood for it. Gabriella quickly stepped between us, her gaze hard and protective. "Step down, Abigail," she ordered, her tone laced with a subtle firmness. I gripped Gabriella's wrist with a firm hold, pulling her to my side. "I don't need a shield," I said, anger sharpening my voice. "I can protect myself." Gabriella tried to pull away, but I kept my grip tight, my eyes locked on the woman Abigail, who stood defiantly before me. "Now, who the heck are you?" I demanded, my patience wearing thin. Abigail's gaze was icy, her demeanor unyielding. "That's not a very nice way to greet your sister-in-law," she said, her voice conveying disapproval. I released Gabriella's wrist, the tension in the room crackling like a live wire. "Didn't anyone warn you about me?" I asked, my voice cold and unfeeling. Abigail raised an eyebrow, her expression unreadable. "I don't care," I said bluntly, my words cutting through the air with a chilling finality. The room fell silent, the only sound my labored breathing and the faint hum of tension that lingered between us. I stared at Abigail, struggling to grasp the depth of her words and the presence she brought. In this moment, everything felt overwhelming, and I hoped that whatever was to come would somehow lead us all toward a resolution. Chapter 12. Lucifer's Aide's POV. "You should. You're not fit to be with her from what you've done," Abigail vocalized sharply at me. Her words cut deep, but I fought to keep my composure. I met her gaze with a fierce determination. "I will eliminate anything that comes between us, even you," I retorted, my voice steady despite the anger and hurt swirling inside me. "What's going on here?" Another woman, with burgundy hair, chocolate brown eyes, and a calm demeanor, entered the room, her presence commanding immediate attention. "What is written outside my door? An open room?" I thought, feeling overwhelmed by the sudden influx of people. "Rain, meet the so-called Lucifer," Abigail said, her tone laced with disdain. I rolled my eyes, my frustration mounting. This was not the time for family drama. Why couldn't they understand the urgency of the situation? "Not now, Abigail," Rain said softly, shaking her head at Abigail. Rain turned to me, her expression serious. "You're required downstairs. What part of me not wanting to proceed with this little family reunion don't you understand?" I snapped, my frustration boiling over. "The family just keeps growing. What's happening?" A man with black hair, silver gray eyes, and light skin entered the room, followed by another man with dark brown hair, brown eyes, and tan skin. My patience was wearing thin. "Out," I demanded, clenching and unclenching my jaw. "Excuse me?" Abigail asked, her tone incredulous. I said out, "All of you. I don't need any company. Don't you get it? The mother of my child is in danger. I need to be left alone and figure this out. Unless any of you have a brilliant idea on how to retrieve her, "Get lost," I yelled, my voice raw with desperation and anger. I turned away from them, feeling the hollow ache of her absence grow sharper. Gabriella, my half-sister, moved to comfort me, her hand reaching out. "Don't," I said, my voice cold and firm. I didn't want pity, I needed space to think. There was a brief silence before Rain spoke, her tone calming yet firm. "Look, Lucifer. You need us, and we are here to save our little sister. We need to work together." The man with silver eyes stepped forward, apologetic. "I apologize if my mate spoke out of turn. She tends to speak and act without thinking it through." Abigail started to retort, but was cut off by a low vocalization from her mate. "Abigail, please." Abigail shot Rain a resentful look. "As usual, I'm always the bad person," she said, her voice rising before she stormed out of the room. "Are you not going after her?" the dark-haired man asked, nodding toward the door. "Nah, she'll come back eventually," he shrugged, as if it were no big deal. Rain took a deep breath, trying to stay composed. "Let us introduce ourselves. I'm Rain Winters." That earlier was my sister Abigail Winters, her mate, Eric Prince, and my mate here is Jacob Black. I nodded, not feeling particularly social or receptive. Gabriella, standing beside me, shook her head. "You don't have to be completely rude, brother." "Born with the syndrome," I muttered, my tone flat. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through both of my wrists, causing me to cry out. I clenched my hands into fists, the burning sensation growing unbearable. "Shoot," I cursed, dropping to my knees as the agony intensified. My eyes changed color, my claws extended, and my canines lengthened. "What the heck?" Jacob exclaimed, kneeling beside me, his face etched with concern. "It hurts," I gasped, struggling to keep my composure as the pain and rage roiled inside me. I could feel the anguish of her absence merging with the physical torment. "They're harming her," I vocalized, my voice a guttural roar as I faced the ceiling, overwhelmed by the simultaneous agony and fury coursing through me. "No!" I roared, my wolf's cry echoing through the room, a raw expression of the pain and helplessness I felt as I fought against the overwhelming pressure. Valentine Winters POV. "No!" I cried out, my voice echoing in the cold, dark chamber as they tightened the restricting chains around my wrists. The chains caused a burning sensation on my skin, each sting making my breath come in ragged gasps. "Stop harming her." Devon's voice reached me from the cell to the left, filled with concern and desperation. They led me out of the dungeon and secured me to the wall next to it, the chill of the stone seeping into my bones. I could barely move, the chains restricting my wrists with every slight shift. Lucifer's grandfather emerged from the shadows, his presence looming and menacing. He approached me with deliberate, slow steps, his eyes locked onto mine with a cold, calculating stare. "Tell me," he demanded, his voice conveying disdain, "how long does it take for a wolf pup to be fully developed?" I kept my mouth sealed, swallowing hard. The pain from the chains was nothing compared to the fear gripping my heart. I refused to give him the satisfaction of seeing me break. He loomed closer, bending down until his face was inches from mine. His breath was hot against my skin, mingling with the cold sweat that had gathered on my forehead. "Tell me, girl," he said, his voice a cold sound. I looked down, my eyes fixed on the floor as I fought to keep my composure. I clenched my jaw, biting the inside of my cheeks to keep from revealing the terror I felt. "If you don't say anything," he began, his voice low and dangerous. He gestured to one of his men, who stepped forward, holding a sharp instrument. My heart pounded wildly as the man approached with the sharp object. Lucifer's grandfather took the tool, his grip firm and steady. He aimed it at my abdomen, the sharp edge moving dangerously close to my bump. "This will be going straight in here," he warned, his voice filled with malicious intent. The object hovered inches from my skin, and I could feel the edge through the fabric of my clothing. My breath quickened, each inhalation sharp with fear. The realization of what he intended to do sent a shiver through me, causing me to tremble despite my efforts to remain strong. I stared at the object, my heart aching not only with fear for myself but for the life growing within me. The thought of harm coming to my baby was unbearable. I had to stay strong, to protect this child, no matter the cost. Please, I whispered, my voice barely audible. Don't. Chapter 13. Rain Winters POV. I sat on the edge of the mattress, one leg draped over the bed while the other touched the floor. I combed through my burgundy hair with slow, deliberate strokes, lost in thought. Rain, Jacob's voice broke through my reverie. He looked at me with a mix of concern and curiosity. I turned towards him, my expression tired and distant. What's wrong? He asked, clearly sensing that something was troubling me. It's nothing, I replied, but the lie felt hollow. Is it about Valentine? Jacob's frown deepened as he watched me. The mention of her name brought a pang of sadness to my heart. I looked away, feeling a lump form in my throat. I wish I could have protected her, I admitted, my voice barely more than a whisper, filled with self-reproach. Jacob sat beside me, placing a reassuring hand over my knee. His touch was warm, a small comfort amidst the turmoil. It's not your fault, he said softly, his words meant to soothe. So, is that what's bothering you? He asked gently. I sighed, standing up and walking a few steps to the dressing table, where I set the brush down with a clatter. My thoughts were racing, and I needed to voice more than just my worries about Valentine. No, I said, shaking my head. That's not the only thing. Jacob followed me, placing a hand on my shoulder and turning me to face him. His eyes searched mine, seeking the truth. It's Lucifer, I said, finally voicing the other weight on my heart. What about him? Jacob asked, his tone curious yet cautious. He's not just a werewolf, I said, struggling to find the right words. Jacob's brows furrowed in confusion. I know he's a half-breed. No, I shook my head, frustration coloring my voice. He's something else entirely. Jacob's confusion deepened. What do you mean? Not too long ago, in the room, his eyes, they glowed, I said, my voice trembling slightly. Not the usual glow of a werewolf. They were red. Red? Jacob's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, blood red, I continued, feeling the weight of the realization settle heavily on me. Almost like vampires, Jacob finished, his voice barely a whisper. That's not possible, he said, shaking his head in disbelief. His dad is a werewolf, and his mom's a human. It's not usually acceptable for a werewolf to be connected with a vampire. Unacceptable, but not impossible, I countered, my voice firm with conviction. Jacob's eyes met mine, the gravity of the situation sinking in. The prophecy, I said softly, it's true. The silence that followed was heavy with unspoken fears and the looming uncertainty of what it meant for all of us. The weight of the prophecy hung over us, and I could see the dawning realization in Jacob's eyes. The impossible had become reality, and we were left to face its consequences together. Laverna Rain POV. My queen, my duke's voice rang through the throne room, his footsteps echoing with urgency. He approached with a speed that only someone of his exceptional prowess could achieve, his face etched with both excitement and concern. Yes! I looked up from my throne, my gaze steady and expectant. Your wish has come to pass, he announced, his voice tinged with a mix of relief and trepidation. My heart skipped a beat. I rose from the throne, my expression shifting from regal composure to one of stunned anticipation. She's pregnant. I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might shatter this fragile moment of victory. He nodded, his gaze steady. A thrill of triumph surged through me. Finally, after centuries of waiting, my plans were beginning to bear fruit. But there is bad news, he continued, his tone darkening. A wave of frustration quickly eclipsed the joy that had momentarily lifted my spirits. I clenched my fists, my knuckles turning white as my anger simmered. What is it? I demanded, my voice sharp and filled with cold fury. She's been taken, he said, his words heavy with the weight of grim tidings. A surge of rage coursed through me. By who? I asked, my voice trembling with barely contained wrath. Achilles Argent, he replied, his tone laced with resignation. The name hit me like a blow. That troublesome person. I vocalized, my voice conveying strong negative feelings. He dares to hinder my plans? The prophecy must be fulfilled for the lands to unite, I said, forcing myself to regain composure. He must be stopped. I glared at my duke, my frustration palpable. Where was my son during all this? I demanded, my voice cold and accusatory. It was an ambush, he replied, his gaze avoiding mine. Weak, I muttered with a disdainful sigh. My frustration with my son's failure was palpable, an echo of long-held disappointment. I turned, the long train of my gown cascading behind me like a flowing river of determination. Prepare everything. I want a dozen of our best guards with me. The Duke's eyes widened slightly. Where are we going, my queen? He asked, his voice tinged with both curiosity and apprehension. I flashed him a fierce grin, my resolve hardening. We're going for a long pursuit, I declared, my tone both commanding and triumphant. The pursuit for Achilles was no longer just a necessity, it was now a pursuit of vengeance and reclaiming control. The prophecy would not be denied, and neither would I. Chapter 14. Adam 1 Levi POV. Most of these elements could be found in a simple supermarket. It should be easy to find, Evelyn said, her tone laced with a mix of hope and skepticism as she glanced at the list. I shook my head, trying to suppress a smirk. Not quite. The serum injected into you is far more complex. It can't be reversed with just common vegetables. We need to go to an ancient forest where the magical properties of the flora are potent. Her eyebrows shot up in disbelief. Magical properties? You actually believe in that? At this point, belief doesn't matter, I replied, my tone firm yet weary. It's not about what I believe, it's about what needs to be done. Evelyn looked at me, her curiosity evident. So, where exactly are we headed? The Garden of Eden, I said, my voice steady but with a hint of seriousness. Evelyn's eyes widened. It's real? How far? I raised an eyebrow at her barrage of questions, then sighed. A couple of hours away, I said, trying to keep my voice patient. Her silence hung in the air as the gravity of our journey settled in. I could sense her anxiety, mingled with an unwillingness to voice it. As I set the car into motion, I could feel the weight of our mission pressing down on me. We were embarking on a perilous quest, one that carried the burden of both urgency and uncertainty. The Garden of Eden wasn't just a destination. It was a beacon of hope in our desperate search for a cure. I glanced over at Evelyn, noting her tense posture. We're in this together, I said, trying to offer some reassurance. This hunt will test us, but we'll face it head-on. Trust me. Evelyn gave a slight, hesitant nod, her eyes reflecting both fear and resolve. We were about to enter a world where the boundaries of reality and myth blurred, but for now, all we had was the road ahead and the shared determination to overcome it. As we reached the edge of the road, Evelyn's gaze darted around, her confusion palpable. Where's the garden? She asked, her voice laced with uncertainty. I gestured towards the car's trunk. Grab your suitcase. We both made our way to the back of the car, and I lifted one of the heavy suitcases with ease while I took hold of her wrist with the other. Without waiting for a response, I guided her into the dark forest. Evelyn's heartbeat was almost audible as it quickened with each step. Her fear was tangible. I don't want to go, she said, her voice trembling. I hate the dark. I chose to remain silent, focusing on the task at hand. The forest was dense and foreboding, the trees casting long, twisted shadows that seemed to swallow the path ahead. The mist began to curl around us, growing thicker as we moved deeper into the forest. The temperature dropped noticeably. I could feel the chill seeping through my clothes, but I didn't falter. We reached a pair of ancient gates, shrouded in a ghostly mist that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The fog spread across the perimeter like a living entity, making the gates appear to float in a sea of fog. I paused, glancing at Evelyn. Her face was pale, eyes wide with a mix of fear and disbelief. The stark contrast between the car's safety and the eerie expanse of the forest seemed to heighten her anxiety. This is it, I said, my voice cutting through the stillness. The Garden of Eden. Evelyn swallowed hard, her fear evident. Is there really a cure here? There has to be, I replied, trying to offer a semblance of reassurance despite my own uncertainty. The gate loomed before us, an imposing barrier between us and what lay beyond. As we approached, the mist seemed to part reluctantly, revealing the entrance to a world shrouded in ancient secrets. Stay close, I instructed, my grip on her wrist tightening slightly. Evelyn shivered beside me, the bitter cold of the forest evidently taking a toll on her. She wasn't coping well with the sudden drop in temperature. I don't like this, she confessed, her voice trembling as she wrapped her arms around herself, trying to fend off the chill. Her lips quivered, and she began rubbing her arms in a futile attempt to generate some warmth. This does not look welcoming, she added, her fear clearly palpable. I walked towards the massive gates that marked the entrance to the Garden of Eden. Just as I was about to push them open, I felt a hand tugging on my arm. I turned to see Evelyn's wide, fearful eyes. "What are you doing?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. I sighed, gently removing her hand from my arm. "We need to be quiet," I said softly, placing my hands on her shoulders to steady her. I put a finger to my lips, signaling her to stay silent. Evelyn nodded slowly, her eyes filled with apprehension. I took a deep breath and slowly pushed the gates open. They groaned loudly, the creaking sound echoing through the mist that clung stubbornly to the other side. As the gates swung open, more mist seemed to curl around us, swallowing the path ahead. I hoisted the suitcases once more and motioned for Evelyn to follow. She moved hesitantly, but without further protest, her fear palpable with every step. As we crossed the threshold, the gates closed behind us with a sudden, jarring clang that made Evelyn flinch. She jumped, her eyes starting nervously around as the sound echoed in the stillness. The garden's mist enveloped us, but as we ventured further in, it began to dissipate, revealing the ancient, mystical landscape beyond. The air felt heavy, almost charged with the promise of secrets and the unknown. With each step, the oppressive mist seemed to lift slightly, allowing glimpses of the garden's proper form, a place both beautiful and intimidating. Evelyn's breathing steadied as she adjusted to the shifting atmosphere, though her anxiety remained visible. "We need to find what we're looking for," I said, trying to inject a note of reassurance into my voice despite my own uncertainty. Evelyn nodded, her gaze fixed ahead, as we continued deeper into the garden, both of us bracing for whatever lay beyond the mist. "Halt!" A commanding voice cut through the air, making me come to an abrupt stop. Evelyn, caught off guard, collided with me from behind. "Who's there?" Evelyn asked, her voice trembling as she looked around in panic. "That's for me to ask, little one." A figure emerged from the shadows, draped in a hooded black coat. He moved with a deliberate, almost languid grace, his presence exuding an unsettling calm. I instinctively positioned myself in front of Evelyn, my body tensing as my wolf's protective instincts flared. "Stop," I said firmly, trying to shield Evelyn from the stranger's view. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice edged with both caution and authority. The man slowly lowered his hood, revealing a mop of black hair and piercing, ocean blue eyes. He appeared to be in his late 20s, his expression enigmatic. "I'm known by many names. However, I prefer the name Merlin," he said, his tone smooth and unruffled. "What's the purpose of you coming to the Garden of Eden?" he asked. "That's none of your concern," I replied. In an instant, his eyes ignited with a fierce orange glow. Before I could react, Evelyn was lifted from the ground, floating beside him in a suspended, unconscious state. Panic surged through me, my heart racing as I watched helplessly. "Magic user," I breathed, the realization hitting me like a punch to the gut. Merlin nodded, his expression one of cold satisfaction. The air around us felt charged, heavy with the dark power that Merlin wielded effortlessly. Every instinct within me screamed to protect Evelyn, but the sheer force of Merlin's power rendered me momentarily powerless. I clenched my fists, fighting to maintain control over my rising fury and fear. "Let her go," I demanded, my eyes flashing a fierce blue as I tried to maintain my composure. Merlin's gaze remained cold and impassive. I'm the gatekeeper of this garden. No one dares enter unless I permit it. Now, what is the purpose of your arrival? His voice was unyielding, imbued with an authority that was both intimidating and absolute. She's unwell, I began, my voice trembling with urgency. Merlin's eyes flicked briefly to Evelyn's unconscious form before returning to me with a dismissive look. The ingredients from this garden will not save her, he said with a bitter edge to his tone. Yes, they can. I can create a remedy to cure her, I insisted, desperation creeping into my voice. Merlin's eyes narrowed, and he spoke with the weight of centuries. I have walked this earth for 12 centuries. There is only one thing that can save her. Tell me, I pleaded, my heart aching with the weight of the moment. Answer this riddle, and the cure will be revealed to you. Listen carefully, Merlin said, his tone shifting to one of solemn gravity. A riddle? My mind raced as I braced myself for whatever challenge lay ahead. I can't be bought, but I can be taken. I hurt the most when lost, yet also when not had at all. I'm sometimes the hardest to express, but the easiest to overlook. I can cause the greatest happiness or the deepest sorrow. Yet one still comes back tomorrow, Merlin's voice echoed. The riddle swirled around me, its meaning elusive. I don't understand. Please, just tell me the answer, I implored, my frustration mounting. Merlin shook his head slowly, his eyes blazing orange once more. Evelyn's unconscious form floated gently towards me, and she was placed in my arms, still unresponsive. Time is limited. Heed my words. When you find the answer, words need not be said, Merlin declared, his voice fading as he vanished into thin air. The moment Merlin disappeared, Evelyn began to stir in my arms. Her eyes fluttered open, filled with confusion and relief. Evelyn, I whispered, my voice trembling as I cradled her. The intensity of the moment, combined with my fear and relief, overwhelmed me. Evelyn's eyes fluttered open, and she looked around with confusion. What happened? She asked, her voice still weak. Why am I in your arms? Her eyes widened, trying to piece together the disorienting scene. Gently, I lowered her to the ground, my hands lingering on her shoulders for reassurance. You were unconscious, I said, my voice heavy with concern. I turned my gaze toward the garden, my mind racing. Where's the man we just saw? Evelyn's voice was laced with worry as she looked around, searching for the mysterious figure. He left, I replied, the words feeling like a hollow echo against the backdrop of the eerie silence that had settled over the garden. My thoughts were a whirlwind, filled with Merlin's cryptic riddle and the weight of Evelyn's predicament. The urgency of finding the answer gnawed at me, a relentless pressure that made it hard to focus. As I walked deeper into the garden, the mist that had once surrounded us was now dissipating, revealing a landscape that felt both ancient and enigmatic. The garden's beauty was overshadowed by the dark cloud of uncertainty that loomed over me. Evelyn's confusion mirrored my own internal struggle. The garden, with its lush, otherworldly plants, offered no immediate answers, only the daunting task of deciphering the riddle Merlin had left behind. I could feel hope slipping through my fingers, replaced by a gnawing fear of failure. I don't know what to do. The realization of our predicament was crushing. The garden seemed to mock my helplessness with its silent, watchful presence. Chapter 15. Laverna Rain POV. I was in the midst of packing my belongings when my daughters, Lucinda and Lorraine, burst into my chambers. The urgency in their steps mirrored the turmoil I felt inside. What's going on, Mother? Lucinda's voice cut through my concentration, her eyes narrowing with concern as she saw the bags being readied. I have some matters to attend to, I said curtly, trying to keep my voice steady. The weight of the task at hand felt heavier than I had anticipated. What matters? Lucinda pressed, her worry evident. Lorraine moved closer, her face set in determination. She placed a hand on my shoulder, and her eyes turned an eerie white as she stared up at the ceiling. Panic gripped my heart. Lorraine. Lucinda's shout jolted me from my thoughts, and she rushed to her sister's side. It's happening again, I said, though I knew my words would do little to ease their fear. Do something. Lucinda's voice trembled, pleading with me. No, Let her finish, I instructed, though the resolve in my voice felt brittle. I could feel my own heart racing as Lorraine's body began to lift slightly, a small amount of fluid coming from her nose. The sight was both familiar and concerning. That's enough. Lucinda's voice cracked with urgency. She pulled Lorraine down to the ground, shaking her gently to awaken her with desperation. Lorraine, wake up, I ordered, though my heart ached at the sight of my daughter in distress. Lorraine's eyes slowly returned to their standard gray as she looked around, disoriented. What happened? She asked, her voice weak. I had another vision, Lorraine said, her voice barely above a whisper. What did you see, darling? I asked, guiding her gently to sit on the bed. My own anxiety was palpable as I braced myself for her revelation. We have a half-brother, don't we, Mother? Lorraine's words cut through the room like a blade. I watched as Lucinda's face mirrored my own shock. What? She asked, her voice trembling with disbelief. Why did you keep this from us? Lorraine's accusation was laced with pain and a sense of betrayal. We had the right to know. I didn't know how to tell you, I said, my voice faltering. How could I explain that the reason your father left was because of me? It was my destiny to fulfill the prophecy. There's no excuse for keeping this from us. Lucinda's tone was firm, and her frustration was evident. Our brother is in mortal danger, Mother, Lorraine said quietly, her words carrying a heavy urgency. I know, I admitted, my voice tinged with resignation. Let us help you, Lucinda said, her eyes full of determination. It's not your fight, I tried to assert, though I could feel my resolve weakening. Yes, it is. The baby is our responsibility. Our blood runs through its veins. We protect our family, Lorraine declared, her voice firm with resolve. She stood up, her eyes burning with a fierce determination. Let's fight for our kin. Their unwavering resolve left no room for me to argue. The realization that my daughters were ready to stand beside me, despite the dangers, was both a relief and a source of immense pride. As we prepared to face whatever lay ahead, I knew that together, we could confront the challenges and protect what was most precious to us. Valentine Winters POV. 3 months, I said, my voice barely above a whisper, the words escaping me like a confession. The room was suffused with an oppressive heaviness, and my heartbeat drummed loudly in my ears. Lucifer's grandfather loomed over me, his presence a dark shadow that seemed to press down on me with increasing weight. How far along are you now? He demanded, his tone a mix of mockery and malice. I swallowed hard, the bitter taste of fear rising in my throat. I clenched my teeth, trying to steady myself. His sharp object hovered dangerously close to my abdomen, the cold metal sending shivers through my entire body. 2, I said, the number feeling like a fragile lifeline amidst the torment. With a smirk, he withdrew the sharp object from my abdomen, the relief of its absence almost as painful as its presence. See, that wasn't so hard now, was it? His sneer was a harsh blow to my already wounded spirit. His gaze turned colder, more calculating. Now, I'm torn. Should I bring an end to you both now, taking pleasure in your despair? Or should I let Lucifer experience this tragedy on his own, unprepared and devastated? His eyes glinted with cruel amusement. Perhaps he could even claim some compensation for emotional distress as a primary victim, he added with a chuckle, as if the thought was a delicious morsel of irony. My wolf's voice cut through the fog of despair. He'll come for us, it vocalized, the certainty in its tone a stark contrast to my own quaking fear. Lucifer's grandfather raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. Is that so? He taunted, his gaze shifting back to me. He will bring your demise, my wolf finished, its words a dire promise. The old man's smirk widened. Let's see, shall we, he said, motioning for his men. They moved with a practiced efficiency, their chains clinking ominously as they prepared to lead me back to the dungeon. The cold, harsh reality of my situation hit me anew. As the chains were fastened around my wrists once more, the weight of despair settled heavily on my shoulders. My heart ached with a deep, hollow feeling. Are you okay? Devon's voice broke through, his concern palpable as he looked at me with anxious eyes. I shook my head slowly, the gesture almost automatic. The cold dread in my chest was suffocating, and no words could convey the depth of my helplessness. In the dark corners of my mind, I clung to the fragile hope that Lucifer would come, that somehow, against all odds, he would find a way to save us. But for now, I was left in the shadows of fear, waiting for the inevitable. Lucifer's Aids POV. What's wrong with me? The question echoed in my mind, a constant, gnawing presence that refused to let go. I felt restless, a deep, unsettling energy coursing through my veins, making my skin crawl with unease. Save her. My wolf's voice was a desperate plea, filled with an urgency that only intensified the chaos inside me. I know where she is. The words reverberated through me, but how? How could I save her when everything within me felt like it was spiraling out of control? My body didn't feel like my own. Every breath was labored, every heartbeat too fast, too loud. My vision blurred at the edges, colors sharpening and then fading, as if my senses were on the brink of shattering. Why am I feeling this way now? Frustration boiled over, and I ran my fingers through my black hair, tugging at the strands in a futile attempt to ground myself. The sensation was distant, like I was touching someone else's body. A knock on the door startled me, and I barely registered Gabriel entering the room. His eyes widened as he took in the mess, shattered glass littering the floor, splintered wood scattered across the room, the aftermath of my uncontrolled distress. What's wrong? Gabriel's voice was tinged with concern, his gaze shifting from the destruction to my disheveled state. Something is happening to me, I admitted, my voice strained, each word pulled from the depths of my confusion. My entire body was slick with sweat, my shirt clinging uncomfortably to my skin. Gabriel was at my side in an instant, his presence steadying, but unable to quell the storm inside me. Is it her? He asked, his voice soft, cautious. I shook my head, the motion jerky, uncertain. It's something within me. I don't know what's happening. The words spilled out, raw and unfiltered, exposing my vulnerability. Gabriel's eyes darkened with concern, and without another word, he turned and fled the room, leaving me alone with the chaos. He was going to get the pack doctor, but I wasn't sure if even they could help with whatever this was. I looked around the room, at the remnants of my distress, feeling a deep-seated fear start to creep in. Something was changing, shifting inside me, and I had no control over it. All I knew was that every second brought me closer to losing myself. And if I lost myself, how could I ever hope to save her? Chapter 16. Gabriel's Aids POV. I rushed the pack doctor to Lucifer's room, my heart pounding with a mix of fear and urgency. As we entered, my worst fear greeted me. Lucifer was lying unconscious on the floor. Panic shot through me like a lightning bolt. We exchanged a quick, worried glance before lifting him onto the bed. The doctor immediately began his examination while I stood nearby, arms crossed tightly over my chest, trying to keep the rising dread at bay. What's wrong with him? I asked, my voice barely masking the anxiety coursing through me. The doctor began with the basics, checking his pulse on his wrist and then moving to his neck. His brow furrowed in confusion. He reached for his stethoscope, pressing it against Lucifer's chest to listen to his heartbeat. The moment he removed the instrument, his face drained of color. His heart, it stopped, he stammered, his voice shaky and disbelieving. I felt the blood drain from my face, my arms dropping to my sides. What? I asked, my voice a mix of shock and denial, eyes wide as the reality of the situation hit me. The doctor took a step back, his own panic evident. He's deceased, he whispered, the words hanging in the air like a death sentence. Adam 1 Levi POV. Can we rest now? Evelyn's voice was weary, her body slumping to the ground as she groaned in exhaustion. No, I replied firmly, scanning our surroundings. We need to find all the ingredients. Each day we spend here equals 3 in the normal world. She sighed heavily, her frustration evident. But I'm tired. I couldn't ignore the fatigue in her voice, but the urgency of our mission left no room for rest. The shadows of evening were already creeping in, and the air was growing colder by the minute. It's going to be night soon. We need firewood. Help me find some. She exhaled in annoyance, but reluctantly got up to help. We gathered enough logs to start a small fire, the flickering flames casting long, dancing shadows around us. The temperature continued to drop, and I noticed Evelyn shivering, pulling a thin blanket tighter around herself. "I can't take the cold," she confessed, her lips quivering as she huddled closer to the fire. "Did you bring any extra clothes?" I asked, trying to assess our situation. "I did, but they don't fit like they used to," she admitted, her voice tinged with embarrassment as she turned her head away. I raised an eyebrow. "Why didn't you say something earlier? We could have gotten you new clothes before we came here." She shot me a glance, her expression a mix of frustration and resignation. The situation didn't exactly allow for a shopping trip. I sighed, understanding the truth in her words, but frustrated by the obstacles we were facing. "Use mine," I said quietly, almost more to myself than to her. "What?" she asked, her voice tinged with surprise. "Use mine," I repeated, louder this time. I rummaged through my suitcase, pulling out one of my shirts with long sleeves. As I handed it to her, she hesitated, her teeth touching her bottom lip. After a moment, she extended her hands and took it from me. Watching her slip my shirt over her head, pulling it down her frame, stirred something deep within me. My wolf showed contentment, pleased that she was wrapped in something of mine, with my scent clinging to her. It was a basic satisfaction, knowing she was protected, even in this small way. "Comfortable?" I asked, my voice softer now. She nodded, her expression relaxing slightly. For a brief moment, we sat in companionable silence, the crackling of the fire the only sound between us. But then, Evelyn's voice broke through, hesitant yet clear. "I'm actually feeling slightly hungry." Her words pulled me back into the reality of our situation, the connection between us tinged with the sharp edge of survival. We were far from safe and far from finished, but in this moment, beneath the cold stars and the flickering firelight, we were at least together. "Gabriel's aide's POV. What do you mean he's deceased?" The words left my mouth, but my mind refused to process them. Bewilderment clouded my thoughts, and I stared at the pack doctor as if he could somehow make this all a mistake. "What's happening?" Rain, one of Valentine's sisters, walked into the room, her eyes scanning the scene with concern. "It's Lucifer, he's deceased," I repeated, the words feeling foreign on my tongue, as if saying them aloud would make them any less real. My heart pounded in my chest, and I could feel the walls closing in around me. "What? Are you sure?" Rain turned to the pack doctor, her voice filled with urgency. "I'm positive, madam," he replied, his tone somber, confirming the nightmare I wished I could wake up from. "I don't understand," I said, my breath hitching, my pulse racing as if my body was trying to reject the truth. Everything inside me screamed that this couldn't be happening, that this wasn't real. "Gabriel, snap out of it." "Tell me exactly what happened," Rain demanded, her hands gripping my shoulders as she tried to pull me back to reality. I looked at her, then back at Lucifer's still body, my mind struggling to piece together the events that had led to this moment. "I don't know," I stammered, my voice trembling. He was sweating and saying that something was wrong with him. I went to call the doctor and my gaze lingered on Lucifer, lying there so lifeless, so impossibly still. "I don't know what happened," I finished, my voice barely above a whisper, the weight of those words crushing down on me. "Laverna Rain POV. Mother." Lorraine's voice broke through my thoughts, her tone laced with urgency. "What is it?" I asked, turning to face her. "It's our brother," she began, her words heavy with implication. I furrowed my eyebrows, not quite understanding. "What do you mean?" "He's transforming," she said, her eyes filled with worry. "Oh no, not now." Panic gripped me, and I could feel the tension rising in my chest. This was too soon, far too soon. "He needs human life essence to complete the transition," Lucinda interjected, her voice sharp and precise. "There's no way we can sneak human life essence into their pack," I groaned, the enormity of the situation sinking in. The risks were too high, the consequences too dire. "What if he consumes werewolf life essence?" Lorraine suggested, her eyes meeting mine, a dangerous resolve in her gaze. He shouldn't, I responded quickly, my voice firm. Werewolf life essence is powerfully engaging. He wouldn't be able to control himself. It would overpower him. He will intensely desire life essence either way once he is reborn, Lucinda pointed out, her voice tinged with the grim reality we all knew too well. You know how younglings act and crave. I'll train him, Lorraine volunteered, her determination unwavering. Are you serious? Going into a werewolf's territory? Lucinda vocalized sharply, her eyes wide with disbelief. They have no idea what is going on with him, Lorraine argued, turning to face her sister. If I don't, there will be serious conflict before our dispute with the hunters even begins. She's right, I said, my voice quieter now but no less resolute. The situation was spiraling out of control, and we needed to act, not argue. You can't be serious. Lucinda vocalized, her frustration and fear spilling over. Let Lorraine take care of him, I insisted, my tone leaving no room for further debate. There's no time. The baby will be born soon. We must not let anything happen to it. Lucinda stared at me, her mouth open as if to protest, but she knew as well as I did that there was no other option. We had to protect our family, no matter the cost. Chapter 17. Gabriel's Aids POV. A high-pitched ringing filled my ears, drowning out the chaos around me. The room felt like it was spinning, the walls closing in on me. This couldn't be real. Everything was falling apart. It had been an hour since Lucifer had taken his last breath, yet I couldn't wrap my head around it. This is ridiculous. Gabriella's voice cut through the fog, raw with anger and disbelief. My brother is not dead. What did you do to him? She lunged at the pack doctor, her fury barely contained as Octavius struggled to hold her back. A proper burial needs to be made. Alpha Noah's voice was calm but firm, trying to bring order to the turmoil. There will be no such thing. He is not dead. Gabriella vocalized sharply at him, her eyes wild with desperation. Ella, my dad's voice was a low, warning vocalization, but even he sounded uncertain, as if he, too, couldn't quite believe what was happening. Gabriella's gaze shifted to me, her eyes searching mine for some hope. Riel? You don't believe this, do you? I met her eyes for a brief moment before the weight of the truth forced my gaze downward. I couldn't face her, couldn't face any of them. Accept it, Ella, I finally muttered, my voice barely more than a whisper. He's gone. No, I don't believe this. Gabriella's scream echoed through the room before she wrenched free from Octavius's grip and stormed out, her footsteps pounding against the floor as if she could outrun the reality of what had just happened. Zachary, Alpha Noah called out, his voice steady despite the heavy atmosphere. Prepare for the ceremony, he ordered, and Zachary nodded solemnly, his face a mask of grief. Wolves, be ready for the night's ritual, Luna Victoria added, her tone authoritative but laced with sorrow. A ritual was customary for wolves who passed on, a sacred ceremony to guide their spirits to the spirit realm, where they could be reborn. But the idea of preparing one for Lucifer felt like a betrayal. It felt too final, too real. My hands clenched into fists at my sides as I fought the overwhelming urge to scream, to rage against the unfairness of it all. But there was nothing I could do. Nothing any of us could do. Lucifer was gone, and we were left to pick up the pieces of a world without him. Adam 1 Levi POV. I rummaged through my backpack, the rustling of plastic and paper breaking the silence of the garden. My mind was preoccupied, but I forced myself to focus on the task at hand. Is bread and peanut butter fine? I asked, glancing over at Evelyn. Can't I have any of the fruits here? It is a garden after all, she suggested, her voice tinged with curiosity. I shook my head firmly, my gaze dropping back to the loaf of bread in my hands. This is no ordinary garden, I began, my voice low and measured. Every part of this place is sacred. The fruits, the vegetables, they all possess unique healing properties. It's not something to be taken lightly. I handed her the bread and peanut butter, the weight of the situation pressing down on me. Evelyn hesitated, her eyes flicking toward a cluster of berries nearby. If everything here aids recovery, how come I spotted ivy berries over there? She pointed, her brow furrowed. They're toxic. I paused, the gears in my mind suddenly clicking into place. The ivy berries are toxic. Yes, they are, aren't they? I muttered to myself, an idea forming, dark and determined. Evelyn noticed my change in demeanor. What is it? She asked, her tone cautious, as if she could sense the shift in my thoughts. Stop asking so many questions and eat your food, I snapped, turning away from her. I felt her eyes on me, but I couldn't bear to meet them. Not now. Not when the seed of a plan was starting to take root in my mind. I lay back on my sleeping bag, staring up at the darkening sky. The chill in the air seeped through my clothes, but it was nothing compared to the coldness that was settling in my heart. The ivy berries, they could be the key, but at what cost? Gabriel's aide's POV. Lucifer's body was carried in a container, its weight symbolic of the burden now crushing our hearts. The woods, once a place of solace, had become a stage for this solemn ritual. Both packs were commanded to join, their collective presence a testament to the gravity of the loss. The Luna of each pack, influential and revered, took charge of the ritual. My mother and Luna Victoria stood at the forefront, their roles pivotal in guiding Lucifer's soul to the other side. Lunas born into alpha families possess immense power, often surpassing even the alphas themselves. They are deeply connected to the spiritual realm and are chosen for their ability to channel the gifts of our ancestors. These gifts, however, come with their own burdens. A Luna's power is not for destruction but for peace, a responsibility as heavy as the grief we now bear. I remember my father once telling me that Luna Victoria had been blessed with such gifts, passed down through generations. But those gifts were taken from her, a mystery that lingered unresolved. The crescent moon hung in the night sky, its pale light casting long shadows as we all shifted into our wolf forms. The transformation was more than physical, it was a connection to something greater, something sacred. The Lunas, as the givers of life, also guide souls in passing. They are the bridge between worlds. My mother, now in her massive wolf form, lifted her head to the sky and vocalized, a mournful sound that pierced the night. The pack followed, our collective grief resonating through the forest. My father and Alpha know about to their mates, a gesture of respect for the power they wielded and the pain they carried. As Luna Victoria took her turn to vocalize, her voice was filled with a sorrow that seemed to echo from deep within the earth. Their pack joined in, a chorus of lamentation that made the air itself feel heavy. The packs surrounded Lucifer's container, which lay beside a freshly dug grave. The Lunas mind linked us, signaling that it was time for the family to say their final goodbyes. My father, Gabriella, and I approached the still body of Lucifer. Close the container. The command came, a simple instruction that felt like a painful finality in itself. My father stepped forward, his hand trembling as he prepared to close the lid. But before he could, Gabriella's anguished cry shattered the silence. Her wolf vocalized a raw, visceral sound that spoke of unimaginable pain. She couldn't bear to see the container closed, to accept that this was the end. I rushed to her side, trying to calm her before she did something rash. Her pain echoed through our mind link, a sharp, searing agony that cut through the collective sorrow. Halt. My father's voice was firm, but even he was struggling to maintain composure. The grief was too much, the weight of the moment almost unbearable. Gabriella whimpered, her ears flattening in submission, her body trembling as the reality of the situation sank in. There was no escape from this pain, no way to make it easier. Finally, the ritual was completed. Lucifer's container was lowered into the ground, buried 6 feet under, taking with it a piece of all our hearts. Back in my room, I sat on the edge of my bed, staring blankly at the floor. The emptiness inside me was overwhelming, a void that nothing could fill. Lilith sat beside me, her presence a quiet comfort, but it wasn't enough. Gabriel. Her voice was soft as she touched my shoulder, trying to reach me. Leave me alone, I muttered, my voice hollow. What now? What was left after this? The world felt cold and empty, and I didn't know how to find my way back from the darkness. Achilles Argent POV. The room was dimly lit, the soft glow of a single lamp casting long shadows across the office. I sat in my leather chair, half-empty wine glass in hand, savoring the silence that had become a rare commodity these days. The wine, rich and dark, was a small pleasure, one of the few I allowed myself. "Sir." The voice broke through my thoughts as one of my informants entered the room with a hurried stride. He looked uneasy, a flicker of something unsettling in his eyes. I took another sip of wine, allowing the taste to linger on my tongue. "There's news," he said, hesitating at the threshold of my office. "Well," I placed the glass down gently on the desk, the impatience in my voice unmistakable. He shifted uncomfortably, the weight of his hesitation irritating me further. I raised an eyebrow, a silent command for him to speak. "State it clearly." My voice was sharp, cutting through the tension like a knife. "It's Lucifer," he began, and I felt a brief satisfaction. "Is he already on his way here?" I asked, the satisfaction increasing. Foolish boy, I thought. He was walking right into the trap I had laid for him. But the informant shook his head. "No, sir." I leaned back in my chair, the satisfaction fading. "Then what?" "He is deceased," the informant said, the words hanging heavy in the air. I froze, the words echoing in my mind. "Deceased? Did I hear that correctly?" The wine glass was suddenly too far away. I reached for it, then stopped, setting it down on the table with measured calm. "Excuse me." "Lucifer has been declared deceased, sir," he repeated, the finality of it hitting me like a cold wind. I stood up, my chair creaking under the sudden movement. "Are you certain?" My voice was steady, but inside, a storm was brewing. "Affirmative." The ritual was completed, he confirmed, his tone resolute. The room seemed to shrink around me, the walls closing in as the reality of his words sank in. How could this be? How could he be deceased? How did this happen? I demanded, the question more for myself than for him. "The cause of his passing is uncertain," he admitted, the uncertainty in his voice grating on my nerves. "Leave now," I ordered, my voice low and dangerous. The informant quickly exited, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I sat back down, the leather creaking under my weight, and wiped my face with a trembling hand. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. What are they onto? Something felt wrong, deeply wrong. I had anticipated many things, but not this. The pieces on the board were moving in ways I hadn't predicted, and it unsettled me. The passing of Lucifer, if true, could either be a benefit or a problem, but without knowing the cause, I was left in the dark. I picked up the glass of wine again, but the taste was now bitter. The situation had changed, and I needed to find out why. Valentine Winters POV. "Hey, lady," one of the guards outside called out, his voice laced with a mocking tone. "Be quiet, Ron," another guard snapped, trying to keep the situation under control. But Ron just chuckled, as if he found amusement in the distress he was about to cause. "I've got some news for you," he taunted, leaning in closer. "Your connection is deceased." The words hit me hard. My legs felt weak as I stood up slowly, my heart pounding wildly in my chest. Devin's face twisted into an expression of horror as he rose to his feet beside me. "You're lying," I managed to say, my voice trembling with disbelief. "It's true," Ron insisted, a malicious grin on his face. "Ron," I said, "be quiet." Fred, the other guard, tried to quiet him, his voice filled with urgency. "Relax, Fred. She's our prisoner. What's the worst that could happen?" Ron waved him off, as if this was all just a game to him. "His ceremony was yesterday," Ron continued, his voice conveying cruel amusement. "Sad you couldn't join, eh?" The world around me started to blur. My heart ached as if it were being torn apart, and tears welled up in my eyes, threatening to spill over. "Valentine, don't listen to them," Devin said urgently, his voice trying to cut through the fog in my mind. But the panic in his eyes betrayed his own fear. "Fools!" Devin suddenly shouted at the guards. "Don't you know she's pregnant? She's not supposed to hear news like this." Fred's eyes narrowed, his voice cold and detached. "Careful, boy. We have no interest if the baby lives or passes." "Valentine, breathe," Leonardo started, trying to calm me, but his voice was distant, like an echo from another world. Everything around me was fading away, replaced by a crushing weight in my chest. I couldn't breathe. My wolf, sensing my distress, surged forward, taking control of my body. A deep, mournful vocalization ripped from my throat, reverberating through the room. The intensity was so strong that the guards clutched their ears in agony. Even Raphael, standing nearby, watched in shock as the glass he held began to crack under the force of my pain, shattering into many pieces. That was the last thing I saw before the world around me dissolved into black, and I was pulled into darkness. Gabriel's Aids POV. I was in the midst of a tense meeting with my dad, Alpha, Noah, Abigail, Rain, Eric, Jacob, Zachary, Octavius, and Gabriella, brainstorming strategies to retrieve Valentine. The room was heavy with the weight of our discussions when the door was suddenly slammed open. I jumped up, my heart racing, and crossed the room to yank open the door. A patrol wolf stood there, gasping for breath, sweat dripping down his face. "What is it?" I demanded, my voice edged with urgency. "Lucifer's body is gone," he blurted out, his words hitting like a thunderclap. A collective gasp echoed through the room. "What do you mean?" I asked, my mind reeling. It had been 3 days since his supposed passing. His grave was dug up from the inside. The body was missing. "It looks like he managed some sort of departure," the patrol wolf explained, his voice trembling. Before I could react further, the house erupted into chaos. Cries pierced the air, and we all sprinted toward the source of the commotion with the speed only werewolves possessed. "Surround the house. No one escapes," Alpha Noah vocalized, taking command as we moved swiftly through his territory. The living room door burst open, and someone, flashed into the room with a speed that defied belief. My heart skipped a beat as I took in the sight. "What the heck?" Zachary muttered, his eyes wide with shock. "Lucifer?" Gabriella's voice cut through the confusion, her tone etched with disbelief. There he was, but not as we remembered him. Lucifer stood before us, but something was terribly wrong. His eyes were locked on the floor, his expression devoid of emotion, and he looked thin and famished. "I knew you weren't passed on," Gabriella exclaimed, her voice a mixture of relief and anger as she moved to approach him. "Don't," I commanded, stepping in her way and halting her advance. "Riel, what's your issue?" Gabriella demanded, her frustration boiling over. Lucifer slowly lifted his gaze. His eyes glowed a menacing red, sending a shiver down my spine. "What's wrong with him?" Octavius asked, his voice trembling with concern. Lucifer's behavior grew more erratic. He started growling, tilting his head as if confused, and his breathing became ragged. Then, with a chilling sound, 2 sharp teeth extended from his lips. Before anyone could react, Lucifer lunged toward Octavius with feral intensity. The room erupted into chaos as a woman intervened, her movement swift and powerful. With a single, decisive motion, she threw Lucifer against the wall. "Name's Lorraine," she announced, her voice steady and commanding. Chapter 18. Lorraine Teep's POV. A low growl rumbled from the corner of the room as the gathered wolves exchanged uneasy glances. The contempt in their voices was palpable. "Vampire," one of them vocalized with disgust. "Original," I responded coolly, my gaze unwavering. "A normal vampire would have needed an invitation to enter," I pointed out, gesturing dismissively toward the entrance. "But clearly, that rule doesn't apply here." Lucifer's growls intensified as he stirred, the blue veins around his eyes pulsating. His eyes were a deep, unsettling red, betraying a primal hunger that could only be satisfied with the essence of life. "I need one of you to fetch a human, now," I commanded, my voice carrying an edge of authority that brooked no argument. "That's not happening," one of them retorted, defiance lacing his words. I stepped forward, using my strength to restrain Lucifer, who thrashed wildly. My grip was firm, a testament to my resolve. "I wasn't asking," I said, my tone cold and unyielding. "I understand what's happening to my brother, your future Alpha. He's in a critical state and needs human life essence. If he consumes werewolf life essence, his desire will become nearly impossible to control, I warned, my voice carrying the weight of urgency and experience. Gabriel's aide's POV. Gabriella and I exchanged a stunned look. Brother? We both blurted out, our voices overlapping with confusion and disbelief. Alpha Noah, his face etched with concern, motioned to one of his pack members, a Zeta with a steely gaze. Fetch a human, he ordered with a commanding tone that left no room for argument. Lorraine, still holding Lucifer down with unwavering strength, looked down at him with a mixture of sorrow and determination. Yes, my brother, she said softly, her voice a stark contrast to the chaos around her. She gently placed a hand on Lucifer's head, her murmured words seeming to soothe his violent struggles, if only slightly. Gabriella and I stepped in, working together to restrain Lucifer as he continued to thrash against the restraints. His eyes glowed with a fierce, almost primal hunger, sending a shiver down my spine. My father's voice cut through the tension. How is he your brother? This is impossible. Lorraine's gaze, full of resolve, met my father's. He is my half-brother. It is a complex situation, but right now, what matters is saving him from himself. If we don't act fast, his condition will worsen, and the consequences will be dire. Gabriella's eyes darted between Lorraine and Lucifer, the gravity of the situation sinking in. Her typically fierce demeanor softened as she watched her brother struggle. The room's atmosphere was thick with a mix of fear and desperation. We all knew that time was running out, and every second counted. Gabriel's aide's POV. The Zeta returned, carrying a container of life essence in his hands. The air thickened with a mix of anticipation and dread as he approached. Lorraine, still crouched beside Lucifer, stood up abruptly. Her eyes flashed with irritation. That's not what I asked for, she said sharply. Alpha Noah, his expression a blend of confusion and frustration, responded, You asked for human life essence. I asked for fresh life essence, Lorraine retorted, her voice edged with a mix of urgency and authority. Without waiting for a response, she vanished from the room. The silence that followed was palpable. I exchanged worried glances with Gabriella. The tension was unbearable, each second stretching out painfully. Moments later, Lorraine reappeared, leading a young woman by the arm. Her face was pale, eyes wide with a mix of fear and resignation. Alpha Noah's eyes widened in horror. I will not allow you to cause harm to an innocent person, he vocalized loudly, his voice echoing through the room. Lorraine's gaze was steady, unflinching. I will ensure Lucifer is separated from her once his hunger subsides, she explained, her tone unwavering. In a fluid, almost imperceptible movement, Lorraine flicked her fingers and Gabriella and I were pushed away from Lucifer's side. I stumbled slightly, my heart racing as I tried to comprehend the scene unfolding before me. How is that possible? I muttered under my breath, my eyes wide in disbelief. The young woman, her face showing resigned acceptance, moved her hair to one side, exposing her neck to Lucifer. He didn't hesitate. His eyes, still glowing a fierce red, locked onto her. With a predatory grace, he sank his teeth into her neck. Life essence flowed into him, and he consumed it with a desperate intensity. That's enough, Lorraine commanded firmly. But Lucifer, consumed by an overwhelming hunger, did not stop. His grip tightened around the woman, and the room fell silent as the situation spiraled beyond their control. Enough. Lorraine's voice cracked through the air with commanding authority. She raised her hand, and Lucifer was thrown against the wall behind him, his face marked with the woman's life essence. The suddenness of the action shocked everyone into silence. The woman, her expression now tranquil and vacant, turned away. Lorraine's eyes held a powerful, hypnotic gaze as she spoke. You will remember nothing. You are on your way home, and you will continue your journey back home as if nothing happened. The woman nodded mechanically, her footsteps echoing softly as she walked out of the room, her mind erased of the trauma she had just endured. Lucifer, his senses slowly returning to normal, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, staring at the life essence smeared on his skin with a look of confusion and revulsion. He looked around, his eyes darting from Lorraine to the others. "What happened?" he asked, his voice trembling with bewilderment. Gabriella, her face etched with a mix of relief and concern, stepped closer to him. "Brother," she called, her voice breaking slightly. Gabriella scrambled towards Lucifer, her arms wrapping around him in a desperate, protective embrace. The raw emotion in her hug was palpable, her fingers trembling as she clung to him. "What happened?" Lucifer's voice was tinged with fear and confusion. He looked around, his eyes wide with an urgent need for answers. "What am I?" Before anyone could respond, Abigail's voice cut through the chaos with a harsh edge. "A creature out of place." Gabriella's head snapped towards Abigail, her eyes flashing with anger and hurt. "He's not a creature out of place," she shot back, her voice trembling. Lorraine, her demeanor calm and composed, added, "He's a hybrid." Eric's expression hardened, and he nodded in agreement. "A hybrid is a creature out of place," he said, his voice laced with a blend of fear and disdain. Jacob's gaze was equally troubled. "His power could overcome the lot of us," he stated, his voice low and heavy with the weight of the implication. Rain's eyes were fixed on Lorraine, a flicker of realization dawning in her gaze. "It's the prophecy, isn't it?" she asked, her voice tinged with a sense of foreboding. Lucifer, his mind reeling from the conflicting statements and the shock of his recent transformation, stood up from the floor. He looked at each of us with a desperate need for clarity. "What prophecy?" he demanded, his voice strained with confusion and urgency. The room fell into a tense silence, the weight of unspoken truths hanging heavily in the air. Lucifer's eyes, filled with a mixture of fear and determination, searched ours for answers. His vulnerability was stark against the backdrop of our divided reactions. Rain's voice cut through the tension, her words laced with a mix of awe and concern. "He is meant to unite both groups," she said, her gaze fixed on Lucifer. Lorraine nodded, her face a mask of determination and gravity. "The prophecy speaks of a balance that needs to be restored." Lucifer's eyes, shifting between gold and red, betrayed his inner turmoil. "My child," he whispered, his voice thick with a mix of rage and desperation. His control was slipping, and the raw intensity of his emotions was palpable. Lorraine stepped forward, her tone firm yet empathetic. "I'll teach you how to manage your heightened state," she offered, her voice carrying an undercurrent of urgency. Lucifer's response was immediate and resolute. "No." He stood tall, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. "I feel powerful," he vocalized, his voice reverberating with a newfound strength. "I can sense everyone's presence, my awareness and strength are reinforced. I'll eliminate anyone that dares lay a hand on my child." His threat hung in the air, a dark promise underscored by his fierce protectiveness. The certainty in his voice made it clear he wasn't speaking idly. Lorraine's expression remained stern. "That is why I must teach you to manage it. If your temper gets out of control, many people will face serious consequences." Lucifer's gaze was unwavering, his resolve hardening with each word. "Let them face consequences." Lorraine's frustration was palpable, her voice rose with increasing intensity. "You are not ready to wield your new strength. An unwise leader leads only to chaos." Her resolve was evident, each word a warning laced with urgency. Lucifer's face was a mask of fierce defiance. "Let me assist you, brother," Lorraine offered, her tone softening slightly as she extended a hand. "I am not your brother," Lucifer roared, his voice echoing with anger and confusion. "I don't even know you. Who do you think you are to come here and give me directives?" Lorraine's eyes flashed with a mix of hurt and determination. "I am your half-sister," she declared, her voice firm. "Our mother kept you hidden from me and our other half-sister, Lucinda." "Untrue." Lucifer's voice was a thunderous roar, filled with disbelief and anguish. "My mother is passed on." Lorraine's expression remained resolute, her gaze unwavering. "No," she began, her voice steady despite the tension. "Our mother is an ancient being. She brought you into being to fulfill the prophecy. Lucifer stared at Lorraine, his mind reeling with the weight of her words. The revelation hit him hard, shattering his reality. His face twisted with a blend of fury and disbelief. "You're telling me that my mother was alive all these years, and she never came for me?" His voice trembled as he clenched his teeth, struggling to keep his pain in check. The realization was a fresh wound, reopening old scars he had long tried to bury. "So, I was just a completed task?" He vocalized the words with a bitterness that cut through the room. Lorraine's eyes widened with sorrow, but she remained steadfast. "It wasn't like that," she began, trying to offer some explanation. Lucifer's pain was palpable, his voice cracking under the weight of his emotions. "Do you have any idea what she put me through? I held them responsible for my mother's absence. I acted with hostility towards my mate because of her." The raw intensity in his voice reflected the inner turmoil he had endured. Alpha Noah's voice was firm. "That was of your choice." Lucifer shook his head vigorously, his expression pained and conflicted. "Not entirely," he countered, his voice low and strained. He turned back to Lorraine, his eyes filled with anguish. "My mother has been as good as absent since my birth. I'd appreciate it if she stayed that way. The only siblings I acknowledge are Gabriel and Gabriella. My only priorities are my wife and my child." His gaze was steely as he delivered his final plea. "Help me save them, and then best be on your way. Leave me and my family alone." Lorraine bit her lower lip, her eyes filled with a mix of regret and understanding. The silence that followed was heavy, each word a reminder of the fractured relationships and the personal battles that had shaped Lucifer's life. Chapter 19. Lucifer's Aids POV. Everything was happening too fast. A hybrid? My mother? None of it made sense. I felt like I was spiraling, trying to grasp onto anything that felt real. "Help me save her," I said, my voice shaking with desperation. "Stop," came a voice from the side. I turned to see my father's mate, Hera, stepping forward, her expression a mix of concern and determination. The crowd parted for her as she moved closer. "What is going on here?" "We barely even know this woman, and yet we trust her," she exclaimed, her voice rising with each word. "Lucifer being a hybrid, this has never happened before. What might one know of the consequences of being a creature of both worlds? Do you?" She turned toward Lorraine, who claimed to be my half-sister. Lorraine's confidence wavered for the first time. She looked down, unable to meet the older woman's gaze. "No." Victoria stepped in, her tone sharp. "We don't even know if he can last with all that energy inside him. This isn't about me." I shot back, my frustration boiling over. "We need all the help we can get to save my mate and my child. Do you think we don't care about our own daughter?" Noah snapped. "This isn't a simple activity. We're in the middle of a war." "Don't you think I know that?" I retorted, trying to hold back the anger that was threatening to consume me. "I don't think you do," Victoria said, her voice cold. "War means passing. An alpha looks after his pack, and every life counts, no matter the rank. You barely know anyone here, and I will not let your careless decisions lead my pack to danger." "My decisions aren't careless. I was once a leader," I began, but Abigail cut me off, her words like a harsh accusation. "And look where that got them. Where are your men, Lucifer?" Her words stung. I could feel the discomfort rising in my throat as I struggled to find a response. "They're detained," I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. "And whose fault is that?" Abigail pressed. "It was mine." "I agree," I said, my voice stronger now. "But I did it to protect your sister." "Our sister who was captured because of you," Rain added, her words making the situation worse. "I am not the enemy here." I roared, taking a step forward as my wolf showed intense discomfort, desperate to be released. "Lucifer, control your temper," Lorraine warned, her voice cutting through the chaos in my mind. "Enough." My father's voice boomed through the room, silencing everyone. "I just mourned my son. Since he arrived, there has been nothing but accusations and blame pointed at him. I, for one, am relieved that he isn't passed on. How does any of this help the situation at hand?" His mate stepped forward, her presence calm but authoritative. "My husband is right," she said, her voice soothing as she gave me a small smile. We need to work together. I may not have raised this boy, but I see him as my own. Her words struck something profound inside me, something I hadn't felt in a long time. She continued, her gaze locking with my father's before turning back to me. Therefore, I will protect him as my own. Right now, he deserves some rest. The next time anyone dares to question his loyalty or push him aside, you will answer to me. Her eyes flashed yellow as she stared down Valentine's family. Victoria tried to reason with her. Hera, that's not what we intended. I know, Victoria, Hera interrupted, her tone firm but understanding. But I meant what I said. I didn't need anyone to look out for me. I could take care of myself. But Hera's words affected something in me that I couldn't quite name. My father turned to Lorraine, suspicion in his eyes. Now, how do we trust you? For all we know, you could be leading us into a trap. I'm your best option, Lorraine said, her voice steady. Besides, if I wanted you all eliminated, I would have never stopped Lucifer from completely overpowering each and every one of you. He has the capability to cause harm upon anyone he wishes. I don't want it, I said, and all eyes turned to me. I don't want this heightened state. I've had enough of my reputation as someone who causes difficulty, and now that I'm trying to improve myself, this situation falls over me. Change me back to what I was. I'm sorry, but that's not possible, Lorraine replied, her tone filled with regret. You were born a hybrid. There's no turning back. I haven't even mastered being a werewolf. How do you expect me to train as a hybrid? I asked, frustration and helplessness evident in my voice. I ran my fingers through my hair, trying to keep myself from breaking down completely. I'm running out of time to find my mate, and now, with everything else, I have this to deal with. You don't need to learn to fight our way, Gabriel said, stepping up beside me. You'll need to fight in your own way, Gabriella added, her voice soft but firm. Not as a werewolf, Gabriel continued. Nor as a vampire, Gabriella said, her eyes filled with determination. Fight as you, brother. Fight as a hunter, Gabriel finished, his words resonating deep within me. In that moment, something clicked. I wasn't just a werewolf or a vampire. I was Lucifer's aides, a hybrid, a hunter, and most importantly, a mate and a soon-to-be father. And I would fight for my family with everything I had on my terms. Adam 1 Levi POV. So, how many ingredients have we completed on the list? Evelyn asked, her voice strained as I placed the second to last item into the bag. Pretty much everything, I replied, standing up and brushing the dirt off my pants. But something in her tone made me pause. Adam, I don't feel so good. Every part of my body aches, Evelyn whimpered, grabbing hold of her hair with both hands, her voice laced with pain and fear. Concern surged through me, but it was my wolf who showed intense worry, pushing me to act. In an instant, I was kneeling beside her, cupping her face with my right hand, searching her eyes for answers. What do you mean? I asked, trying to stay calm, but my heart was pounding. Her breathing grew heavier, ragged, as she tilted her head back, her eyes fixating on the sky. The full moon was reflected in her gaze, a cold, unforgiving reminder of the inevitable. I watched in shock as her eyes turned a bright, unnatural yellow, and her sharp teeth lengthened into points. You're shifting, I whispered, the realization hitting me hard. Chapter 20. Adam 1 Levi POV. It was too soon. Her aging should have triggered the process, not this. Adam, it hurts, Evelyn cried, her voice trembling with pain. My heart clenched, a heavy weight settling in my chest. You need to be on all fours to make the process faster, I instructed, my voice steady even as panic gnawed at me. I grabbed her by the waist, gently turning her onto her stomach, her face now pressed to the ground. The sound of her bones adjusting echoed in the air, each movement a strain as she cried out in discomfort. Help me. Please, she pleaded, her voice raw with desperation. It's only for a few seconds, I tried to reassure her, but the words felt hollow. I was powerless, a helpless spectator to her suffering, unable to ease her pain. Within moments, golden fur began to sprout from her skin, spreading across her body as the shirt I had lent her tore apart. She was small, but there was a delicate beauty in her wolf form. Despite her size, she was captivating. But she was an Omega, the lowest rank in a wolf pack. And I was a Beta, a leader in my own right. How could I get in touch with an Omega? What would the pack think of me? The pack will respect her as she is, my wolf growled in response, silencing my doubts. She opened her large, hazel eyes unlike any I had ever seen on a wolf. They were stunning, and I felt my wolf stir, captivated by her. Let me be with my connection, please, my wolf showed intense yearning. The last time you took over, you acted on instinct toward her, I reminded him, trying to maintain control. Don't tell me it didn't feel good, he shot back. She's young, I argued, but my resolve was weakening. Not anymore, my wolf countered. His desire bled into me, igniting a fire I couldn't ignore. My eyes flickered black as the intense feeling took hold. I heard a soft whimper and snapped out of my thoughts. What is it? I asked through the mind link that had formed between us. How do I return to human form? She asked, her voice small and uncertain. Run a bit first, little wolf. Feel your new senses, I advised, trying to keep my thoughts focused. Could you please run with me? She asked, her vulnerability tugging at something deep within me. Before I could answer, my wolf took over, brown fur sprouting as he shifted in a heartbeat. We were on all fours, and he was in control. Follow me, little wolf, he called, and she obeyed, following our trail. Now run as fast as your little legs can carry you, he urged, sprinting through the woods. He kept his pace slow enough for Evelyn to keep up, mindful of her smaller size and the fact that Omegas were naturally slower. Feel your paws thudding against the ground, he continued, guiding her through the experience. Then he abruptly halted, and Evelyn gently nudged into us, her small frame barely making an impact. My wolf gently touched the side of her snout, a gesture of comfort and connection. Listen, he said. Listen to the sound of the crickets chirping. The sound of the wind. Your heartbeat. My heartbeat. He moved closer, gently touching her neck, and I felt her shiver. The effect we had on her was significant. Connection, her voice echoed in my head, filled with recognition and something more. She knows. Think of your human self and shift, little wolf, my wolf instructed, before yielding control to me, leaving me unclothed in my human form. That was odd. Why did he do that? He never willingly gave me control, especially with his connection so close. Adam, her sweet voice called my name, drawing my gaze to her. There she was, completely unclothed in front of me, trying to cover herself from my view. Her body was shivering from both the cold and the discomfort of my gaze. Please stop looking at me, she pleaded, her eyes wide with vulnerability. But I couldn't look away. I was captivated, wanting to remain close to her. With my werewolf speed, I moved swiftly toward her, staying close to her body. Her arms were crossed over her form, shielding herself from me, which only increased my immediate concern. In a swift motion, I gently moved her arms to her sides, keeping a proximity to her. The contact sent a wave of intense feeling over me, a vocalization escaping my lips as I was overwhelmed by the sensations. Chapter 21. Valentine Winters POV. A dull, throbbing pain pulsed through my head, dragging me from the depths of unconsciousness. I tried to open my eyes, but the bright white light above seared into them, forcing me to squint as I adjusted to the glare. As my vision cleared, I found myself in a sterile hospital room. The steady beeping of a life essence monitor beside the bed was the only sound breaking the silence. Panic surged through me as I realized my wrists and ankles were secured tightly to the bedposts. I tugged against the restraints, but they held firm, leaving me in an uncomfortable, vulnerable position. Why am I here? My mind raced, trying to piece together what had happened. I was dressed in a hospital gown, its loose fabric barely covering the prominent bump on my abdomen. My heart sank as I realized how much time must have passed. A drip was inserted into the vein of my right hand, the thin tube snaking its way to a bag hanging beside me. How long have I been out? The memories began to flood back, one by one, crashing into me like waves. Lucifer was deceased. The thought hit me hard, driving the breath from my lungs. Tears welled in my eyes, my chest tightening with a grief so deep it felt like I was being torn apart from the inside. The door creaked open, and a man in a white coat stepped into the room. His eyes widened in surprise as he saw me awake, and he quickly closed the door behind him. He approached the bed, his movements careful, almost hesitant. "Don't touch me," I vocalized as he reached for the hem of my gown, trying to fend him off despite my restraints. "Calm down," he said gently, raising his hands in a placating gesture. "I'm not going to harm you." "Please," I whispered, my voice breaking as exhaustion, both mental and physical, overwhelmed me. I squeezed my eyes shut, a tear slipping down my cheek. I felt the cold gel being applied to my abdomen, and I flinched, but then I heard his soft voice. "Look." Reluctantly, I turned my head toward the screen he was motioning to. The familiar sight of a sonogram filled the screen. My heart ached at the sight. "I'm Dr. Cooper," he said, his tone professional but kind. "I've been taking care of you since you fainted a few weeks ago. You're almost due. Let's check on your young one, shall we?" His words sent a ripple of anxiety through me. He moved the device across my abdomen, his eyes narrowing as he studied the screen intently. "What's wrong?" I asked, my voice trembling with fear. Before he could answer, the door slammed open, and my head snapped towards the sound. Lucifer's grandfather stormed in, his presence as imposing and menacing as I remembered. His eyes locked onto mine, a cold expression on his lips. He turned his attention to Dr. Cooper, impatience written all over his face. "Well," he demanded, his voice cold and commanding. Dr. Cooper hesitated for a brief moment before speaking, his gaze shifting back to the screen. "I see 2 heartbeats," he said, his tone neutral, but the words struck me hard. My, Lucifer's grandfather murmured, stepping closer to the screen, his eyes gleaming with something dark and calculating. "Twins. Twins?" The word echoed in my mind as I stared at the screen, the 2 tiny heartbeats flickering on the monitor. Lucifer's aide's POV. The tension in the room was suffocating, the weight of every word bearing down on me. My mind raced, trying to process the situation, but the gnawing dread in my chest wouldn't let up. "She's almost due." Gabriella's voice cut through the fog in my mind. "A full pregnancy takes 9 to 10 months, I snapped, my voice laced with frustration and disbelief. "For a human, yes. For a werewolf, no," Lorraine corrected, her tone infuriatingly calm. "I wasn't talking to you," I muttered, the hostility in my voice barely restrained. "Enough." Lorraine's voice thundered, reverberating off the walls, and her eyes flashed red with anger. In an instant, she was on me, her hand gripping my neck like a vice, pinning me against the wall with the kind of speed and strength only a strong being could possess. "I'm done with your uncooperative behavior," she hissed, her face inches from mine. "Being a prince, I suggest you start acting like one." I shoved her away with all the force I could muster. "A half-blood prince," I corrected, the words conveying bitterness. She showed displeasure. "What's your issue with me?" "That's the least of my concerns," I vocalized coldly. "My only priority is to get my mate back. You said our mother had a so-called force. Where is she?" "It's not that easy," Lorraine retorted, her patience clearly wearing thin. "Soldiers are willing to sacrifice for your mate. A strategy of less conflict needs to be formed. They can't just forcefully enter a hunter's realm and rescue your vulnerable mate." My vision clouded with red as my wolf surged forward, fury coursing through every vein. My eyes shifted to charcoal black. "Call her vulnerable again, and I will cause you serious injury," my wolf growled, the threat hanging heavy in the air. Lorraine began, but suddenly her eyes rolled back, turning a smoky white. She froze, looking like she was caught in some trance. "What's happening with her?" Gabriella's voice was tight with worry. "I don't know," I said, my own concern growing as I watched Lorraine's rigid form. "Lorraine," I called out, but she didn't respond. Her eyes remained unfocused, lost in whatever vision was gripping her. "Lorraine," I shouted, desperation creeping into my voice. Her eyes snapped back to their standard color, and she suddenly became unsteady. I barely managed to support her before she fell to the ground. Your mate, she began, her voice weak, barely more than a whisper. She's going to give birth soon. Gabriella and I exchanged a look, a mixture of shock and fear passing between us before we turned back to Lorraine. How do you know that? I demanded, my heart pounding in my chest. I can foresee the future, she murmured, recovering her footing. It's a gift, or perhaps a challenge. How soon? Gabriella asked, her voice trembling with urgency. Evening. Today. Lorraine's gaze locked with mine, her words striking me hard. Chapter 22. Achilles Argent POV. The psychiatric ward loomed before me, a cold, sterile reminder of everything that had gone wrong. As I approached the small glass window of my son's room, my chest tightened. His once bright eyes were now hollow, empty vessels that bore no resemblance to the man I raised. Over the past weeks, his mind had unraveled, consumed by the trauma of losing his sons, and the grief of his wife's passing had driven the final blow to his mental stability. He was a broken man, and seeing him like this made my heart ache in ways I hadn't thought possible. We had always been strong and resilient, but even the most substantial fall, and he had fallen hard. Lucifer. The name seethed in my mind, and my hands clenched into fists. How could he? How could he betray us after everything we'd given him? The wealth, the power, the legacy, all squandered for the sake of that unwanted individual. Yet something felt off. As I turned away from the door, my mind raced with questions. Why hadn't the pack made a move to retrieve their valued Luna and the future heirs to the throne? What were they planning? I left the hospital, the cold air outside doing little to soothe the burning anger within me. Sliding into my car, I started driving down the highway, trying to clear my head. But the anger kept simmering just beneath the surface, threatening to boil over at any moment. Then my phone rang, breaking the silence. I answered it, my voice clipped and tense. What is it? Sir. Urgent news, one of my men spoke, his voice edged with unease. Proceed, I said, my grip tightening on the steering wheel. Beings have been spotted lurking near our clan house, he reported. My lips curled into a slight smile. Wolves, of course. Negative, came the reply, and my slight smile instantly vanished. What then? I demanded, a cold edge creeping into my voice. We don't really know, sir, he stammered, but they seem to have a speed that is faster than a werewolf. A cold dread settled in my gut. It couldn't be. Vampires. But why? What interest could they have in us? Ready the vervain, I ordered, my voice hardening with resolve. We have some foes to eliminate. Laverna Rain POV. Lucinda, I called out, my voice cutting through the stillness of the morning. She turned to me, one eyebrow raised in curiosity. Yes, mother. It's today. The words were heavy, laden with the weight of what was to come. Today? Her eyes widened, a mixture of excitement and fear swirling within them. I nodded, confirming her unspoken thoughts. Lorraine just called. Her expression shifted to concern. The knights are not ready. Then make them ready, I said, my tone brooking no argument. This was not the time for hesitation. Today would determine the future of our kind. Before she could respond, a shout rang out from the far end of the hall. The informants are back. My heart quickened as I turned to see my two informants approaching. Ironically, they were also soulmates, a rare and powerful bond that had served them well in their dangerous mission. The woman and the man, both clad in dark, travel-worn cloaks, walked up to me and then knelt, showing the respect that was due. Rise and report, I commanded, my eyes fixed on them, searching for any sign of what they had encountered. Kiera Hartley POV. There are around 200 men in the clan house, with security doors and cameras almost at every corner of the building and perimeter. My mate, Shane, reported to our queen, his voice steady and assured. The best time to take action would be during a moment of lowered guard, when most of the men are on their break, I offered, hoping to contribute to the strategy. They're outnumbered anyway, the queen mused, her eyes narrowing. But did they spot any of you lurking near there? Before I could respond, Shane quickly interjected, No, Your Highness. Her gaze sharpened as she stared at us, the weight of her authority pressing down on the room. You know the consequences if they do. It would put our whole plan at risk. Yes, we do, Your Highness, Shane answered, his voice firm, though I could feel the tension beneath his calm exterior. Very well, dismissed. Our queen waved us away, her attention already shifting to the next matter at hand. With our enhanced speed, we fled back to the house we had moved into after our engagement. The familiar walls, which had once felt like a sanctuary, now seemed to close in around us, weighed down by the burden of our secret. Shane changed into more comfortable clothes and collapsed onto the bed, exhaustion etched into every line of his body. I followed suit, but the silence between us was too heavy to bear. Why did you lie about them not spotting me? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. He sighed, sitting up to face me, his expression a mix of frustration and tenderness. She'd retract her blessing, removing your ability to walk under the sun and banish you. I can't have that. But we've put the whole vampire clan in danger, Shane, I said, the guilt gnawing at me. His hand found my cheek, his touch gentle but firm. I don't care about the clan, I care about you. But this is wrong, I insisted, my voice trembling with the weight of our shared burden. Our loyalties also pledged to our queen. We need to say something. Our friends' lives are in danger. I can't hold such a burden on my shoulders. I reached out, gently touching his lip in an attempt to reassure him. Then what? You think I can live without you? His voice cracked, the raw emotion in his words cutting through me like a knife. I looked down, gently biting the inside of my cheek to keep the tears at bay. Then come with me. We don't need this luxury. We could build a cabin somewhere in the woods and start a life of our own. For a moment, his eyes softened, and he gave me a small, reassuring smile. Anywhere, as long as it's with you. He whispered the words like a promise, pulling me into a warm embrace that made the world outside fade away. But the fragile peace between us shattered as the castle's emergency warning sounded, its piercing tone snapping us both back to reality. It's time, Shane said, his voice hollow with dread. My heart pounded in my chest. No. This couldn't be happening. From our bedroom balcony, we could see the soldiers already beginning to transform, their gray, bat-winged forms ready to take flight at the Queen's command. We need to stop them now, I exclaimed, panic rising in my throat. But as Shane and I exchanged a desperate glance, I knew that whatever we did next would seal our fate and the fate of everyone we loved. Chapter 23. Evelyn R.A. POV. Adam's unclothed body stayed close to mine, his eyes locked onto my hazel ones. The intensity in his gaze sent shivers down my spine. Let go, I murmured, my voice barely a whisper. His eyes drifted from mine to my lips, and I turned my head to the side, trying to avoid the strange sensations swirling inside me. Why am I feeling this way? I should be furious. I should be scared. Instead, I felt a bizarre comfort in his presence, even though I was completely unclothed. Adam's face drew closer, his warm breath mingling with mine. Before I could fully process what was happening, his lips gently brushed against mine. The softness of his touch made my heart race, and I couldn't help but feel affected, despite my confusion. He slowly lowered me to the ground, gently touching my neck. Each touch sent a jolt of energy through me, making me gasp and shiver. Connection. The word echoed in my mind, whispered by my wolf. Adam was my connection? You knew. I gasped, trying to catch my breath as his actions continued to make my body hum with unfamiliar sensations. I knew, he whispered, his voice filled with intense feeling. The revelation left me reeling. I reached up to touch his face, hoping to find some clarity. His eyes were pitch black, a stark contrast to the confusion swirling in mine. When did you know? I asked, my voice trembling. He hesitated, swallowing before answering. Many months ago. My mind raced with questions. If he knew, why had he never told me? Why didn't you tell me? I stuttered, my body shaking as I tried to pull away. My efforts were futile, and I felt a wave of helplessness wash over me. Adam's expression hardened. I was going to sever the bond, he admitted, his eyes shifting back to their normal light brown as he looked away. What? My voice cracked, a mixture of hurt and anger rising within me. I tried to push him away again, but he remained steadfast. "Get away from me," I demanded, my teeth clenched. "No," he said firmly, his voice filled with resolve. My emotions were a turbulent mess. I covered my face with my hands, letting the back of my head hit the ground, ignoring my unclothed state as I tried to suppress my anguish. "The reason I wanted to sever the bond," Adam began, but I cut him off with a fierce no. I shifted into my wolf form, breaking free from his grasp and leaping away. I needed to escape, to clear my head. Adam cursed, and I could hear his paws thudding behind me as he pursued me. I ignored his mind link, his voice calling out to me in frustration. "Stop running," he commanded. I didn't heed his words. "Stop running," he ordered with a beta's authority, his voice commanding and dominant. The force of his command made my wolf halt abruptly. My body shifted back into human form involuntarily, and before I knew it, Adam had caught up with me, staying close to me against a tree. His hand cupped my neck, his eyes pitch black once more. "Don't ever run away from us again," his wolf vocalized intensely, while my own wolf whimpered in response. Adam's grip faltered as he heard my wolf's distress. He released me and stepped back, regret filling his eyes as they returned to their normal light brown. "I'm sorry," he said softly, his voice laced with regret. "I wanted to sever the bond because I felt you were too young for me," he explained, his voice barely a whisper. "But you never thought about how I'd feel, did you?" I asked, my voice breaking as I fought back tears. In my life, all I knew was darkness with a sliver of hope. "That was my sister," I began, my voice shaking. "You don't know what it was like, growing up without a childhood, not knowing if my life would ever truly start, if I would be trapped in that darkness forever. Now that I finally had a chance at freedom, it feels like it's being ripped away from me." Tears streamed down my cheeks as I sank to the ground, my heart aching with the weight of my pain. "Even now, as I try to understand this connection, you're not giving me a chance to experience it fully." Adam stood there, a look of helplessness on his face. Then, without warning, he wrapped his arms around me, pulling me close. Despite my anger, my body sought the comfort he offered. He stroked my hair soothingly, his touch gentle and reassuring. "I'm sorry," he repeated after a few minutes, as my tears began to subside. Suddenly, a sharp pain affected my head, and I whimpered, clutching at my temples. "Adam, my head hurts," I said, my voice strained. "What's happening?" I vocalized, the pain intensifying to a level I couldn't bear. Adam 1 Levi POV. "Eve?" Panic surged through me as I watched her thrashing on the ground. Her cries and jerking movements sent a wave of terror through me. Her cries echoed in the quiet forest as I struggled to hold her still, trying to keep her safe. Then, abruptly, she stopped. Her breathing was ragged, her eyes darting around with a mix of fear and confusion. Her gaze fell to her unclothed form, and she gasped, her eyes widening with horror. When her eyes met mine, they were filled with a fear that made my heart ache. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice trembling as she tried to cover herself, backing away from me. The desperation in her eyes shattered me. "Eve, it's me," I said, my voice breaking as I took a cautious step towards her. "I'm your connection, Adam," I continued, trying to convey every ounce of reassurance I could muster. The thought of her forgetting me was almost too painful to bear. "Adam." Her voice wavered as she repeated my name, her eyes searching mine. There was a flicker of recognition, but it was mingled with fear. "Adam," she said again, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Her eyes, though still fearful, held a trace of understanding. "I'm starting to forget," she whispered, her voice breaking as tears welled in her eyes. Chapter 24. Adam 1 Levi POV. We returned to our camping spot, dressing quickly and quietly. The chill of the night was creeping in, but my attention was focused entirely on Evelyn. As she settled beside me, her voice broke the silence. "Adam." "Yes." I was instantly by her side, my concern palpable. "Are you okay?" she asked, her voice soft and hesitant. I could see the turmoil in her eyes as she gently touched her lower lip, clearly struggling with something. Just tell me, I urged gently, lifting her chin with my fingers to meet my gaze. Could I please lay down and sleep next to you? She asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. It was clear now that knowing I was her connection had awakened a deep, instinctual need for closeness. But I wasn't sure if that was all it was or if she genuinely wanted comfort from me. Of course, I replied, my heart softening at her request. We lay facing each other on the ground, the awkwardness of the moment settling between us. I could sense the whirlwind of thoughts and emotions swirling within her, and it made me uneasy. The fear of her forgetting me again gnawed at my mind. Her voice broke the silence again. Could I ask you something? I nodded, offering her a reassuring smile. When did you plan on severing the bond? The question cut through the air, heavy with emotion. The simplicity of her question seemed almost surreal. Honestly, I don't know, I said, my voice tinged with regret. I never really thought about when I was going to sever the bond. It was more about how I avoided you. You were young and innocent, I admitted, trying to keep the honesty in my tone. But then, I chuckled softly, I found myself drawn to you despite everything. I couldn't stay away, always wanting to be near you. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, making my heart flutter with a mix of affection and longing. She shifted closer, her body trembling slightly. Could I ask you one more question? She asked, her voice trembling. I gave her an encouraging smile. Of course. Would you leave once I completely forget about you? Her voice was barely a whisper, laced with sadness. The smile vanished from my face, replaced by a tight knot of anguish. Even if you did forget, I wouldn't leave. I volunteered to be here with you because you're my responsibility, I said firmly. Her eyes flickered with regret as she looked away. I'm sorry, she stammered. I didn't mean to overstep. I moved closer, my hand gently cupping her trembling jaw, forcing her to look at me. Her eyes were brimming with tears, and my heart ached at the sight. If I wanted to stay away, I wouldn't have come on this journey with you, I said softly. You don't have to worry about me abandoning you. You're important to me. You don't need to be. I heard you when you didn't like the fact that I was an Omega whilst you were the Pax Beta. Maybe once all this ends, I'd find someone else for me out there. I wouldn't care if he's human either. Maybe we'd form a loving relationship and I'd move out with him. Have a small family and live an ordinary human life. As Evelyn spoke, her words about finding someone else stung deeper than I expected. Her face brightened as she mentioned forming a loving relationship with someone else and living an everyday life, a future that didn't include me. The thought of her with another person ignited a furious, primal rage I had never felt before. I slowly cupped her jaw with my hand, my touch both gentle and firm. Don't say things like that in front of my wolf, he's not liking it, I warned, my voice low and intense. I brought her face closer to mine, feeling her heartbeat accelerate against my chest. Besides, I would prevent any males from getting close to you, I vocalized, my voice laced with possessiveness. My sharp teeth extended, ready. My wolf was eager to acknowledge her, to claim her as ours forever. Yet, I had to hold him back. She wasn't prepared for that level of commitment or intensity, and I needed to respect her boundaries. She soon will be. My wolf's voice echoed within me, a promise wrapped in impatience and longing. What did he mean by that? Valentine Winters' POV. Pain surged through me, waves of agony crashing over me as my contractions began. I screamed, the sound raw and desperate, as my body showed signs of the most excruciating kind of discomfort possible. It's happening, the doctor said, his voice tinged with urgency as he hurried to retrieve something from the nearby cabinet. He reappeared by my bedside, a mixture of determination and concern on his face. The pain was unbearable, an all-consuming force that left me gasping. You need to start pushing. Your water already broke, he advised, his voice firm yet sympathetic. I shook my head, tears streaming down my face. No, I cried out, my voice breaking. He's going to harm them. Please help me, I pleaded, my desperation mounting with every passing second. The door swung open with a forceful creak, and Lucifer's grandfather entered the room. His presence was suffocating, an overwhelming shadow that loomed over my anguish. Stop complaining and start pushing, he ordered, his tone cold and commanding. The doctor stepped in, his voice calm but insistent. Sir, I'm sorry, but my advice would be to leave. The grandfather's eyes narrowed as he turned towards the doctor. Make sure the babies are out of her soon. If she protests, encourage the process, or I will use the encourage medication myself. He glanced at me with a mixture of disdain and disinterest before exiting the room. The doctor returned to my side, his hands gentle but his expression serious. If you don't start pushing, your babies are going to be in distress. There will be major consequences to your actions. Please start pushing, he urged, his voice a lifeline amidst the chaos. It hurts too much, I whimpered, my voice barely a whisper as I clenched the sides of the bed, trying to ground myself against the waves of pain. I need my mate, I continued, my voice cracking under the weight of my sorrow. I need Lucifer beside me. The doctor's eyes softened with a hint of compassion. Dear, he is gone. He wouldn't want you to give up now, would he? I'll help you, but I need you to push. His words cut through my haze of pain and fear, a stark reminder of the loss I was grappling with. The thought of Lucifer not being here, of him not being able to witness this moment, left a hollow ache in my chest. Despite the agony, I tried to focus on the doctor's words. With every push, I felt intense strain, yet I knew that for my baby's sake, I had to keep going. My mind was a tumultuous storm of grief and resolve, but amidst it all, there was a fierce determination to ensure my children had a chance at life. Each push was a battle, a struggle against both the physical pain and the emotional devastation that threatened to overwhelm me. I forced myself to breathe, to focus on the doctor's instructions, even as tears continued to flow unchecked down my face. Lucifer's Aids POV. Everything around me felt disjointed, like the world had slipped into a distorted reality. My senses were on overdrive, my eyesight was sharp, my hearing acute, and my speed unpredictable. In this chaotic state, I struggled to regain control and center myself amid the storm raging within me. I knew every crevice and shadow of the hunter's realm, but even my familiarity couldn't guarantee the success of our plan. My grandfather was cunning and experienced, yet far from losing his edge. The underground tunnel that led into the house had been our secret escape route, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he would have anticipated our move and changed the security codes. Did they bring all the weapons I need? I asked Gabriel, my voice a mix of impatience and urgency. Gabriel responded by tossing a selection of equipment onto the table with a casual flick. Pick whichever you want. I glanced at the assortment of gear, the weight of the situation pressing down on me. It had been a while since I handled specific tools, and the familiarity was both comforting and unsettling. I picked up 2 handheld items and, with a practiced motion, tossed a long-range tool towards Gabriel. Yeah, I'm not really good with these. I think I'll stick to what I'm skilled at. Gabriel's teeth showed in a grin, a hint of his true nature. My vision blurred momentarily, and I closed my eyes, pressing a hand to my forehead. A wave of lightheadedness washed over me, an unwelcome distraction from the task at hand. You okay? Gabriel's voice cut through my disorientation. Before I could respond, Lorraine entered the room, her presence commanding and authoritative. She threw a container of life essence at me with a practiced flick. I caught it effortlessly, my reflexes sharp despite my fatigue. Consume it. We don't have much time. We need your complete concentration for this action, Lorraine said as she sat down, her gaze fixed on me. I disliked consuming life essence, hated the way it clung to my senses and fueled an intense craving. But Lorraine was right. I needed to be at my best. I quickly consumed its contents, throwing the empty container into the trash with a grimace. My body seemed to respond instantly, a surge of vitality coursing through me. From the corner of my eye, I noticed Gabriel's face contort in mild aversion as he watched me. I raised an eyebrow in his direction. The scent of life essence is too strong, Gabriel muttered, his tone edged with distaste. Says the one who pursues small prey most of the time, Lorraine retorted with a sigh. Gabriel scowled at her, clearly not pleased with the comparison. Just as I was beginning to feel steadier, the lightheadedness returned, this time more intense. A scream echoed through my mind, piercing through the haze. I grabbed my head with both hands, trying to steady myself. No, I said, shaking my head as if to clear the confusion. It isn't the life essence. It's Valentine. I can hear her cries in my head, I groaned, the pain in my chest tightening. She's calling out to me. Gabriel's aide's POV. The air in the room was thick with tension as I checked the final preparations. The group is almost ready. Just a few more minutes, I announced, trying to keep my voice steady despite the mounting urgency. I turned my head for a second to confirm the final details, but when I turned to face Lucifer again, he was gone. My heart skipped a beat. He's gone. Lorraine stood up from the chair. What? I didn't even see him leave. I exclaimed. Panic surged through me as I scanned the room, looking for any sign of where he might have gone. Why didn't you stop him? I demanded, frustration lacing my tone. Lorraine's eyes met mine, unwavering and calm despite the chaos. I'm not going to be caught between an intense alpha prince hybrid and his pregnant wife unless I'm looking for a serious confrontation, she said firmly. The group needs to move now. My clan has already departed. Chapter 25. Kiera Hartley POV. The sight before me was heartbreaking. I could see the dark figures of our clan already scattered across the sky, wings beating furiously as they soared away into the distance. We're too late, I said, my voice heavy with frustration and despair. Shane's eyes flashed with determination. Without a word, he transformed, his body shifting into the powerful gray form that bore bat-like wings. The transformation was swift and fluid, a testament to his experience and control. Let's go, he urged, his voice carrying a mix of urgency and reassurance. I followed suit, feeling the familiar rush of energy as I shifted into my own form. The sensation of my wings stretching out, catching the wind, was both exhilarating and grounding. Together, we took off into the twilight sky, our figures cutting through the air. As we flew, the enormity of the situation began to sink in. The stakes were high, and the weight of our responsibility felt almost tangible. Every beat of my wings was propelled by a fierce determination to catch up, to be part of the action, and to ensure that we weren't too late to make a difference. The horizon stretched endlessly before us, and I could only hope that we'd make it in time. The thought of falling short, of failing our people, drove me forward with renewed urgency. Achilles Argent POV. The news came sharply and suddenly. One of my warriors, breathless and alert, approached with a report. Sir, we've spotted strong beings advancing our way. I straightened, my mind already calculating the implications. Are the paralyzing devices ready? They're ready, sir, he confirmed with a nod. And the wolfsbane projectiles? I pressed, an eyebrow raised in expectation. Ready, sir, came the assured reply. A dangerous smile curled on my lips. The thrill of the impending conflict surged through me. This was more than just a battle. It was a strategic dance, a test of preparation and skill. Good, I said, a cold gleam in my eyes. Let the conflict begin. Gabriella's aide's POV. Move now. Gabriel's command cut through the chaos. I glanced around, searching for Lucifer. Where's Lucifer? He's already gone, Gabriel replied, urgency lining his voice. What? I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. The sudden realization hit me hard. No time for questions, we need to leave now, Gabriel urged, his eyes filled with a mix of frustration and concern. Before I could react, a firm tug on my left hand pulled me back. I turned to find Octavius, his face a mask of determination. I need you to stay here, he said, his grip insistent. What? No, I pulled my hand away, confusion and defiance flashing in my eyes. I can't focus knowing you're in danger, he stated firmly. I can take care of myself, I shot back, frustration seeping into my voice. Do you understand what's at stake here? He demanded, the weight of the situation pressing down on me. Yes, I responded. No, you don't, he said, moving closer. His height made me look up to meet his intense stare. I can't afford to lose you. For my sake, don't go. Wait until I return, he pleaded, desperation evident in his voice. You mean if you return, I said, my eyebrows knitting together in concern. Stay. That's final, he ordered, his voice leaving no room for argument. What was happening? It's my duty as part of an alpha to protect this group, even if it means putting myself at risk for them, I argued, trying to maintain my stance. Maybe for once do your duty as my mate. The words slipped out before he could stop them. His expression flickered with regret, and he clenched his jaw repeatedly, trying to control his temper. What did you mean by that? I asked, my voice trembling with confusion and hurt. Octavius, let's go. Zachary's voice cut through the tension, drawing both mine and Octavius's attention. We need to go, Octavius said quietly, stepping back. No, wait, I called out, my heart aching as I tried to hold him back. Octavius, now, Zachary urged, his tone brooking no argument. Octavius gave me one last, troubled look before jogging over to Zachary, leaving me standing there, grappling with a storm of emotions and unanswered questions. Gabriel's aide's POV. Has everyone gathered under their own division? Rain asked, her voice steady despite the tension in the air. The alphas are ready. We will lead from the front, Gabriella responded, her tone resolute. The betas and deltas will follow our paths, I added, trying to keep my voice calm and authoritative. The Lunas and Omegas will stay at the pack house to care for the elders, young adults, and young ones, Alpha Nathaniel confirmed, his gaze scanning the group with practiced precision. Where's Lucifer? Abigail's voice cut through the murmur of the gathering, sharp and questioning. Lorraine and I exchanged a glance, the weight of unspoken concerns passing between us. He kind of left early, Lorraine said, her voice edged with reluctance. What? Abigail's voice rose in disbelief, the word almost a shout. Wasn't he supposed to lead us? I told you we never should have trusted him. Her frustration and anger were palpable, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. Enough. Eric, her mate, intervened sharply, his voice commanding silence. Who's going to lead the group now? Jacob asked, his concern evident in the furrow of his brow. I am. I know the plans, I said, my voice firm as I stepped forward. The gravity of the situation settled over me, pushing away any lingering doubts. It's time. Eric, Prince POV. As we shifted into our wolves, our powerful strides carried us toward the hunter's realm, the weight of our mission pressing on us with each step. Why do you always have to silence me in front of everyone? Abigail's voice crackled through the mind link, sharp and wounded. I tried to push her words away, focusing on Gabriel's trail, but her distress was impossible to ignore. Answer me. Her frustration echoed in my mind, making it hard to concentrate. Now is not the time, I growled, my patience thinning. I don't care, why do you do it? Her voice was a mix of hurt and anger, demanding an answer. My temper flared as I came to an abrupt halt, causing her to stop as well, the rest of the group flowing past us in a seamless blur. I turned to face my mate, her eyes burning with a fierce, stubborn light. The tension between us crackled like static in the air. Answer me now, she demanded, her tone intense. It's because you're the most challenging being I've ever encountered, I snapped, my own anger surging. Sometimes I wonder why destiny even paired us up. It's because I'm patient that we've managed to keep this relationship going. Now stop being so self-absorbed. We have your little sister to save. My words were sharp, filled with frustration and a fierce protectiveness. I turned on my heel and kept running behind the group, each stride a mix of anger and resolve. The weight of our situation hung heavy in the air, the urgency of the mission driving me forward. I could feel my heart pounding, not just from the physical exertion, but from the emotional turmoil that threatened to overwhelm me. Chapter 26. Adam 1 Levi POV. I watched Evelyn as she fell asleep, her chest rising and falling with each steady breath. Her face was peaceful, almost serene, a stark contrast to the storm of worry and fear that churned within me. I couldn't find any rest myself. The man I once was, full of jokes and light-heartedness, seemed so distant now. The gravity of our situation had hardened and tensed me. Leaving her side, I began mixing the ingredients for her remedy with meticulous care. Doubt not at me. Would these elements really work? Her body had remained unchanged, but her mind was slipping into a troubling memory loss. The fear of her body aging or her organs deteriorating if I failed kept me on edge. The familiar voice broke through my thoughts. Have you still not understood the riddle? I glanced up to see Merlin, the exact enigmatic figure from before. His sudden appearance was unsettling. I have no time for riddles, I snapped, my focus returning to the mixture. Without warning, Merlin was right in front of me. His presence was overpowering, almost suffocating. That is not enough to save your connection, he said, his voice carrying an edge of disdain. This is her remedy, I insisted, frustration rising. It's missing one more element, Merlin said with a scoff. It needs an alpha's young one's life essence to speed up her recovery. My heart sank. Where do you expect me to find one? I asked, my voice tinged with desperation. Merlin chuckled darkly. There are more powerful things in this universe than mere plants. Things without explanation. I threw the mixture aside, exasperated. What should I do then? I threw my hands in the air, feeling utterly defeated. Merlin's cryptic words seemed to dance around me. The Garden of Eden indeed holds powerful properties. If you can show the garden a reason powerful enough to satisfy your desire, your request will unquestionably be granted. What does that mean? I sank to my knees, pulling at my hair in frustration. A hand touched my shoulder. Why do you wish to save her? Merlin hinted. I looked up to find Merlin gone, leaving me alone with my turmoil. Why did I wish to save her? The answer seemed so simple, yet it was still not enough. She doesn't deserve to pass. Not enough. The voices in the garden whispered back indifferent. I can't live without her. One try left. I hyperventilated, my mind racing. Suddenly, her body lay before me, but when I reached out, my fingers passed through her figure. What's happening? I screamed, panic rising. The garden gives, a haunting whisper surrounded me, the garden also takes. The whispers grew louder, overwhelming. When desires are asked, prices must be paid. What price? I demanded, my voice cracking. Price of a life force. Her body lay cold against me, her eyes closed in a tranquility that belied the turmoil raging inside me. I sank to my knees, finally able to touch her skin, which felt like ice beneath my fingertips. Take mine. I shouted into the void, my voice raw with desperation. The whispers around me grew louder, more insistent. Why should we? Why? A slender serpent slithered towards Evelyn's still body. As it approached, it began to transform, its form shifting and expanding until it took on the appearance of a woman. Her skin was marked, shimmering in shades of green and gold, and her eyes were sharp and unblinking, like those of a serpent. Her hair was a cascade of ebony, flowing down her back like a river of ink. The transformation was both striking and terrifying. As she moved closer, the air seemed to thicken with a cold, oppressive energy. I could feel my chest tightening with every step she took. Her gaze, cold and unfeeling, locked onto Evelyn's frail form, and a shiver of dread ran down my spine. The beauty of her form was overshadowed by the profound aura she carried. Who are you? I demanded, my voice trembling. She did not answer. Instead, she knelt beside Evelyn and extended her hand towards her. I watched in intense worry as Evelyn's life essence began to separate from her body, reaching out to the serpent woman. No. I vocalized loudly, my voice breaking. The scene before me was surreal and agonizing. My heart felt as though it was shattering. Tears welled up in my eyes, streaming down my face as I tried to comprehend the terror unfolding. The serpent woman vocalized softly, her tongue moving like a snake's. She met my gaze with an expression of disdain. Evelyn. I cried out, but she could neither see nor hear me. The connection we shared, the bond of our souls, seemed to diminish. Memories of our future together flickered and faded, swallowed by the darkness encroaching upon us. My wolf's mournful vocalization echoed in my mind. Please, I begged, my voice choked with emotion. I don't care if I appear vulnerable or if I'm expressing deep distress over her. I'll do anything to stop this. I grasped her cold right hand and held it between both of mine. Evelyn's life essence hovered, confused, as if sensing the desperation in my touch, looking over her hand. "Please," I whispered, lifting her hand to my forehead, closing my eyes tightly. "I love her. I can't live without her. If you're going to take her, take me too." My heart pounded with the force of my plea. Every shred of my being was devoted to saving her, to fighting against the encroaching darkness. The garden's whispers grew silent, leaving only my raw, pleading voice in the void. Chapter 27. Adam 1 Levi POV. People often say, appreciate what you have before it's gone, but it's a lesson learned too late. I had my eyes tightly shut, drowning in regret. "I'm so sorry, Eve. I couldn't save you," I whispered, my voice breaking. The weight of failure pressed down on me. I had the chance to be with her, to protect her, and I had lost it. Tears streamed down my face, each sob a testament to the void I felt inside. My world seemed to crumble, my purpose dissolving into the abyss. "Adam." A voice, soft and familiar, broke through my despair. A gentle hand rested on top of mine. I opened my eyes, heart pounding. "Eve?" I looked up to see her standing before me, in her proper form. "What happened? Why are you crying?" she asked, her eyes filled with concern. The whispers returned, their eerie chorus filling the silence. "You succeeded." I scanned my surroundings, panic rising. The serpent woman was nowhere to be seen. Connection. The voices echoed, their collective hum vibrating through me. Connection? I thought, the realization dawning slowly. I met Evelyn's gaze. Her eyes, so full of worry and warmth, held me captive. She had no idea what was unfolding within me. "Eve," I said, rising from the ground. I extended my hand to her, my heart aching with the weight of unspoken emotions. She took my hand, her touch both soothing and engaging. As she stood, her fingers gently wiped away the tears from my face, causing a hesitant smile to curve my lips. I stopped her hand, holding it gently, and then caressed her cheeks. My heart raced as I pulled her closer, feeling her breath against my skin. Leaning in, I gently touched my lips to hers in a tender moment, one I thought I'd never have the chance to share again. When I pulled away, confusion danced in her eyes. "I love you, Eve," I confessed, my voice trembling with sincerity. Her cheeks flushed a deep red, and her eyes widened in surprise. "I don't really understand what love is," she began, her voice hesitant. "But being with you, I think I'm starting to grasp what it could be." She gazed at me, her expression a mix of vulnerability and resolve. "I somehow can't imagine living a life without you. Even in this short time we've had together, I think I care for you too, Adam." My heart fluttered at her words. Though she was still discovering the world, her belief in me was a beacon of hope. I smiled warmly at her, my heart swelling with affection, and gently touched her lips once more. Merlin's voice broke through our moment, leaning against a nearby tree with a smirk. "Finally, you found the answer to my riddle," he said, interrupting our fragile peace. "What answer?" Evelyn asked, looking between Merlin and me. I turned to Merlin, my curiosity piqued. "Has she really recovered?" "She's breathing, isn't she?" Merlin replied, pushing himself off the tree. "There is, however, one more thing." He gestured towards Evelyn, who looked at him intently. "You, darling," Merlin continued, "get to choose whether you remain in your current age or return to your actual age." Evelyn turned to me, searching for an answer. "And what about her memory loss?" I asked. "Her internal recovery is complete. Now, it's her choice whether she wants her 2 years of past memory back," Merlin said, his tone as enigmatic as ever. Evelyn's eyes met mine, filled with a mix of hope and uncertainty. The choice lay before us, a decision that would shape our future together. Lucifer Argent's POV. Her cries echoed in my mind, a relentless assault that made me grunt in frustration and sent my wolf into a frenzy. I could barely think straight before I was suddenly subdued from above. Sharp grips affected my neck, pinning me roughly to the ground. "What the heck?" I growled, struggling against the weight of my attacker. The being shifted, revealing a woman with an intense expression and teeth extended. She was a strong creature, and her eyes gleamed with determined focus. "A wandering hunter," she said, her voice conveying malice as she prepared to engage me. The sight of her made my instincts flare. I bared my own teeth, my eyes blazing red with fury. I fought back, my strength forcing her grip to falter. With a mighty shove, I hurled her against a nearby tree, the impact reverberating through the forest. "Lucifer," she gasped, confusion mingling with the pain. "And you are?" I demanded, my voice low and dangerous. "Lucinda," she replied with a composure that chilled me. "Your other half-sister." The revelation hit me like a cold wave. Not again. Chapter 28. Lucifer's Aids POV. I pushed myself up from the muddy ground, brushing off the remnants of the dirt from my clothes. My eyes tracked Lucinda with a mixture of irritation and reluctant curiosity. The resemblance between her and Lorraine was unmistakable. The same sharp features, though Lucinda's ash blonde hair and slightly different facial structure marked their differences. They weren't twins, but the connection was clear. "Where's the group, little brother?" Lucinda's tone conveyed mockery as she smirked at me. I clenched my jaw, trying to suppress my anger. "Probably on their way. And don't call me that." Her smirk widened. "And where's your so-called clan that Lorraine sings praises about?" I shot back with a scoff. "Already in their positions, unlike yours." Before I could say more, Lorraine's voice cut through the tension. "We're here." Lucinda's face lit up as she moved swiftly towards Lorraine, embracing her with an eagerness that contrasted sharply with our earlier hostility. Lorraine returned the hug warmly, a brief moment of peace in the charged atmosphere. "I see you've met Lucifer," Lorraine said, gesturing towards me with an amused smile. "Yes, and I must say, he's quite the grumpy little brother," Lucinda teased, her grin unabated. Gabriel stepped forward, his gaze shifting from Lucinda to me. "Are we ready to move?" "Now," I replied curtly, the edge in my voice making it clear that there was no time for further delay. Valentine Winters POV. Sweat trickled down my face, mingling with the pain that gripped every fiber of my being. My body felt intense strain, each contraction a relentless wave of agony. I clung to the bedpost, my knuckles white, trying to anchor myself against the waves of pain. "You're making progress." "Just a bit more." Dr. Cooper's voice was a distant murmur through the haze of pain. Suddenly, the door burst open, and an unfamiliar hunter stormed in. His face was grim, and his words were a jarring blow to my already fragile state. "Orders came in to take the babies out and eliminate her immediately. We've been misled. Lucifer is alive, and he's leading the group." The words hit me hard. Lucifer is alive? How could this be? The flicker of hope that surged through me was almost as intense as the pain, a lifeline amid my torment. My gaze darted to Dr. Cooper, searching for any sign of betrayal or deceit. He met my eyes with a steady gaze, then nodded toward the hunter. The hunter left abruptly, slamming the door behind him. Dr. Cooper wasted no time. He hurried to the door, locked it, and turned back towards me with a determined expression. His following words were a lifeline amidst the chaos. "Listen to me, Valentine. I'm not going to proceed with the action. But you need to keep pushing. Once your babies are born, I'll help you escape. Do you understand?" The urgency in his voice cut through the pain. I managed a weak nod, my mind racing. Lucifer was alive, and that knowledge gave me a flicker of strength I didn't know I had left. "Okay," I managed to croak out, the word barely escaping my lips as I braced myself. The pain intensified, but now it was accompanied by a glimmer of hope. If Lucifer was out there, if there was a chance to escape, then I had to keep fighting. I had to get through this. Dr. Cooper's calm and steady presence was a beacon as I focused on his voice. "Now, push," he instructed, his tone firm yet soothing. I gritted my teeth and let out a strained sound, pushing through the searing pain. Adam 1 Levi POV. "No matter what you choose, I'll still care for you as you are, and I'll wait until you're ready," I assured her, my voice soft but resolute. Evelyn smiled, her eyes warm as she wrapped me in a hug. The connection between us felt stronger than ever, a silent promise of what was to come. I know what I want, Evelyn said, turning to face Merlin with newfound confidence. I want to stay as I am right now. I held her hand, searching her eyes. Are you sure you want to skip 2 years of your life? Her reassuring smile never wavered as she looked back at Merlin. I'm sure. As you wish, Merlin uttered, his tone carrying a note of finality. Know that your mental maturity will also align with the age you desire, he warned. He raised his hand toward Evelyn, whispering an ancient incantation. His eyes flashed a brighter shade of orange-yellow as the spell took hold. It's done. You can no longer return to the age you truly were, Merlin confirmed, his voice laced with the weight of his magic. Just as he was about to turn away, I stepped forward. His eyebrow arched in curiosity as he waited for me to speak. I have one more request, I said, my voice steady. And in return, what can you offer? Merlin's eyes blazed with interest. Anything you desire, I replied without hesitation. Merlin considered this for a moment, his gaze piercing. Then he nodded. All right. There will come a time when I may need a favor. For now, you are in my debt. What do you seek? I need you to magically transport us to our pack house, I requested. Merlin took a deep breath, then flicked his finger. Done. In the blink of an eye, we were back at the pack house. The familiar surroundings brought a mix of relief and urgency. Adam. My Luna's voice called out, tinged with confusion as she saw us. Where's the rest of the group? I quickly scanned the area, noting the absence of many of our wolves. They went off to conflict, she said, her words landing like a punch. What? Panic surged through me. We need to go now. I grabbed Evelyn's hand, pulling her toward my room. I tossed my laptop and a few essential devices into a bag, my movements quick and precise. Evelyn watched me, her confusion growing. What are you doing? She asked, concern in her voice. Guilt gnawed at me for keeping her uninformed, but there wasn't time to explain. No time. Let's go, I said, slinging the bag over my shoulder. I grabbed a spare pair of glasses and swiped Gabriel's car keys on the way out. Hunters were known for their advanced security systems, which were highly effective, meticulously computerized and online. But what they didn't account for was a beta with the skills of an ultimate hacker. Their plan was missing something crucial, me. Chapter 29. Achilles Argent POV. I couldn't believe it. Lucifer is alive? The realization hit me like a cold gust of wind, stirring something dark and determined within me. Hunters, assemble. My voice boomed, cutting through the air like a blade. I watched as they gathered, their faces set in grim determination. No leniency, I ordered, my tone ice cold. Eliminate them all, but Lucifer is mine. The words left my lips with a finality that left no room for doubt. They moved swiftly, preparing the paralyzing devices with practiced precision. The plan was simple: toss the devices high into the air, then activate them at the apex, allowing the dust to scatter and descend upon those unwelcome beings like a powerful cloud. We would bring the conflict to them, and they would be held accountable for every violation. As the hunters prepared their equipment, their eyes gleamed with the same ruthless resolve that burned within me. The tension in the air was thick, the kind that precedes a storm, and we were ready to unleash it. Lucifer may have recovered, but this time, I would be the one to ensure his complete defeat. Kiera Hartley POV. I saw the hunters, their movements quick and purposeful as they hurled something into the air. Panic surged through me, and I instinctively sped up, my wings slicing through the night. My clan had already crossed the hunters' borders, safe for now, but I couldn't let them get caught in this. Wait! Shane's voice echoed from behind me as he tried to catch up. But I was already too far gone, driven by a mix of fear and determination. They know. I shouted back at him, the realization chilling me to the bone. Retreat now. My voice cracked with urgency. I wasn't sure what I was thinking, only that this was my fault. My recklessness had put everyone at risk, and I had to make it right. Ignoring Shane's desperate plea, I flew straight towards the object the hunters had tossed into the sky, heart pounding in my chest. Kiera, no! Shane's scream was filled with terror, but I didn't stop. I was nearly upon it when the hunter's projectile found its mark. The object dispersed, releasing a cloud of fine dust that rained down on me. The pain was immediate, searing through my skin like fire. My wings faltered, and I started to fall. I gasped for air, but it felt like my lungs were constricting. My vision blurred, the world spinning as I fell towards the ground. Kiera! Shane's cry was the last thing I heard before I hit the earth with a hard impact, the force knocking the breath out of me. I tried to move, but my body refused to obey. My skin burned, every inch of me showing agony. I managed to whisper one word, barely audible as the darkness closed in. Vervain. Lucinda Teep's POV. Kiera's pained whisper reached our ears, Vervain. The single word sent a shockwave through our ranks. I watched in horror as she plummeted to the ground, her body showing distress, the once fierce individual now defeated and vulnerable. Shane's anguished cries echoed around us as he desperately tried to reach her, despair etched on his face. They know, I shouted, my voice carrying the urgency of our dire situation. My gaze darted to my mother, Queen Laverna, whose presence commanded authority even in the midst of chaos. Without hesitation, my mother took charge, her voice cutting through the fear like a blade. Avoid the devices, she vocalized loudly from above, her wings slicing through the air as she hovered in a stance of power and control. Her eyes blazed with determination as she surveyed the area below. And subdue those who initiated the action. Her command was as unyielding as steel, and we knew what had to be done. Lucifer's Aids POV. Chaos surrounded me as the different groups clashed, each side intent on overcoming the other. Individuals fell to the ground, some lifeless, others still struggling. Among the fray, I caught sight of Devon's father, subdued beneath an assailant, his struggle evident as he fought for his life. Instinct took over, and before I knew it, I was shoving the assailant off him. The creature showed its teeth at me, challenging me. No unnecessary harm, I commanded, my voice firm despite the raging storm of emotions within me. The assailant showed defiance. We don't take directives from you. Devon's father recovered his footing, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at me. I couldn't let him be injured, not after everything. Whose side are you on? Another strong individual, her presence exuding power, landed in front of me. Disappointment flickered across her face as she surveyed the scene. These people are just following directives, I argued, the words feeling heavy on my tongue. Directives to eliminate us, she vocalized intensely, her voice cutting through the din of conflict like a blade. She pointed around us at the others fighting for their lives. Look around. Look at your family and allies putting themselves at risk for you. Her eyes bore into mine as she added, now go and fulfill your purpose. I clenched my fists, my anger simmering just beneath the surface. You're not my mother to give me orders, I snarled, the defiance clear in my voice. The strong individual smiled faintly. I am your mother. With that, she spread her large form and took off into the air, leaving me stunned. What? Before I could process her words, Devon's father spoke, his voice pulling me back to reality. Lucifer. He stood there, looking at me with a mixture of fear and confusion. I spotted a tool near him, its projectiles gleaming. I knew those projectiles were treated as deadly to our kind. Without hesitation, I grabbed the tool and swiftly neutralized it, discarding the pieces. Leave if you want to save yourself, I stated, my voice leaving no room for argument as I turned to leave. My son, he called after me, stopping me in my tracks. He's detained because of you. I'm taking action to have him released. His words echoed in my mind, and for a moment, I hesitated. I'll get him out, I promised, my tone resolute. But my focus was already shifting to something far more urgent. I'd caught Valentine's scent, mingled with the unmistakable smell of life essence, her life essence. Gabriel's Aids POV. The adrenaline surged through me as I launched myself at a hunter, my teeth making contact with his shoulder before I hurled him against a nearby tree with a force that left him subdued on the ground. But the victory was short-lived. A sharp sound caught my attention, and my eyes darted to where another hunter had aimed a weapon at Gabriella. No. Panic surged through me as I sprinted towards her, my only thought to protect her at all costs. I could see the hunter's finger tightening on the trigger, and there was no time to lose. Ella, move. I mind-linked her urgently, seeing her mid-conflict in her wolf form, overcoming a hunter with a fierce action. She turned her head towards me, her eyes widening in alarm. Riel, no. Her voice echoed in my mind, filled with fear as she realized what I was about to do. I pushed myself harder, desperate to reach her before it was too late. The hunter's weapon was aimed directly at her, but just as he activated the tool, nothing happened. The weapon didn't function. Confusion flashed across the hunter's face as he frantically checked his equipment, trying to figure out what had gone wrong. Before he could make sense of it, Octavius's wolf appeared, a blur of fur and teeth as he charged at the hunter. The man's eyes widened in terror, and he turned tail, running as fast as he could with Octavius pursuing him closely. I looked around, my heart still pounding, and saw that every hunter armed with those specific tools was experiencing the same issue. They were all scrambling, trying to adjust their equipment, but none of them were working. What was going on? A part of me wanted to stop and figure it out, but there was no time for that. I rushed to Gabriella's side, my eyes scanning her for any issues. She shifted back to her human form, breathing heavily, but otherwise unharmed. Are you okay? I asked, my voice tinged with concern. She nodded, her eyes reflecting the same bewilderment I felt. What happened with the tools? I don't know, I replied, my mind racing. But we can't rely on chance. We need to keep moving. She agreed, and together we turned our focus back to the conflict, ready to face whatever came next. But the question lingered in the back of my mind. What had caused the hunter's weapons to fail at such a crucial moment? Adam 1 Levi POV. A satisfied grin spread across my face as the hunter's tools malfunctioned, their threat neutralized. Done, I muttered, the triumph evident in my voice. How did you do that? Evelyn's voice cut through the tension beside me, curiosity laced with awe. I glanced at her briefly, fingers still flying over my keyboard. Their tools were electronic, designed to mix the substance with the projectiles inside. I accessed their system and disabled them. But I'm not done yet, I still need to crack the house security system. My focus returned to the screen, eyes scanning the complex code. Come on, I urged silently. The security here was highly advanced, layers upon layers of encryption designed to keep people like me out. It was almost impressive. Almost. Are you in yet? Evelyn's voice was tense, a reflection of the urgency we both felt. Just need a few more minutes, I replied, the pressure mounting. Each keystroke was precise, calculated. I entered a sequence of letters and numbers, fingers moving almost faster than my thoughts. The code was intricate, but so was my determination. Seconds ticked by, each one feeling like an eternity. Sweat beaded on my forehead, but I couldn't afford to slow down. Come on, I thought again, feeling the strain, but refusing to let it break me. Every barrier they threw at me was just another challenge to overcome, another puzzle to solve. I'm close, I muttered, more to myself than to Evelyn, who was watching me intently. The last line of defense fell, and the system opened up before me. I was in. Got it, I finally said, the relief washing over me as I began overriding the security protocols. Now we had a chance at success. Evelyn let out a breath she'd been holding, her eyes shining with a mix of admiration and anticipation. Let's finish this, she said, her voice steady and resolved. Right, I agreed, the adrenaline still coursing through me as I continued my work. I disabled their tools, accessed their system, and now it was time to turn the tide in our favor. Gabriel's aids POV. Switch to regular equipment. They might not eliminate them, but it'll slow them down. A hunter's voice rang out, sharp and commanding. Immediately, they obeyed, drawing handheld tools and utilizing them. The projectiles found their marks, causing temporary discomfort across our bodies, but it wasn't enough to stop us. Our recovery kicked in almost instantly, expelling the projectiles, but each hit still caused a painful sensation. Take action. Gabriella's vocalization reverberated in our minds, a fierce command that sparked the fury within us. My wolf surged forward, eager to obey. But then another voice cut through the chaos, one that made my blood run cold. No individuals should be harmed, Lucifer vocalized intensely, his figure appearing in a blur, faster than any of us could track. He was still in human form, standing amidst the chaos, yet his presence was undeniable, like a force of nature. "And that's a directive," he commanded, his voice carrying an authority that made every one of us hesitate. What the heck? Confusion rippled through our group. We were in the midst of conflict, and Lucifer was protecting the hunters? Unfaithful one. Alpha Noah's voice conveyed deep accusation in our heads. It wasn't just anger. It was betrayal that laced his words, a deep wound that threatened to tear us apart from within. Chapter 30. Lucifer's Aide's POV. You don't have the power to command. Noah's voice cut through the chaos, his words sharp and dripping with contempt. My jaw clenched, every muscle in my body tensing as his accusation settled over me like a suffocating weight. But I wasn't about to let him undermine me. Not here, not now. Not yet. I snapped back in the mind link, my tone laced with aggression. The words were barely out before I felt the surge of defiance ripple through me, feeding my wolf's restless energy. Noah might be Valentine's father, a seasoned alpha with years of experience and authority, but I wasn't some young person to be dismissed. I knew what I was doing, even if it meant going against everything that was expected of me. I wasn't here to spill life essence unnecessarily. I wasn't here to perpetuate the cycle of hatred that had taken so much from us already. But that didn't mean I was weak. It didn't mean I was willing to surrender and let someone else dictate the terms of this conflict. Not Noah, not anyone. I could feel his anger simmering through the link, a dangerous edge to it, but I didn't back down. I met it head-on, my own frustration fueling the fire. Every instinct screamed at me to assert my dominance, to prove that I was worthy of leading, of protecting those who mattered to me. The area of conflict was still chaos, the clash of sounds and the cries of the wounded filling the air, but my focus was razor-sharp. I could sense the tension in the group, their confusion, their uncertainty as they struggled to reconcile my commands with the brutality of the fight. But I couldn't afford to second-guess myself. Not now. Not when everything was on the line. Gabriel's Aide's POV. Gabriel, I'm counting on you. Lucifer's voice echoed in my mind, the weight of his words heavy and filled with expectation. I hesitated, caught between loyalty and doubt. What could I do? And more importantly, what was Lucifer trying to achieve? His commands conflicted with everything we'd been taught, everything that felt right in the heat of conflict. I glanced at my father, Alpha Zades, the rightful alpha, the one with the authority to lead our group in these dire times. Even if I wanted to follow Lucifer's orders, how could I defy my father, the alpha, whose leadership we've always respected? Ella, I called out to Gabriella through our telepathic link, my voice uncertain yet urgent. Make sure no individuals pass, I instructed, even as the words felt foreign on my tongue. What? Why? Gabriella's confusion mirrored my own. I don't know, I began, my thoughts racing, searching for clarity in the chaos. Lucifer doesn't know what he's doing. These are those who cause harm, Gabriel. They've injured many of us. Gabriella's voice was firm, laced with anger and disbelief. And she was right. These individuals, these aggressors, had caused harm to so many of our brothers and sisters. They didn't deserve leniency, not after all the suffering they'd inflicted. Yet, here I was, caught between the love for my brother and the loyalty to my pack. The conflict gnawed at me, tearing me apart from the inside. I'm sorry. Our goal is to save Valentine and secure the future of the Midnight Pack, and we'll do it no matter the cost. I mind-linked back to Lucifer, my heart heavy with the decision. But as the connection faded, a sense of inner turmoil lingered in the air. I was torn between two leaders, two visions for our future. Was it right to let kindness take precedence over justice? Or was there something more profound in Lucifer's plan that I couldn't see? Despite my doubts, I knew one thing for sure. Whatever happened next, I would have to live with the consequences of this choice. Lilith R.A. POV. I applied force to the hunter's shoulder, the sensation of his life essence bitter and metallic on my tongue. His cry of discomfort cut through the chaos of conflict, a stark reminder of the intense situation we were engulfed in. The sight of life essence flowing from his wound made my stomach churn, a wave of nausea threatening to overwhelm me. My mind wasn't fully present in the fight. Fear gnawed at me, a deep, unsettling fear that had nothing to do with the hunters around me. I was haunted by my own decisions, by the choices I'd made that led me to this moment. I shouldn't have transformed into my wolf form. I shouldn't have got involved in this conflict. I should have stayed away, should have protected myself and what was growing inside me. Gabriel and I had barely spoken in the past month. His focus was unwaveringly on rescuing Valentine and dealing with the consequences of his brother's actions. I understood his priorities, but the silence between us had grown unbearable. We drifted apart, and I found myself isolated, battling not just the enemies, but also the turmoil within my own heart. I had something important to tell him, something that had been weighing on me for weeks. I was pregnant, 1 month along, and nobody knew. Not that I had many friends or confidants in the pack to share this with. My sister had been sent away to find a remedy, her youth making her unaware of the gravity of such matters. I was alone in this, facing the reality of impending motherhood when I wasn't even ready to embrace it. Every day, I considered the option of ending this pregnancy, weighed down by the harsh reality of our situation and the fear of being a mother in the middle of a conflict. Gabriel had been so absorbed in his duties that I was beginning to wonder if he even realized I was fighting beside him. The weight of the decision about this pregnancy, to consider what was best for me amidst the chaos, was a heavy burden. It felt like I was caught between two worlds, one where I fought fiercely and one where I questioned my place and purpose. The conflict raged around me, but inside, I was struggling with a personal war of my own. As I fought, each strike and each action was a reminder of the life I carried, a life that felt both precious and burdensome. I needed to talk to Gabriel, to confront him about my fears and the reality of my situation. But every moment felt like the wrong time, and as the chaos swirled around me, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was fighting not just for survival, but for the chance to choose my future. Lucifer's Aids POV. The hunters were diminishing. Their once legendary status felt hollow amidst the chaos of their own downfall. I couldn't help but acknowledge that fighting against both groups simultaneously was a daunting task, and their lack of preparation was evident. I had to get inside. Slipping through the underground entrance, I was met with an immediate setback. The security codes had been changed. The familiar sequence of numbers that once granted me entry now triggered loud warnings. The noise was intense, and soon enough, 3 hunters converged on me. Among them, one stood out, a face I recognized. Mr. Warrior, I addressed him, nodding towards the man I knew from my hunter days. Raphael, Leonardo, Donatello, and Michelangelo's father. His gaze was icy, and his weapon was aimed directly at me. The other 2 hunters flanked him, their weapons trained on me as well. I attempted to reach for my own weapon at my side, but Mr. Warrior's warning was clear. His finger was poised on the trigger, and I could sense the threat in his posture. "What a disappointment," he said with a touch of disdain. The once mighty Lucifer, reduced to a mere wolf. The hunter to Mr. Warrior's left sneered. "Leave while you can." I gritted my teeth. Or what? The words came out with aggression, my patience wearing thin. In a split second, my enhanced speed allowed me to seize one of them, my grip firm and unyielding. I moved his neck, exposing it to me, and showed my teeth in a threatening display. "He's going to face serious consequences," I warned. Despite his precarious position, Mr. Warrior's defiance was evident. "Use your tool on him," he commanded, his voice steady even when facing danger. The nerve of him. My eyes glowed an ominous red, and the hunter's surprise was palpable. The door to the building began to open, an unexpected turn of events that I didn't question, but was grateful for. Using the distraction to my advantage, I threw Mr. Warrior away from me and darted through the doorway. With a quick, decisive action, I pulled down the emergency lever, sealing the door shut behind me. The sound of the closing mechanism was a small victory amidst the chaos, giving me a brief respite from the immediate threat. Valentine Winters POV. The door burst open with a crash, and my heart leapt as Lucifer stormed into the room. His presence was overwhelming, his eyes glowing an intense red, his body marked with life essence. My breath caught in my throat at the sight of him. Lucifer. The words slipped out in a mix of relief and disbelief. He glanced at the doctor, and in an instant, the room's atmosphere shifted from desperate to dangerous. Lucifer's hand was around the doctor's neck, pinning him against the wall. The doctor's feet dangled helplessly, and his eyes widened in terror. "No," I cried out, my voice trembling. He was trying to help me. Lucifer's gaze flickered to me, and upon hearing my plea, he released the doctor, letting him fall to the floor. The doctor gasped for air, his throat reddened from the restriction. Lucifer's eyes softened as he approached me, his touch both strong and gentle as he brushed my hair away from my face. "We've got to go," he said, urgency etched in his voice and worry clouding his expression. I could barely process his words, my body still racked with pain from labor. The doctor coughed weakly, his voice strained but clear. "She's in labor. Her contractions are long. This happens to some people. She needs to push the second baby out." Lucifer's confusion was palpable as he turned to the doctor, his gaze flickering between him and me. "Second baby?" His voice was laced with both shock and concern. Chapter 31. Valentine Winters POV. I offered Lucifer a faint smile, nodding in acknowledgement of his presence. The doctor, with careful movements, placed the first baby in a soft cradle beside us, wrapped snugly in a white towel. He approached Lucifer, presenting the newborn with a gentle reverence. Lucifer's expression transformed as he gazed upon the tiny bundle. There was a moment of profound admiration in his eyes, softening his usually fierce demeanor. "It's a boy," I whispered, my voice barely audible. Lucifer's gaze was fixed on the baby as he took him into his arms. He held the baby delicately, cradling him with an awe-stricken tenderness. "He has your brown eyes," Lucifer noted softly, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on my forehead. The brief moment of calm was shattered as a new wave of contraction seized me. I whimpered in pain, my body trembling with each surge. Lucifer's eyes were immediately on me, his face reflecting both concern and resolve. I had managed to bring our first baby into the world, but the thought of enduring the pain again for the second child filled me with dread. I could see the fear in Lucifer's eyes as he observed me, his own turmoil evident. Using his supernatural speed, Lucifer placed our son back into the cradle with meticulous care before returning to my side. His movements seemed almost too swift, too fluid. Had his speed always been like this? The pain intensified, causing me to scream once more. My heartbeat raced as I pushed with all my might, clinging desperately to Lucifer's hand. I could feel the pressure building, and I squeezed his hand with a vice-like grip, not caring about the discomfort I might be causing him. "I can't," I cried, my voice cracking as I leaned my head back onto the pillow. My legs quivered uncontrollably. "Valentine," Lucifer's voice was firm, yet tender. "You need to push our baby now." I glared at him, frustration and anger bubbling inside me. Did he truly understand the agony of childbirth? His insistence felt almost like an added weight to my suffering. "You did this to me," I shouted, my voice breaking with the intensity of my pain. "We did it together," he huffed under his breath, his face showing a mixture of empathy and exasperation. "Push." With a renewed burst of energy, I screamed and pushed with every ounce of strength I had left. Lucifer winced as I squeezed his hand, but his focus remained steadfast. His support, though strained, was unwavering. Exhaustion took over as I finally delivered our second baby. I collapsed back onto the bed, my body drenched in sweat and trembling from the effort. The doctor, ever professional, held the newborn securely. "Do you want to cut the umbilical cord?" the doctor asked Lucifer, his voice steady despite the chaos that surrounded them. Lucifer's eyes narrowed at the question. "No," he replied, shaking his head in confusion. "Never mind," the doctor said, and proceeded to cut the cord before wrapping the baby in another white towel. I let go of Lucifer's hand, and he went over to carry the baby as the doctor passed the baby to him. "It's a girl." The doctor spoke. "A girl? I want to see her," I said. He brought her over to me, placing her gently in my arms. The baby's face was round and pink, her eyes slowly opened to reveal Lucifer's striking, icy blue gaze. "She has your eyes," I murmured, my voice laden with fatigue and love. The drowsiness began to pull me under, my limbs feeling heavy and unresponsive. I could barely keep my eyes open, the throbbing discomfort and exhaustion overwhelming my senses. "No, you don't." Lucifer's voice cut through the fog. He carefully took our daughter from my arms and handed her back to the doctor for safekeeping. "You need to get up," he said, his voice gentle but insistent as he supported me, trying to lift me with a hand on the back of my neck. "I can't," I whimpered, the words escaping through my labored breaths. My body was too weak, too drained to move. "I know, but there's no time, baby girl." "We need to leave now," Lucifer said, his voice a blend of urgency and tenderness. He pulled me gently, his determination clear as he tried to help me rise despite my protests. Lucifer's aide's POV. I stood there, grappling with the overwhelming reality of the situation. My mind raced as I tried to figure out how to carry Valentine and our newborns out of this perilous place. The weight of the task was nearly crushing. How could I possibly manage this alone? In a moment of desperation, I reached out mentally to Gabriel. "I found Valentine," I sent, my thoughts tinged with urgency. "But I need help." The reply came swiftly. "Where are you?" "Inside, but I'll be out in a while," I told him, the words barely containing the anxiety I felt. I turned back to the doctor, who was still processing the chaos around him. "Can we trust you to help us?" I asked, my voice strained but firm. He hesitated, his eyes darting around as if weighing the risks. "I'll try the best I can," he finally said, his resolve firming up. Turning my focus back to Valentine, I saw the exhaustion etched deeply into her features. She was frail, her strength drained by the ordeal, but I needed her to cooperate. I couldn't bear the thought of leaving anyone behind, not when there was a chance to save her and our children. "You need to stand up and walk," I instructed gently, trying to mask my own fear behind a facade of calm authority. I helped her shift from lying down to sitting on the edge of the bed. Her movements were slow, deliberate, and filled with an exhaustion that seemed to seep into her very bones. I watched her closely, my heart aching as I saw her struggle to find her footing. "Try standing up, okay?" I encouraged her, my voice a whisper of support. With a deep breath, Valentine pushed herself up from the bed. Her legs wobbled, and she closed her eyes for a brief moment, gathering her strength. I knew her wolf's healing abilities should be initiated by now, but the toll of childbirth was evident. Chapter 32. Lucifer's aide's POV. Cradling my baby girl in my arms, I felt an unfamiliar, almost surreal sense of responsibility. My heart was racing, not just from the urgency of our escape, but from the profound realization that I was now a father. The tiny, delicate form of my daughter felt both incredibly fragile and impossibly precious against the chaos around us. The doctor, still slightly shaken but resolute, held my baby boy with a steady grip. I could see the concern in his eyes, but he nodded, acknowledging the urgency of our situation. With my left arm securing my daughter close to me, I reached for the weapon with my right hand. The weight of the equipment was a harsh reminder of the intense situation that surrounded us, but it was a necessary tool for our survival. "Follow my lead," I instructed, my voice firm despite the adrenaline surging through me. The gravity of the moment hung heavily in the air, and I needed them to understand the seriousness of our situation. Adam 1 Levi POV. I muttered under my breath, indeed, these people have cameras everywhere. The security system was a labyrinth of high-tech surveillance, but I'd managed to bypass it to open the tunnel gate for Lucifer. He'd been quick to pull the lever down, sealing off the entrance before the hunters could swarm us. The sound of the gate creaking open was like a signal for progress, a sliver of hope amidst the chaos. I glanced back at Evelyn, who stood by the car, her eyes wide with concern and determination. "I need to go," I said, opening the car door with a decisive motion. Evelyn's face fell. "You're just going to leave me here?" I met her gaze, knowing my response would be difficult for her. I'm the beta. It's my duty to protect the group, and right now, my place is with them. Can I come too? Her voice was a mix of pleading and frustration. I shook my head. You'd slow me down. You don't have the fighting skills required for what's ahead. Her lips parted as if she wanted to argue, but I cut her off. Just stay here until I come back. Please. It's not a question. It's an order. The look in her eyes was a blend of hurt and resignation. I hated to be so harsh, but the situation left no room for sentiment. We were in the middle of a conflict, and every second counted. Without waiting for her response, I shifted into my wolf form. The transformation was swift, my body melding into the powerful, sleek form of my wolf. I felt the ground beneath my paws and the rush of the wind as I sprinted toward the group. Gabriel's aide's POV. The sudden clamor of the building's doors being forced open threw the hunters into disarray. Their confusion mirrored ours as we watched the scene unfold. Panic rippled through them, their command to retreat cutting through the chaos like a blade. In the midst of the confusion, a familiar voice sliced through the clamor. Miss me? The voice was unmistakable, carrying a confident, almost relieved tone. I turned, my heart skipping a beat. Adam. I called out, disbelief mixing with a surge of hope. Adamon's wolf form burst into view, decisive and resolute. His eyes locked onto mine, radiating urgency. I barely had time to process his presence before he charged toward me. How? I began to ask, but Adam cut me off with a quick, determined motion. No time to explain, he mind-linked me urgently. We need to get in now. I know where Lucifer and Valentine are. There was no room for questions or doubts. His words were a lifeline, a beacon guiding us through the turmoil. I nodded, the sense of purpose reigniting in me as I followed his lead. Lucifer's aide's POV. I crept down the dimly lit hallway, my senses on high alert. Valentine and the doctor trailed behind me, their presence a fragile comfort amidst the chaos. Ahead, a lone hunter loomed, his walkie-talkie crackling with an urgent message. Fred, Lucifer is right down the hallway. Stop them. So they had cameras. Of course. Before Fred could react, I aimed and fired, the shots echoing through the corridor. The first shot struck him in the shoulder, the second in his leg. He fell to the ground, his cries of pain piercing the tension. I turned my attention to the security cameras lining the walls. Each one met its end as I fired, the lenses shattering into fragments that rained down, eliminating the prying eyes of the surveillance system. Movement caught my peripheral vision. I spun, weapon ready, only to come face to face with Gabriel and an unfamiliar wolf. The recognition hit me like a jolt, Adam 1. My wolf overreacted at the sight of the two unclothed men. Valentine's discomfort was palpable. Close your eyes or look away, I vocalized intensely at Valentine, my tone sharp despite my efforts to remain composed. I don't see them in that way, she replied, her voice steady. I don't care. Just do it, I sighed, frustration lacing my words. Gabriel and Adam 1 exchanged puzzled glances at my abruptness. Be quiet, I snapped, my patience fraying. I handed the baby girl to Gabriel, my voice firm. Careful with her. Turning to the doctor, I retrieved my baby boy, passing him to Adam 1 with a stern warning. One small issue, and I will come after you. Adam 1 swallowed hard, his expression one of genuine concern. He nodded, understanding the gravity of my threat. Now leave, I ordered. Ensure Valentine's safety. Gabriel's brow furrowed in concern. Where are you going? There are things I need to do, I replied, my voice resolute. Valentine's eyes widened with determination. I'll come with you. No, I said firmly. It's best if you go. I'm recovering. Let me come, she argued. It wasn't a request, I countered, my frustration boiling over. She met my gaze with unwavering resolve. I need to be there. I'm not asking for permission, I'm telling you. I grasped her shoulder, my emotions surging. Don't you understand? I can't lose you again. My voice broke with raw vulnerability. She touched my face gently. You won't lose me. But you need me too. We fight this together, she insisted. I sighed, the weight of her words settling on me. I glanced at Gabriel and Adawan, giving them a nod. They understood and began to move. "Don't you have anywhere else to be?" I directed at the doctor. He shrugged. "I'll follow them. I'm at risk if I stay here anyway." I took Valentine's hand in mine, her warmth a stark contrast to the cold metal of my weapon. She was right. I had always seen her as someone needing protection, a role I had become accustomed to. But now, standing here, I realized the depth of our connection and the strength we could wield together. Valentine's gaze was unwavering, her determination a beacon amidst the turmoil. I needed to shift my perspective. It was time to fight alongside her, not merely in front of her. Yet, even with this newfound understanding, my commitment to protecting her remained unshakable. No matter the cost, I would safeguard what was mine. Chapter 33. Valentine Winters' POV. When Lucifer's words hit me, telling me he couldn't lose me again, my heart tightened. I had thought he was gone, lost to me forever. To see him standing here now, alive and real, was almost beyond comprehension. "I'm going to use my speed to get us there. Hold on to me, okay?" Lucifer's voice broke through my thoughts. Confusion crossed my face. "We have the same speed," I said, trying to make sense of his statement. "There are some things you've missed," he replied, shaking his head. Before I could question further, he pulled me close. His grip was firm yet reassuring. And then, in a blur of motion, we were moving. The sensation was dizzying, my head spinning as we sped through the corridors, finally reaching the dungeon. 2 hunters stood guard, oblivious to our approach. "I'll subdue the one on the left. You subdue the one on the right," Lucifer instructed, his voice steady. I nodded, ready for action. "There's one rule," he added, his tone serious. "No harming them." I frowned. "Why not? Do you know how much they caused me distress?" My voice was raw, filled with anguish. If that doctor hadn't helped me, I wouldn't be here. I struggled to reconcile his words with my own fury. "I've caused harm in this world. They don't deserve leniency. They murdered my kind." Lucifer's eyes darkened. So did I. I was taken aback. "If you weren't my mate, we wouldn't even be here. Causing them harm isn't the solution. This isn't you." "I don't care about what could have been," I snapped. "They told me you were deceased. You don't know what I went through. They showed me no leniency." Despite his protest, I moved swiftly, using my enhanced speed to incapacitate the guards. With a quick twist, I subdued them severely. Their bodies fell to the ground lifeless. "No," Lucifer breathed, staring at the fallen hunters. His voice was a mix of disappointment and sorrow. "They've harmed my people. They don't deserve leniency." "So did I," Lucifer interrupted, his gaze piercing through me. "If you weren't my mate, I'd be a monster in your eyes. Causing them harm isn't the way. This isn't who you are." I felt a surge of anger and pain. I don't care about what could have been. I was shown no leniency. I had to do what I had to do. As I approached the dungeon entrance, my gaze fell on the imprisoned figures within. Devon and a few others looked up, their faces a mix of disbelief and hope. The sight of their thin faces and exhausted forms struck me hard. Lucifer stepped forward, his expression determined. He aimed at the lock, and with a resounding shot, it splintered apart. The chains fell away, and the prisoners began to stir. "I can't believe it," Raphael said, his voice thick with emotion. "You're supposed to be gone," Leonardo added, staring in shock. "I was," Lucifer confirmed, his voice steady despite the gravity of the moment. "But here I am. Now let's go." "There's no time to waste," he urged, motioning for everyone to move. Michelangelo's gaze fell on my abdomen, his expression sorrowful. "I'm sorry for your loss." I bristled, anger flaring. "They're alive," I snapped, my voice sharp. Donatello applied a light correctional touch to Michelangelo's head. "Idiot," he muttered, clearly annoyed. As the group started to make their way out, Devon turned to Lucifer. "Where's your grandfather?" "I'm not sure," Lucifer began, but before he could finish, a chilling voice cut through the air. "Looking for me?" The voice was smooth, mocking, and unmistakably familiar. Lucifer's grandfather appeared before us, his presence both ominous and imposing. The tension in the air was palpable, and the path to our escape suddenly seemed more treacherous than ever. Adam 1 Levi POV. Follow me, I instructed Gabriel, my voice carrying the urgency of the situation. Gabriel gave me a sidelong glance, his expression a mix of confusion and mild irritation. I feel a bit weird with someone else giving orders, but all right. You know what I mean, I replied, frustration seeping through my tone. He nodded, understanding the gravity behind my words. Our speed was relentless as we raced to the car, Gabriel tailing my path. I gently placed the baby into the car seat, securing him with a precision born of practice. Gabriel raised an eyebrow when he saw the car. You took my car? His voice was tinged with surprise and annoyance. That's not important right now, I said, trying to stay focused. Whose babies are these? Evelyn asked from the passenger seat, her voice tinged with concern as she took in the tiny, fragile forms. I need you to take care of them while Gabriel and I head back, I instructed her, trying to keep my voice calm despite the chaos around us. Gabriel looked at Evelyn, clearly flustered. He adjusted his position, attempting to hide his lower half from her view with the car door, a flush of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. He placed the other baby carefully into the car seat next to the first, his hands gentle but deliberate. If she's recovered, why isn't she her age? Gabriel asked, his eyebrows knitting together in confusion. Also, cover yourself. She's a young person for goodness sake, Gabriel vocalized intensely, his tone a mix of frustration and concern. It's a long story, I sighed, rubbing the back of my neck. Gabriel's raised eyebrow told me he wasn't buying it. You better have a good one to tell Lilith, he said, his eyes suddenly widening as something seemed to dawn on him. Wait, Lilith. I don't know where she is. I frowned, trying to recall. Well, I didn't see her at the pack house, but then again, I wasn't there long enough to notice. Gabriel's expression shifted from worry to determination. It's all right. I caught her scent. She's here and she's injured. Without another word, he transformed into his white wolf, a blur of fur and muscle, and sprinted off in the direction of her scent. Chapter 34. Adam 1 Levi POV. There's something showing on your computer screen, Evelyn said, her voice tinged with concern. I kept my focus on the babies, knowing that their safety was my responsibility. If anything happened to them, I'd be the one to face the consequences. I glanced over at her, raising an eyebrow before moving toward the driver's seat. I was fully aware of my unclothed state, but modesty wasn't a priority right now. Besides, it's not like she hadn't seen it all before. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed her cheeks flush red, a soft blush creeping up her face. Amusing. But I needed to stay focused. Adam, snap out of it. I reminded myself, turning my attention to the situation at hand. Oh no, I muttered as I stared at the screen. What's wrong? Evelyn asked, her voice laced with worry. Someone's challenging my program, I explained, my fingers already moving to counter the threat. I'm not the only one with technical skills here. There's someone else, someone on the enemy side. I watched as the tools I had previously deactivated began to come back online. The realization hit me hard. Whoever was on the other end was good, maybe even better than I anticipated. Keep an eye on the babies, I instructed Evelyn, my voice firm. I've got my work cut out for me. As she nodded, I dove back into the digital battlefield, my mind racing to outmaneuver my unseen opponent. Lilith RA POV. The sharp sting of a projectile tore through my shoulder, making me grunt in pain. I vocalized intensely at the hunter in front of me, my body fighting to push the metal out. Just as I felt the wound begin to close, another shot rang out, this time hitting me in the thigh. This wasn't an ordinary projectile, it was treated with a powerful substance. Darn it. A searing pain shot through my leg, and I could feel the substance spreading fast. Dark fluid flowed from the wound as my strength started to fail me. My legs gave out, and I collapsed onto the ground, vocalizing defiantly as the two hunters circled me like predators. One of them aimed his treated weapon at me, ready to finish the job. But before he could activate the tool, Gabriel appeared out of nowhere, a white blur of fury. He pounced on the hunter, causing severe harm with a savage action, life essence splattering across my fur. The second hunter panicked, repeatedly firing his weapon at Gabriel as he advanced. But Gabriel's alpha bloodline granted him rapid recovery, and the projectiles barely slowed him down. With a final, fierce lunge, Gabriel made contact with the hunter's body, shaking him violently before tossing his lifeless form to the ground. Life essence dripped from Gabriel's mouth, his fur stained red. "Are you okay?" Gabriel's voice echoed in my mind, laced with a wild edge as he neared me, his eyes showing protective rage. I glanced at the wound on my thigh, feeling the substance still coursing through my veins. My gaze met his, and I saw the deep concern in his wolf's eyes, a rare vulnerability that almost broke me. "No," I admitted, my voice trembling slightly in our mind link. Valentine Winters POV. "The tools are active again," one of the hunters announced, his voice cold and detached, as he faced the aggressive figure standing in front of me. Suddenly, they threw the doctor who had risked everything to help me to the ground. He hit the floor hard, a sickening thud echoing through the room. The aggressive figure, Achilles, stood over him, his eyes burning with hatred. "A deceptive person in my house," Achilles sneered. Without warning, he raised his weapon and used it on the doctor's head. The sound echoed through the space, freezing me in place. My breath caught in my throat as shock rippled through me, my eyes wide with horror at the brutal action that had just unfolded before me. "No," I whispered, my voice barely audible as tears welled up in my eyes, blurring my vision. I dropped to my knees beside the doctor's lifeless body, my heart breaking for the man who had passed away because of me for me. He had a life, maybe even a family waiting for him to return. Now, because of me, they would be left waiting forever. "You aggressor!" I screamed, my voice shaking with rage and grief as I cradled the doctor's head in my lap, his life essence warm against my skin. The world felt like it was spinning out of control, the weight of his passing crashing down on me. Achilles turned the weapon towards Lucifer, his eyes narrowing with hatred. "I was supposed to take your young one away, a consequence for my son being detained and his action on my other relative. My son assisted you, and you betrayed this group," Achilles continued, his voice conveying intense negative emotion. "What happened was not my fault," Lucifer defended, his voice tight with controlled anger. "He should have just let me go. You caused harm to his son." Achilles roared, his voice filled with fury and pain. "He left me no choice." Lucifer shot back, his voice rising with emotion. Achilles scoffed, shaking his head. "Everybody has a choice," he said, his tone eerily calm. A sinister smile crept onto his face as he turned the weapon on me. "I didn't get the desired outcome, but nothing will cause you more distress than eliminating her," Achilles sneered, his eyes glinting with malice. "Something I should have done the moment I had my hands on her." The world slowed as Achilles prepared to use his tool. The sound rang out, intense and final. Gabriel's aide's POV. The choice loomed over me like a shadow. Should I stay and fight, or take Lilith back to the pack house where she could be safe? I could have asked Gabriella to help take Lilith back, but my wolf's voice vocalized intensely within me, making the decision clear. Tend to our connection first. The urgency in his voice resonated deep within me, leaving no room for hesitation. I moved quickly, gently holding Lilith, guiding her away from the life essence-marked area of conflict. The area around us was eerily quiet. There were no wolves, strong beings, or hunters in sight. Shift, I mind-linked her, my tone leaving no room for argument. Too weak to protest, Lilith obeyed, her body transforming into her human form. The sight of her, unclothed and vulnerable, with deep marks across her skin, sent a chill down my spine. Her legs were severely affected, spreading closer to her hips. Toxicity, she whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. A wave of fear and panic clawed at my senses. I had to act fast. Mount on me now and hold on tight, I instructed, keeping my voice steady even though my mind was racing. I lowered myself, moving low so she could climb onto my wolf form. Once she was securely on my back, I took off, my legs moving with everything I had, pushing for speed, pushing to get her to safety. The journey back to the pack house felt like an eternity, every second stretching as I ran, the weight of Lilith's weakening body pressing against me. My mind flickered back to the area of conflict, wondering what was happening there, what I had left behind. But I couldn't afford to think about that now. My mate needed me. Chapter 35. Gabriel's Aids POV. The moment I reached the pack house, I shifted back to my human form, my heart pounding in my chest. My eyes caught sight of some clothes hanging outside, and without a second thought, I grabbed a pair of pants and slipped them on. I didn't have time for modesty. I needed to get Lilith to safety. Carrying her in my arms, I burst into the clinic, my voice echoing through the halls as I shouted, "Pack doctor, now." The urgency in my voice brought the doctors rushing in. I gently laid Lilith on the bed, but the moment she hit the mattress, her body showed signs of severe discomfort. The doctors moved quickly, holding her down and placing a padded stick between her teeth to prevent her from biting her tongue during the struggle. "Young Alpha, you need to leave," one of the doctors ordered, his tone firm but understanding. Leave? How could I leave her like this? My heart was torn apart watching her suffer, but I knew I had to trust them. "Please, let us do our job," another doctor insisted, his eyes pleading with me to step back. Reluctantly, I backed out of the room, fury and fear warring inside me. I paced the corridor, my thoughts a chaotic mess. I couldn't get the image of her abdomen out of my mind. Was it an after effect of the harmful substance? Was there something more concerning at play? Riel? My mother's voice pulled me out of my thoughts. She rushed over, her face etched with concern, and sat beside me, her hand resting on my shoulder. "What happened?" she asked, her voice trembling as she noticed the raw worry on my face. "It's Lilith," I vocalized softly, barely able to keep my emotions in check. "She got hurt." My voice broke as I admitted the truth I'd been avoiding. "It's my fault. I was so consumed with this conflict that I neglected her." My mother pulled me into a tight embrace, her warmth and love offering a fleeting moment of comfort. "It's not your fault, Gabriel," she murmured, trying to soothe the storm inside me. I took a deep breath, trying to focus. "We found Valentine and carried their babies to safety," I continued, my thoughts finally catching up to the gravity of the situation. My mother stiffened beside me. "Babies?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Twins," I nodded, the weight of the realization crashing down on me. I'd left them there, unguarded, with danger all around. "Where are they?" she asked, her tone urgent, concern flashing in her eyes. "Back at the hunter's territory," I confessed, the guilt tightening around my chest like a vice. "Who's guarding the babies?" she pressed, her voice rising with a mix of fear and anger. "Lilith's sister, Evelyn," I answered, watching the flicker of disappointment and frustration in her expression. Valentine Winters POV. The moment Achilles prepared to use his tool, I braced myself for the impact, expecting pain, darkness, something, but it never came. Instead, I felt a pair of hands grasp me firmly, pulling me away from the area of danger. But these hands, this touch, weren't Lucifer's. I looked up, confused, to see a woman I didn't recognize holding onto me. Her eyes were sharp, calculating, as she quickly released me, stepping back. Then, something strange happened. When Achilles turned his gaze toward her, his eyes widened in shock, disbelief clouding his features. His usually confident demeanor faltered, and his brows furrowed as if he were staring at a spectral image. "Laverna," Achilles stammered, his voice trembling with a mixture of shock and something else I couldn't quite place. "If it isn't my family connection," the woman responded, her tone conveying cold amusement. Family connection? My mind raced, trying to piece together what was happening. Who is this woman? And why did Achilles, of all people, react to her like that? "You're not supposed to be present. You're one of them." Achilles' voice cracked, his usual authority replaced by fear. Before I could process what he meant, two more women appeared, their movements blindingly fast. They descended upon the hunters surrounding Achilles, their teeth gleaming as they acted. The hunters barely had time to react before their bodies became lifeless on the ground. I was always one of them, the woman, Laverna, answered with a chilling calmness. The air was thick with tension, and I could feel Achilles' world crumbling around him. A young hunter, who had been locked in the dungeon, suddenly broke free. His desperate eyes scanned the room until they landed on one of the fallen hunters, an older man whose body lay unmoving. "No, Father," the young hunter screamed, his voice filled with anguish as he ran to the lifeless body. He collapsed beside it, crying intensely, his tears soaking into the ground. Lucifer's Aids POV. The rage boiled within me as I slammed Lucinda against the wall, my hand tightening around her throat. "I told you not to cause harm to them." My voice was a snarl, laced with anger and frustration. Lorraine rushed forward, shoving me away from Lucinda. "Look outside, Lucifer. Look at how many of us are gone," she shouted, her eyes burning with grief and fury. "These aggressors severely harmed us without leniency." "Enough." Laverna, my biological mother, commanded, her voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. The tension in the room shifted as all eyes turned to her. She turned her gaze toward my grandfather, Achilles Argent. He was the originator of so much pain and suffering, the man who had orchestrated this madness. Achilles met her stare with defiance, raising his weapon and activating it. But Laverna's reflexes were lightning fast. She caught the projectile midair, her hand closing around it effortlessly. "Treated substance, I see," she mused, examining the projectile with a chilling calm. "You know this won't cause me difficulty." Achilles' face twisted into a sneer. "We ran out of paralyzing agent," he vocalized, his bravado barely masking the defeat in his voice. "What are you waiting for? Just bring about my end already," he roared, desperation edging into his tone. Laverna scoffed, the disdain in her expression unmistakable. "You're not going down that easily." But Achilles had other plans. "I don't need you to," he muttered, a grim smile curling his lips. Before anyone could react, he turned the weapon on himself, activating it. The loud sound echoed in the room, and Achilles fell to the ground, lifeless. For a moment, the room was silent, the reality of it all settling in like a heavy fog. Laverna closed her eyes, her jaw clenched in a rare display of emotion. If only he'd done this before all of this started. "Could have saved us a lot," she muttered, shaking her head as if trying to shake off the weight of everything that had happened. But then a soft, rhythmic sound reached my ears, cutting through the silence. My brows furrowed as I strained to identify the sound. "Wait," I said, my voice sharp. "Can you hear that?" Lucinda nodded, her eyes wide with realization. "I hear it too," she confirmed, and Lorraine's expression mirrored our growing dread. Kneeling, I rolled Achilles' body over, my hands working quickly as I searched his pockets, tearing open his shirt. My blood ran cold as I uncovered a central explosive device strapped to his chest. "He always had a backup plan," I muttered, my heart racing. "It's an explosive device. Move now," I shouted, urgency surging through me as I vocalized the command to everyone. We had less than 30 seconds to evacuate the building. As the others began to scatter, Valentine's voice cut through the chaos. "Lucifer," she called, her tone trembling with worry. "The young hunters, they're not fast enough to get out." Her eyes started to Devon and the others, the fear in her gaze mirroring my own. Chapter 36. Gabriel's Aids POV. "How could you have just left the babies there?" My mom's voice was sharp, laced with a mix of anger and concern as she gripped the steering wheel, her knuckles white with tension. The car sped down the road toward enemy territory, and I could feel the weight of her disappointment pressing down on me. Lilith was hurt. I had no choice, I defended myself, my voice tight. The memory of Lilith's pain, the fear that gripped me as I watched her suffer, still lingered in my mind. "Newborn babies, Gabriel." My mom's voice softened, but the reprimand was still there. "I understand that Lilith was hurt, but you could have asked someone else to bring the babies home." Her words hit me like a punch to the gut. It didn't even cross my mind at the time. All I could think about was getting Lilith back to the pack house, making sure she was safe. But now, with my mother's words echoing in my ears, I realized how short-sighted I'd been. I began, but the words died in my throat. Excuses wouldn't change the fact that I'd left the babies behind in a dangerous place. And Valentine, she continued, shaking her head, her brows furrowed in frustration. As their mother, she should have been there with them. Lucifer Argent's POV. The urgency of the situation gripped me as I mind-linked to the pack, my voice carrying the weight of the impending danger. There's an explosive device in the building. Everyone leave this place. I could feel the collective fear and confusion as my message reached those who needed to hear it. There are others in different cells. Devon's voice cut through the chaos, his eyes wide with concern. I ran a hand through my hair, trying to think clearly despite the ticking clock. The stakes were high, lives were at risk, and it was all too much. Then an idea struck me, clear and desperate. I can take his body outside, far away from the building. If I move fast enough, no one gets hurt. My voice was firm as I met Devon's gaze. Free the others. I bent down, ready to grab Achilles' body and carry out my plan, but before I could, Laverna stepped in front of me. She shielded me from the lifeless body of my grandfather. She gently took hold of Achilles, her expression softening as she looked down at me, a small, sad smile on her lips. "Take care of the others, my son," she whispered, her words filled with a mix of love and resolve. What? The realization of what she intended hit me hard, but before I could react, she vanished, taking the explosive and Achilles with her, away from the building. The countdown ticked away in my mind, only 15 seconds left. "No, Mother, no." Lorraine's voice broke through, filled with anguish as she stared at the spot where Laverna had been. Lucinda's face mirrored the same worry and shock. But there was no time to dwell on it. The weight of the situation bore down on me, pushing aside my grief. Laverna had sacrificed herself to save us all, and I wouldn't let her sacrifice be in vain. "Let's go, free the others," I said to Devon, my voice steady despite the turmoil inside me. There was still work to be done, lives to save. Laverna had given us a chance, and I wasn't about to waste it. Gabriella Zade's POV. The urgency of Lucifer's warning echoed in my mind as I bolted through the woods, but a sudden, searing pain shot through me, forcing me to stop dead in my tracks. Octavius. Fear gripped my heart as I tried to reach out to him through our bond. "Octavius, where are you?" My mind link went out, desperate, but there was nothing but silence in return. Frantically, I caught the faintest whiff of a scent and followed it, my paws pounding against the earth. My heart dropped when I found him, Octavius, my mate, lying unconscious on the ground, vulnerable and human. "No." I rushed to his side, my snout nudging his face, willing him to wake up, to give me any sign that he was still with me. But he remained still, his skin cold against my touch. My eyes traveled to the two wounds, one in his abdomen and the other in his shoulder. Dark fluid flowed from them, thick and toxic, the unmistakable scent of the harmful substance filling the air. Panic surged through me, my heart pounding in my chest. My wolf showed intense worry, desperate to save her mate. I could feel her anxiety blending with my own, making it hard to think, to breathe. I nuzzled the wounds, trying to assess the damage, but the toxic substance was spreading too fast. "Zachary, I need help." I called out, my mind a swirl of fear and desperation. Time seemed to stretch unbearably until, within moments, Zachary appeared at my side, his face grave as he examined Octavius. The tension in the air was thick, and just as Zachary began to assess the situation, a massive explosion rocked the sky. The shockwave hit us hard, sending fragments raining down, igniting the dry leaves around us. Fire began to spread quickly, the crackling of flames adding to the chaos. "Move now." My father's voice thundered in our heads, an order laced with urgency. Gabriel Zade's POV. Why is there a big red ball of fire in the sky? My mom's voice trembled with a mix of confusion and fear as she stared ahead. I followed her gaze, my heart sinking as I saw a massive explosion lighting up the sky near the Hunter's building. The fiery plume seemed to stretch endlessly, a horrifying beacon of destruction. Panic surged through me, twisting my stomach into knots. My mom's face mirrored my own shock. Her eyes were wide, and her grip on the steering wheel tightened. Without a word, she pressed down hard on the accelerator, the car lurching forward as we sped toward the source of the chaos. Lucifer's aide's POV. "Let's go," Alvin urged, his voice strained as he tugged at Theodore's arm. "No." Theodore's shout was raw with grief as he clung desperately to their father's lifeless form. I glanced over to see Lucinda, her face turned away from the scene, her eyes tightly shut as though she could block out the horror by sheer will. "We need to hurry. The forest is on fire," Lorraine's voice cut through the chaos, panic evident in her tone. Simon, the middle brother, knelt beside Theodore, his embrace brief but heartfelt as he tried to help Theodore stand. Despite their efforts, Theodore remained unmoved, locked in his anguish. "Come on," Alvin and Simon urged, their voices blending with the roar of distant flames. Devin and I worked swiftly, freeing the young hunters trapped in the cell areas. Lucinda and Lorraine had already left to coordinate their clans, their faces grim but resolute. As we emerged from the building, the sight that met us was a ghastly tableau. The ground was littered with lifeless bodies, hunters, strong beings, and werewolves, all fallen in the carnage. The aftermath of the battle was a devastating scene, and the fire was creeping closer, sending thick plumes of smoke into the air. The scene was nothing short of apocalyptic. Survivors mourned some of the fallen, their cries mingling with the crackling flames. The devastation was overwhelming, a visual testament to the sheer scale of the tragedy that had unfolded. Valentine's eyes widened in horror as she took in the devastation. Her body trembled, her mind struggling to process the scale of the destruction before her. I reached out, intertwining my fingers with Valentine's in an attempt to ground her. "We have to move," I urged, trying to pull her away from the scene. But she didn't budge. Her gaze was fixed on the chaos, her face a mask of disbelief and sorrow. Chapter 37. Valentine Winters' POV. The scene before me was a nightmarish tableau of devastation. Bodies, many of whom I had known for years, lay scattered across the ground. Their lifeless forms were a brutal reminder of the cost of this conflict. I couldn't hear anything over the deafening silence that enveloped me, punctuated only by a rising, shrill ringing in my ears. The world around me seemed to blur, my vision narrowing to the horrific landscape of fallen comrades and friends. My mind was frozen, unable to process the full extent of the tragedy. Lucifer's voice cut through the fog of my thoughts, though it felt distant and muted. I saw him moving towards me, his face a mask of concern and urgency, but his words were lost in the chaos that swirled inside my head. He tried to move me, to get me to respond, but my body felt leaden, unresponsive. As I stood rooted to the spot, a sensation began to creep over me, a feeling of falling, of sinking deeper into a void where I had no control. It was as though something was taking over my body. Gabriel's aide's POV. As we arrived at the territory, I led my mom toward the car Adam had left behind. Adam was still inside, his attention fixed on the babies in the back seat. My mom's gaze fell on Adam, who, in a state of surprise and embarrassment, scrambled to cover himself with his laptop. "Where are the babies?" my mom asked, her tone both urgent and exasperated. Adam's face turned crimson as he fumbled with his laptop, trying to shield his unclothed form. "Shoot. Luna," he mumbled, his eyes darting between my mom and the car's interior. My mom rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed. With a swift motion, she reached into the back of the car and carefully lifted one of the babies. "Newborns need warmth and support, Gabriel. You can't just leave them unattended like this," she lectured. I quickly took the other baby from Adam, cradling the tiny form with as much care as I could muster. Just as I adjusted the baby in my arms, a strange phenomenon seized our attention. The skies above darkened ominously, casting an eerie shadow over us. "What's happening?" I asked, my voice tinged with concern as I looked up at the darkening sky. Adam, his gaze still fixed on the unsettling sight above, muttered under his breath, "It's Valentine." My mom and I turned our attention to the sky. There, amidst the swirling storm clouds, Valentine's body floated high above the ground, her form eerily suspended in midair. Lucifer was desperately reaching for her, his grip firm on her hand, trying to pull her back down. "What's going on?" I asked again, this time more urgently. "She's manifesting her mother's gifts," my mom replied, her voice low and filled with dread. "This shouldn't be happening before her 18th birthday. The ancestors are displeased." The wind began to vocalize loudly around us, whipping up violently as if reacting to the disturbance above. The air was charged with an unsettling energy, and I could feel its force pressing against us. Lucifer Zaid's POV. "Lucifer, let her go," my father, Zaid's, instructed. But as I held Valentine's hand, watching her rise higher and higher, it felt as though the universe was mocking me. Just when I managed to hold on to her, she was being taken away again. "Why does this always happen?" "Please, son, trust me." Zaid's voice was filled with an urgency that tugged at my heart. I clenched my jaw, trying to keep the rising tide of frustration at bay. Slowly, with a heavy heart, I released her. The scene below was chaotic. Hunters, both old and young, were stunned and bewildered. Some fled in terror, their eyes wide with confusion. Valentine's body hovered high above the ground, her hair whipping around her like a dark halo in the fierce wind. Her eyes glowed with an intense, unearthly white light. The wolves began to vocalize in unison, their voices rising in a mournful, respectful chorus. They bowed in reverence and fear beneath her elevated figure. "The balance of the worlds has been affected," came a multitude of voices from Valentine's mouth, each one resonating with an authority that made the air itself tremble. Her brows were drawn together in a fierce scowl as she glared down at the hunters. "You have harmed innocent individuals. My family's well-being," she vocalized intensely, her voice echoing with a fury that seemed to affect the surroundings. "For that, all of you will face consequences," the voices intoned in unison. Valentine turned her gaze upward, toward the full moon, which shone with an almost blinding brilliance. The surroundings dimmed, leaving only the moon's light to illuminate the scene. "By the power vested by the moon goddess, we curse every one of the hunters to turn into wolves," she declared with a voice that resonated with divine authority. The hunters cried out in agony as their bodies convulsed and transformed. Bones adjusted and reformed, sprouted, and their human forms were replaced by vocalizing, terrified wolves. "This is not fair. The young hunters did nothing." I protested angrily, my voice breaking through the chaos. "Quiet." Valentine's combined voices thundered, silencing me instantly. My wolf whimpered within me, torn between submission and defiance, urging me to yield. I turned my gaze back to the transformation. All the hunters had morphed into wolves, including Devon and the warrior brothers. The forest fire that had raged earlier was swiftly extinguished as rain began to pour from the sky, soaking the ground and dousing the flames. Valentine's attention shifted to the bodies on the ground. Some were lifeless, while others were barely clinging to life. With a graceful gesture, she hovered her hand over the injured. "Heal the ones with a beating heart and give peace to those who don't," she instructed, her voice carrying a somber weight. The wounded began to stir as their injuries healed, while the truly past remained still. Valentine's eyes gradually returned to their natural chocolate brown, her divine strength visibly waning. As she prepared to collapse from exhaustion, a strong being rushed forward with incredible speed. He held a still female in his arms, tears streaming down his face. "Wait," he cried out, his voice choked with desperation. He knelt beside Valentine, placing the woman gently on the ground. "Please, she's my life. I can't live without her. Bring her back." Valentine's gaze softened with empathy as she looked at the grieving individual. "She is too far gone, child," she said gently. "No," he shouted, his voice breaking with anguish. "There must be something you can do." Valentine looked up at the moon goddess once more, then back at the desperate individual. "There is one thing I can do," she said with a weary smile. Valentine descended slowly, her strength nearly spent. She approached the woman, gently placing her hand on the deceased individual's head. "Second life, but as a wolf," she murmured. The woman's wounds healed instantly, and she stirred, awakening with a gasp. Valentine's own strength ebbed away, her form swaying as she began to falter. Without hesitation, I caught her in my arms, cradling her bridal style. Chapter 38. Lilith R.A. POV. The pain was unbearable. My screams echoed through the sterile room as the doctors fought to take out the projectile lodged in my thigh. Every movement, every pulse sent waves of agony through me, making my life essence flow freely. The world was a blur of white coats and urgent voices. They placed something over my nose, and the darkness began to close in. The last thing I remember was the muffled sounds of the operating room fading away. When I woke up, the steady sound of the life essence monitor was a stark contrast to the chaos I had just been through. I turned my head gingerly to find bandages wrapped tightly around my thigh. Relief and confusion washed over me as I tried to piece together how much time had passed. The door creaked open, and a pack doctor entered, balancing a tray of food. She smiled at me, her presence a comforting distraction from the pain. She placed the tray on the small table beside my bed, her eyes filled with warmth and concern. "Are you experiencing any more discomfort?" she asked gently. I shook my head, hoping to convey my gratitude with a simple gesture. She motioned for me to sit up, and I pushed myself away from the bed, wincing slightly. As she approached, I observed her unwrapping the bandages from my thigh. Her fingers were gentle yet precise, and her expression shifted to one of relief as she inspected the wound. The injury was recovering nicely. She discarded the bandages with a nod of approval. "You're going to be fine," she reassured me, her voice soft and encouraging. She gently touched my leg briefly before getting up to leave. "Wait," I called out, my voice trembling despite my efforts to remain steady. She paused and turned around, her face etched with confusion. "I need your help with something else," I said, struggling to keep my voice steady. The weight of what I was about to say pressed heavily on my chest. "Anything for the young alpha's mate," she replied, her smile fading slightly but remaining kind. "I'm 4 weeks pregnant," I began, my voice barely above a whisper. "And I want to end the pregnancy." Her smile vanished, replaced by a deep frown that spoke of concern and empathy. She looked at me, her eyes searching mine for some hint of reassurance. "I need you to keep this between us," I continued, my voice breaking. "Gabriel doesn't know. I can't let him find out. Please, I need your help, and I need you to promise me you won't tell him." Kiera Hartley POV. I jolted awake, gasping as breath surged back into my lungs. My eyes snapped open, and I found myself in our room within the clan. The familiar surroundings brought a rush of memories, both confusing and overwhelming. "Kiera." Shane's voice was a raw whisper as he hovered over me, his eyes red and puffy. The worry etched in his face was unmistakable. "What happened?" I asked, my voice trembling as I took in the room around me, struggling to piece together the fragments of my memory. "How am I alive?" The question escaped my lips, the uncertainty palpable. Instead of answering, Shane pulled me into a tight embrace, burying his face in the crook of my neck. His touch was comforting, but my mind was a whirlwind of questions. "Connection," a voice murmured inside my head. I froze, my eyes widening as the strange sensation washed over me. "I'm your wolf," the voice continued, calm yet insistent. What is this?" I stammered, a mixture of fear and confusion clouding my thoughts. "I'm hearing voices." Shane pulled back slightly, his hands gently cradling my face. "It's your wolf," he said, his tone serious. I raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident in my expression. "Yeah, right?" But Shane's expression remained unwavering, his seriousness clear. My confusion deepened as I struggled to understand what was happening. "How?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "How is it that I'm even alive?" Shane sighed, his eyes reflecting a mixture of sadness and resolve. "You did pass," he admitted softly. "It's a long story, but you've been given a second chance at life. However, it came with a transformation. Another soul has entered your body. Your wolf's soul." The gravity of his words settled over me, and my heart ached with the weight of the situation. "It was so self-involved of you, though," Shane suddenly said, his voice tinged with hurt. "You were ready to just leave me here alone in this world." My breath caught in my throat. I just had to take action," I tried to explain, my voice trembling. Shane shook his head, his gaze intense. "You have no idea how I felt. I thought I lost you forever. For a moment, I did." I looked down, a wave of guilt crashing over me. "I'm sorry," I said, my voice choked with emotion. "I didn't mean to cause you distress." "Before you make a choice next time," Shane said, his tone softer but firm, "think about how it will affect me." I nodded, tears pricking at the corners of my eyes. Shane's arms enveloped me again, his embrace a lifeline amidst the chaos. After a few moments of silence, Shane spoke again, his voice steady. "We do have an issue, though." I pulled back slightly, my heart racing as I looked into his eyes. "What's wrong?" "Since you're a wolf now, you can't stay in the Strong Beings clan anymore," he explained. "I've already searched for a house for us, far away from here." My eyes widened in surprise. "Are you serious?" Shane nodded, a small smile breaking through his solemn expression. "I'm serious. I wanted to make sure we had a fresh start, away from everything that happened." I searched his face, my emotions swirling. "Will you still care for me, knowing that I'm a werewolf now?" I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper. Shane cupped my face in his hands, his gaze tender and unwavering. He gently touched my lips with his in a soft, heartfelt kiss. "Always and forever," he promised, his words a balm to my aching heart. In that moment, surrounded by uncertainty and change, Shane's promise was a beacon of hope. As we clung to each other, the future felt less daunting, and the path ahead seemed a little more straightforward. Lucifer Argent's POV. Valentine and our babies had been brought back to the pack house, while I stayed behind with a few others to manage the newly transformed wolves. The scene was chaotic, a mix of shuffling wolves trying to adjust to their new forms and the residual tension from the recent upheaval. Only a handful of leaders had stayed behind, their lower halves hastily clothed in whatever they could find. Lucinda and Lorraine were directing the remaining members of their Strong Beings clan, urging them to return to their own territory. Their voices were a constant hum in the background as they worked to restore some semblance of order. Then, a new voice cut through the din, calm and authoritative. "I missed a lot while I was recovering, didn't I?" We turned to see the leader of the Strong Beings clan approaching, a figure I now knew as my biological mother. The recognition hit me hard. Her presence was both a shock and a confusing piece in my already chaotic life. Lucinda and Lorraine were immediately at her side, their expressions a mix of deference and relief. "Mina?" My father, Zades, called out, his voice tinged with disbelief. His eyes, usually so composed, were wide with astonishment. The one and only, Laverna, replied with a small smile, her gaze sweeping over the scene as though she were assessing the damage from a distance. "Mina?" The surrealism of the moment was overwhelming. Here were my biological parents, standing in the aftermath of a conflict that had forever altered the course of our lives. I had always imagined what it would be like to have a complete family. The yearning for that ideal had been a quiet ache in my heart. But now, as I faced this bizarre reality, I found myself strangely numb. I was a werewolf with strong parentage from a powerful being. I had a werewolf half-brother and a half-sister, as well as 2 Strong Being half-sisters. This tangled web of familial ties, all converging within a single year, felt like a cruel twist of fate. Chapter 39. Lucifer Argent's POV. "Think of your human form," I instructed the hunters, trying to guide them through the difficult transition. Some of them managed to revert, their bodies trembling as they returned to their human shapes, while others remained in their wolf forms, struggling against the transformation. It was a surreal moment, standing here among the wreckage of our lives. "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" Laverna's voice broke through my thoughts, her question directed at my father. "Did your mate forgive you?" Hera stood beside him, her discomfort palpable as she bit her lip and looked away. I could see the strain in her posture, the weight of old wounds still fresh and raw. She did, my father answered, his voice soft but sincere. He took her hand, a gesture of reassurance and gratitude. And forever I will be grateful for that. Well, if it isn't the whole family together, Noah remarked with a hint of irony in his voice. I forced myself to focus on the pressing matter at hand. Enough with that. What are we going to do about them? I motioned towards the hunters, their faces a mix of confusion and fear. They are none of my concern, Noah said dismissively. They need to be part of a pack or they'll roam as rogues, I argued, trying to make him see reason. He knows that, my father interjected, glancing at Noah with a look that spoke of shared understanding. And I don't blame him. What was this? My frustration grew. The senior hunters, now trapped in their wolf forms, faced an uncertain future. The senior hunters are unable to transform, I stated, my voice tight with frustration. Noah's response was cold and indifferent. With that, they will stay as wolves for all time. My jaw clenched as I fought back my anger. I hated feeling powerless, especially after years of leading. The roles had reversed, and I was now a follower, struggling to assert myself in a world that had shifted beneath my feet. An idea began to take shape in my mind, a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. Then I'll lead my own pack, I declared, my voice steady despite the turmoil within. Lilith RAPOV. When can I book an appointment for it? I asked the female doctor, my voice trembling slightly despite my efforts to remain composed. Her discomfort was evident as she shifted uneasily. I suggest you go back and take some rest. Come back to the clinic tomorrow around noon, and we'll prepare everything for the procedure. I nodded, though the weight of her words felt heavy on my chest. As I walked down the hallway, a wave of loneliness washed over me. Gabriel was nowhere to be found. He wasn't even here to check on me, to offer any comfort or support. It was like he had vanished from my life, and the emptiness he left behind was suffocating. I opened the door to his room and found it empty, the silence echoing my own internal turmoil. I scoffed bitterly, feeling a pang of disappointment. Was he so consumed with everything else that he had forgotten about me? About us? I lay down on the bed, the cold sheets doing little to soothe the aching in my heart. My hand instinctively moved to trace the small, rounded area on my abdomen. The reality of what I was about to do hit me with an intense wave of guilt and sadness. Tears began to pool in my eyes, and I let them fall freely. I'm sorry, I whispered to the small life growing inside me, feeling the weight of my decision crashing down on me. Hot tears streamed down my cheeks, each drop a silent testament to my inner conflict and pain. Was I making the right choice? How could I be sure when everything felt so uncertain and intense? I glanced around the room, feeling a profound sense of isolation. Who could I turn to for advice in such a chaotic situation? I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. The decision I was about to make felt like it was affecting a piece of my soul. Raising a child alone seemed like an impossible task, one that I wasn't sure I was prepared for. The thought of the procedure tomorrow brought a sense of finality. By this time tomorrow, everything would be different. The growth would be gone, and so would the possibility of a future I wasn't ready to face. With one last, deep breath, I closed my eyes and tried to push away the doubts and fears swirling in my mind. Tomorrow was a turning point, and I had to be strong enough to face whatever lay ahead. Lucifer's Aids POV. The tension between the alphas was palpable as they weighed my decision. I could see the flickers of doubt and disapproval in their eyes, but I stood my ground. Why are you still defending them? Laverna's voice cut through the silence, sharp and accusatory. I turned to face her, my expression steely. It's because, before all this, they were my family. Laverna's eyes softened, but didn't waver. They may have been your family then, but we are your family now. I raised an eyebrow, incredulous. I barely even know you. Lucinda stepped forward, her gaze unwavering. Exactly. You barely knew us, and yet we sacrificed for you. That's what family does. The hunters have done nothing but cause you distress. When will you understand that you are no longer part of their world? Lorraine, standing beside Lucinda, took a few steps closer, her tone stern. You may hear us, but are you truly listening? You're no longer bound to them. We're the ones who have fought for you, who have lost so much. I looked at Lorraine, my frustration mounting. I hear you, but no matter what, I will always be part of their world. I've been part of it for the past 17 years. I walked over to where Devon stood, his expression weary. He helped Valentine escape, stopped the initial large conflict, and stayed in the cell for months for supporting me. Turning to the 4 warrior brothers, I continued. These 4 helped bring Evelyn back, knowing full well the consequences. They were penalized, yet they stood by us. They put their freedom at risk for the wolves. They deserve our protection. Noah sighed deeply, his gaze troubled but resigned. Fine. I'll provide a few tasks for the young wolves. If they succeed, they can join. It was a small victory, but a victory nonetheless. Now, back to the pack house, my father commanded, his voice firm. Devon's voice broke through the murmur of the crowd. What about them? He gestured toward the older hunters who had failed to shift back to their human forms. Donatello, one of the 4 warrior brothers, knelt beside a senior wolf, his expression pained. My dad is one of them. I looked to Noah, hoping for a miracle. Noah's face was resolute. I'm sorry, but they're not allowed. Rain stepped forward, her tone unyielding. Who would accept someone into their pack when they were part of the plan to cause harm to his daughter, your mate? Her point was valid, but it left me straddling 2 worlds, each demanding loyalty in different ways. Now come, my father said, trying to move things along. Laverna, standing to my left, gave me a wistful look. I wish I had more time with you. Her words affected me. You had time, you just didn't use it when I needed you the most. Laverna looked down, a shadow crossing her face. Let's go, girls, she said, her voice tinged with resignation. As Lucinda and Lorraine prepared to leave, Lorraine shot me one last, lingering glance before moving swiftly and departing. Chapter 40. Lucifer's Aide's POV. I'm not leaving my dad here, Leonardo said, his voice filled with determination. His eyes blazed with the stubbornness I recognized from countless battles. He wasn't going to back down easily. Rain, standing tall and unyielding, replied coldly, he won't be your dad anymore if he can't shift back. He'll turn rogue and lose his mental stability. Her words were blunt, but there was a truth in them that stung like a whip. Leonardo's face twisted in pain as the reality of her words sank in. He looked at his brothers, desperation in his eyes. Raphael stepped forward, his voice cracking, please, help us. Rain's expression didn't soften. She held up a hand, firm and resolute. No. The word hung in the air, heavy and final. I could feel the tension tightening around us like a vice. Your family has been causing us distress for ages, Rain continued, her voice rising with anger that had been simmering just beneath the surface. Even when we did nothing wrong. You've severely harmed us, forced us to hide in the woods, away from the ordinary world. Her eyes were cold, her words like a blade cutting through the silence. At least we're giving you a chance to join the pack to live. I suggest you take it. Eric, Prince POV. Abigail looked like she was about to say something when Lucifer started defending the hunters, but I quickly pulled her aside before she could speak up. Her eyes were full of questions, her mouth opening and closing as she tried to read my expression. What is it? She asked, searching my face. I bit the inside of my cheek, the words sticking in my throat. I didn't know how to say it, how to tell her what I'd been holding back for so long. Why did you stop me from saying anything? She pressed, her voice edged with frustration. I sighed deeply, steeling myself for what was about to come. I want to end our relationship, I said, the words tumbling out faster than I intended. My wolf vocalized low and deep in my mind. What are you doing? He said, his voice rising, a warning that resonated in my chest. Abigail's eyes instantly welled with tears, and I had to fight the instinct to comfort her, to make those tears go away. I hated seeing her cry, but lately, it seemed like she cried over everything, every minor disagreement, every time she didn't get her way. What? She whispered, her voice trembling. We have kids, Eric. How could you just ask me for that? We're mates. We don't end the connection. I'll take full responsibility for the kids, I said, trying to sound firm, but my voice wavered. They'll stay with me. Are you even hearing yourself? She snapped, her face twisting in pain and disbelief. They're my kids too. Don't I have any say in this? We can work out an arrangement, I said, keeping my tone as calm as possible. They can still see you every day. You'll still be part of the pack, just not as my mate. But why? She cried, tears spilling down her cheeks. What did I do wrong? My wolf was practically vocalizing intensely inside me, fighting for control. He couldn't understand why I was doing this, why I was causing our mates so much pain. So what was I? She shouted, her voice rising in anger and hurt. Just someone to provide children? A means to satisfy your desires whenever you need it. No, that's not it, I began, frustration seeping into my voice. You always assume the worst, Abigail. You never admit when you're wrong. It's exhausting to live with someone who never tries to understand, who acts immature half the time. No, she cut in, her voice breaking. You just don't love me anymore. That's not it either, I said, my voice softening despite myself. You never stay to work things out. Every time we argue, you just walk away. She stopped, her back to me, her shoulders shaking. I could see the struggle within her, the desire to fight, to scream, to lash out, and the desperate, fragile hope that maybe there was still a way to fix this. I'm done compromising in this relationship, I continued, feeling the weight of every word. I'm not ending our relationship because I don't love you. I just can't live with this version of you anymore. Your attitude needs to change. When you love someone, she said, turning to face me, her eyes red and wet, you need to love everything about them, even the less pleasant aspects. I let out a bitter laugh, shaking my head. 1 or 2 flaws, maybe. But someone who always assumes, always expresses intense emotion to get her way, who tries to control everything and never owns up to her mistakes. That's too much, Abigail. I don't know how I've managed all these years, but I'm tired. I can't do this anymore. She glared at me, her eyes flashing with a mix of anger and heartbreak. When I tell my dad about this, he's going to come after you for causing me distress. I scoffed, shaking my head. Your dad already knows. He hoped that finding a mate, becoming a Delta's mate, having kids, he hoped all of that would make you mature. But you're still the same, stuck in this pattern, always playing the victim. I'll wait for you, Abigail. I'll come back if you change. But until then, I'm done. I turned away, leaving her standing there, her figure small and trembling in the distance. Please don't cause a disturbance or run off into the woods, I mind-linked her. I'm tired of having to pursue you every time we conflict. And with that, I walked away, feeling the weight of 1,000 battles pressing on my shoulders. This one, however, was the hardest. Lucifer Argent's POV. Back at the pack house, the hunters were given guest rooms, small, shared spaces where they'd have to bunk with one another. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. My mind was spinning, struggling to process everything that had happened so quickly. I made my way to my room, my steps heavy with exhaustion. As I turned the doorknob and carefully swung the door open, a sight I wasn't quite ready for greeted me. Valentine was sleeping peacefully on the bed, our 2 babies nestled beside her. She had placed pillows along the edges, clearly worried the babies might roll off while they slept. Today had been a whirlwind, a conflict, meeting my biological mother for the first time, confronting truths I hadn't been ready to face. But somehow, despite all the chaos, I felt a small sense of relief wash over me as I saw them there, safe. We didn't have cradles for the babies yet. Everything had been so rushed, there hadn't been time to prepare. I took a moment to stand there and take it all in, our babies. I still couldn't quite believe it. I was now a father, with children of my own. Am I even ready for this? Will I be a good father? I slowly shrugged off my shirt and carefully moved the pillows aside so I could join them on the bed. The babies stirred a little, but quickly settled back into their slumber. Valentine looked like she had showered recently. Her hair was still slightly damp, her skin fresh, but I could see how much weight she had lost. Her cheekbones were more defined now, a stark contrast to how she looked before. I liked it when she had a bit more fullness, when she looked more vibrant, more alive. I couldn't stop looking at her and the babies. I didn't know why, but seeing them there, finally safe, brought a small, genuine smile to my face, a rare feeling of peace in a world so often filled with chaos. "I can feel your eyes on me," Valentine whispered, her eyes fluttering open to reveal that familiar shade of chocolate brown. I smiled at her, scooting closer, careful not to touch or disturb the babies. A question that had been nagging at me for some time finally found its way to my lips. "Why didn't you tell me you were pregnant?" I asked quietly. She sighed, her expression softening. "I didn't know how you would react. I thought you might want to end the pregnancy, so I decided not to tell you." Her words affected me, and my face hardened. "I would never, ever ask you to end something that's mine," I said firmly. I saw her body tremble slightly at my tone, and I couldn't help but feel a sudden sense of awareness in how her body responded to me. I was highly conscious of how she reacted to every word and touch. "Also," I began, my curiosity piqued, "what are you?" "That display earlier, with the white eyes and floating, what was that?" She hesitated for a moment, then explained, "It's an elevated gift. My mother had it too. It allows us to connect with our ancestors. We usually get it on our 18th birthday, but somehow mine activated earlier." I nodded, processing this new information. "I never knew werewolves had that kind of ability," I admitted. "What about you?" she asked, her voice soft but insistent. "What happened while I was away?" I groaned, too tired to recount the day's events. "Maybe we can save that story for another day?" She scoffed, rolling her eyes playfully. "I told you mine." "Yeah, but you know me," I smirked, leaning in a little closer. "I don't adhere to all conventions." A blush crept up her cheeks, and I couldn't help but feel a strong desire to stay close to her. I focused on her, my eyes fixed on hers. She watched me, her blush deepening, and for a moment, everything else faded away. It was just us, just this moment, suspended in time. Chapter 41. Lilith R.A. POV. The soft creak of the door opening pulled me from my restless sleep. Gabriel's scent filled the room, comforting yet frustrating. He was finally back. I listened as something hit the ground, his jacket, maybe, and then felt the bed dip beside me. His arm familiarly wrapped around me, and he let out a deep sigh. "That's it?" No gasp of surprise that I was alive, no hurried check to make sure I was okay. Just a tired sigh and an arm draped over me like nothing had changed. A few moments later, his soft snoring filled the room. He was already asleep. I understood it had been a long day, and tomorrow he would be busy again with the ceremony for the wolves who had sacrificed their lives. He would have preparations and responsibilities. But what about me? Will there never be time for me? I swallowed hard, fighting back the sobs that threatened to spill. Was I being selfish for wanting more? For needing more than just his absent presence? I tried to push the thoughts away, tried to let sleep claim me again, and eventually it did. When I woke, the morning light was starting to filter through the curtains, casting a soft glow across the room. I reached out instinctively, searching for Gabriel's warmth beside me, but found only cold sheets. My heart sank as I turned over, confirming what I already knew. He was gone. Again. I sat up slowly, my body feeling heavy with a mix of fatigue and disappointment. Did he leave without a word? Without even a second glance? I pushed the blankets off and stood, moving over to the washroom. I stared at my reflection in the mirror, my eyes tracing the lines of my tired face. I hesitated for a moment before lifting my shirt, revealing my growing abdomen. My fingers lightly brushed over the small bump. "My appointment is in half an hour." I bit down on my lower lip, feeling a wave of uncertainty wash over me. I want to do this. I glanced back toward the empty room, a stark reminder of Gabriel's absence. I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath, trying to steady myself. This needs to be done. I couldn't keep waiting for him to show up, to decide he cared enough to be a part of this. I had to make choices for myself, for this young one. One last sigh escaped my lips as I turned away from the mirror. I had to go. This needed to be done, with or without him. Gabriel's aide's POV. The ceremonies for the wolves who had sacrificed their lives were underway, and it was my duty to oversee the preparations and make sure everything was in place. Today was a day of mourning, a day of loss, and I could feel the weight of it pressing down on my shoulders. From the corner of my eye, I spotted Adam with Eve. They seemed to be arguing about something, their faces tense. I walked over to them, catching snippets of their heated conversation. "Hey," I called out as I approached. Adam looked up, his expression softening a little. "How's Lilith?" Evelyn turned her full attention to me, her eyes searching mine for an answer. She seemed okay. She was asleep when I got in last night, so I didn't want to wake her, I replied, trying to sound reassuring. Evelyn's brows furrowed, concern etching lines into her face. "Can I see her?" It was still strange seeing Evelyn like this, older than she should have been, her appearance a mismatch with the memories I held of her. I wasn't sure whether to treat her as the young person I remembered or the woman she had become. "Sure," I said, forcing a smile. "I was planning to surprise her with you anyway." Her eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope, and I led them both back to the pack house, down the familiar trail to my room. But when I pushed open the door, the room was empty. Lilith was nowhere to be found. That was odd. Maybe she went to grab some food? I said, trying to mask the unease creeping into my voice. Evelyn looked at me, clearly worried. I stepped out into the hallway and spotted one of my pack members. "Hey, did you see my mate around?" He nodded. "Yeah, I saw her heading to the clinic earlier." "The clinic? Why would she be at the clinic? Was she still not fully healed from the conflict?" Evelyn's concern mirrored my own, her eyes wide with worry. I'll go check on her. Could you and Evelyn wait here in the room? I'll bring her back soon, I suggested. Sure, Adam agreed with a shrug. I made my way to the pack clinic, my pace quickening with each step. When I arrived, I found a few pack doctors clustered together, whispering amongst themselves. "Did my mate come in here earlier?" I asked, my tone urgent. They exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them, but none of them spoke up. I felt a flicker of irritation. "Do I have to ask twice?" My voice was sharp, leaving no room for delay. One of the doctors finally spoke up. "Your mate is about to undergo a procedure. The operation is set to start in 10 minutes. My heart skipped a beat. Operation? What kind of procedure? My mind raced. Was she still suffering from the projectile wound? She's healed from the projectile wound, another doctor said, his tone cautious. Then what is this procedure for? I demanded. There was a pause, and then the first doctor answered quietly, ending the pregnancy. I blinked, stunned. Ending the pregnancy? I echoed, trying to make sense of the word. It felt foreign, disconnected from reality. Your mate has been pregnant for about a month, the doctor explained gently. Yesterday, she requested to end the pregnancy after recovering from her injuries. Pregnant. Ending the pregnancy. The words swirled around in my head, conflicting and confusing. Chapter 42. Gabriel's Aids POV. Anger boiled inside me like a raging storm, threatening to explode. I could feel my wolf prowling just beneath the surface, ready to break free and unleash havoc. My fists clenched at my sides, nails digging into my palms. Which room is she in? I demanded, my voice low but laced with fury. The doctors in front of me flinched, instinctively taking a step back. They could see the fire in my eyes, the barely restrained rage simmering beneath my skin. Room 6, one of them stuttered, his face pale with fear. Lilith RA POV. The doctor's hesitant voice cut through the tension hanging in the air. I really don't think you should be doing this, ma'am. She didn't understand. None of them did. You don't understand, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I'm not ready to have a baby. I'm not even 21. It's normal for young female wolves to be pregnant, she countered, her tone gentle yet firm. Look at the youngest daughter of the Midnight Pack. I forced a small smile, but it didn't reach my eyes. Look at how her mate is. It's clear she was his entire world, I replied, my voice barely above a whisper. Everyone saw how Lucifer treated Valentine. Despite his dark past, he always made it clear that she and their children were his top priority. He was fiercely protective, unwavering in his devotion. The difference between Lucifer and Gabriel was stark. Lucifer made his mate his world. Gabriel, on the other hand, seemed to place his family and his duty above all else. I understood that family should come first, but sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes, I just wanted to feel like I mattered most to someone. To actually feel important. The young alpha is a kind soul, ma'am, the doctor said softly. If you weren't important, he wouldn't have brought you back to the pack house in the middle of a conflict. I huffed, the bitterness I tried to suppress bubbling to the surface. I bet it was his wolf that forced him to, I muttered, my voice laced with frustration. I sighed deeply, trying to gather my scattered thoughts. This needed to be done. I wasn't ready for a child, not now, not like this. I'm ready, I said finally, my voice steady with resolve. The doctor nodded, moving to prepare the equipment. I braced myself, closing my eyes, trying to push down the rising tide of doubt and fear. Just as the equipment neared my skin, the door burst open with a loud crash, slamming against the wall. I gasped, my heart rate spiking as I looked up to see Gabriel standing there, his face a mask of fury. His eyes were wild, filled with a mix of anger and something else, something that made my stomach twist into knots. Shoot! My heart pounded in my chest, every instinct screaming at me to run, to hide. But there was nowhere to go. Gabriel's aide's POV. Stop that right now, or there'll be more bodies to prepare for the ceremony today, I snarled, my voice low and deadly. The doctor's eyes widened in fear, and she instantly set the equipment down, her hands trembling. Lilith stared at me, her eyes wide with shock, a mix of fear and defiance flickering in their depths. She gulped, her body tensing as I closed the distance between us in 3 swift strides. I grabbed her arm, not too harshly but firmly enough to show I meant business. We are leaving. Now, I said, trying to keep my voice as calm as possible, though every word trembled with the rage bubbling just beneath the surface. She yanked her arm out of my grip, her face set in a stubborn glare. No, she snapped, her voice strong despite the tremor I could hear in it. This is my body, Gabriel. It's my choice if I want to go through with this. I clenched my jaw, trying to keep my temper in check. I agree, Lilith, it is your body, I replied, my voice strained. But that baby? That baby is part of me too. This decision should have been ours, made together. Lilith's face tightened in frustration. Gabriel, I cut her off, my patience wearing thin. Now, before I lose my patience, which is dwindling on a very thin line, I suggest you do as I say, I warned, my voice dropping dangerously low. My eyes flickered between black and blue, a clear sign that my wolf was trying to surface. If he took over, there was no telling what he might do. Adam 1 Levi POV. What is taking them so long? I huffed, pacing back and forth in the room, the tension building inside me. I'm feeling a little worried, Evelyn voiced out from beside me, her tone a mixture of concern and unease. And a little nervous, she added, her eyes darting around the room. Why? I raised an eyebrow at her, trying to read her expression. I feel a little weird too, she continued, her brows furrowed. My eyes widened in alarm. Weird how? I asked, my heart rate spiking. Not again. No, not that kind of weird, she assured quickly after seeing the look on my face, and I felt myself relax a bit. Just different. You know, I never really knew what a mate was before, she said suddenly, her voice softer now. What do you mean? I asked, turning to face her fully. My wolf actually whispered connection. When I miraculously aged, she explained. The day you tried to throw that shampoo bottle at me? I asked, chuckling at the memory, and her cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. She nodded, a small smile playing on her lips. My wolf then informed me on what that meant. When we were in the garden, she continued. Yeah, I was pretty surprised after your outburst, realizing what it was. I admitted with a nervous chuckle, scratching the back of my neck. Would you have told me eventually? She inquired, her eyes searching mine. Told you about what? I asked, feigning ignorance, though I knew exactly where this was heading. Us being connected, she pressed, her gaze unwavering. Before I could answer, the doors swung open and Gabriel and Lilith walked in. Gabriel looked furious, his face dark with anger. I raised an eyebrow at him, wondering what had happened. Lilith's expression softened the moment she saw Evelyn. There was a mix of happiness and confusion in her eyes. Evelyn wasted no time and ran over to Lilith, wrapping her arms around her. Lilith hugged her back tightly, a genuine smile spreading across her face. "You're back," Lilith exclaimed, her voice filled with relief and joy. "But I don't understand. How are you still the same age?" she asked, her eyes shifting to me, seeking answers. "I chose to stay this way," Evelyn replied instead, her grin wide and cheerful. "What?" Lilith's face shifted from joy to confusion, trying to process Evelyn's words. Her expression turned serious in a matter of seconds. She pulled away from Evelyn, her eyes narrowing. "Why did you do that for?" Lilith asked, her tone demanding an explanation. Evelyn looked at me, her eyes pleading. Lilith's gaze followed, landing on me, and the room grew tense. I could feel the weight of her stare, her frustration simmering just below the surface. Shoot, just got intense. I took a deep breath, preparing for the storm that was about to hit. Chapter 43. Adam 1 Levi POV. Even Gabriel's focus shifted to me, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Evelyn's my connection, I admitted, the weight of the revelation sinking in. Gabriel's face registered pure astonishment. It was clear he was grappling with the news. "How could you have not told me?" look etched across his features. "What does that have to do with you wanting to stay in the age you are in right now?" Lilith asked, her voice tinged with frustration. I blinked, caught off guard by the question. "I just felt it would be better if I was closer to his age," Evelyn began to explain, but was cut off sharply. "Are you serious?" Lilith's voice rose, her anger palpable. "You just put 2 years of your life at risk for a guy? Do you even understand what a ridiculous decision you've made?" "Yeah, you're one to talk about ridiculous decisions," Gabriel retorted from the side, his tone laced with sarcasm. "This is different." "She is my sister," Lilith defended vehemently. Gabriel chuckled darkly. "And that inside you is our young one," he declared, his voice heavy with emotion. "Wait, what?" My gaze snapped from Gabriel to Lilith, my eyes widening in shock. "You're pregnant." I blurted out the words, escaping before I could hold them back. Lilith's face went slack, speechless. "Must you tell everyone now?" Lilith's voice cracked with frustration as she directed her ire at Gabriel. "I'll tell the world if I have to," Gabriel said, his voice firm. "I'm more than happy that you're carrying my child, and you were about to deprive me of that happiness when you decided to end the pregnancy." All eyes were on Lilith once more, the gravity of Gabriel's words sinking in. Lilith remained silent, her lips trembling as she gently bit her lower lip, struggling with her emotions. "Leave," Gabriel instructed us, his tone brooking no argument. "No, I just got her back," Lilith protested, her voice tinged with desperation as she reached out to Evelyn. Gabriel's aide's POV. "You can see her later." "Our conversation, on the other hand, is not over," I said, trying to maintain my composure. My patience was fraying, and the situation was wearing on me. I gestured for Adam and Evelyn to leave. Adam took Evelyn's hand, and they exited quietly, the door closing behind them with a soft click. Once we were alone, Lilith turned to me, her face a storm of emotion. "Why did you have to do that?" Lilith's voice was tinged with frustration. "It was the truth, wasn't it?" I said, my eyebrows knitting together in confusion. "You don't even know why I made that decision." "It's not like I was happy about it," she shot back, her anger simmering. "So why did you?" I asked, trying to understand the core of her anguish. Lilith took a deep breath, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I did it because of you." "What? What did I do?" I questioned, bewildered. "Exactly, the problem is, you didn't do anything," she snapped, her voice trembling. "You were never there. We barely spoke the past month." I was busy with the conflict, I interjected, feeling defensive. There were lives at stake. "What did you expect me to do? Drop everything and come home? I have responsibilities." "Of course not," Lilith retorted, her frustration evident. "But at least you could have assured me that you were there for me. I was there for you. I am here for you now, am I not?" I tried to reason. Lilith shook her head, her expression a mix of sorrow and resignation. You're not understanding where I'm coming from. She sat down on the bed and I followed, taking a seat beside her. What don't I understand? I asked, my tone softer now. I wanted to tell you, Lilith began, her voice cracking. I wanted to tell you so much that I was pregnant, but I never got the chance. You were always so caught up with Lucifer and Valentine. I felt like you took me for granted. My heart ached as I listened. I sighed and reached out, gently caressing her cheek and turning her face to mine. I'm really sorry that you felt that way. I promise I'll be a better mate, okay? Lilith nodded, tears escaping her eyes as she leaned against my chest. I wrapped my arms around her, trying to offer comfort as she sought solace. After a few quiet minutes, Lilith pulled away slightly, her gaze troubled. I'm not sure how I'm going to break the news to my dad, I said, attempting to lighten the mood with a nervous laugh. He's not going to be thrilled knowing you're pregnant without being married. Lilith's face grew serious as she gently touched her lower lip. Everything okay? I asked, sensing her hesitation. Can we not tell anyone else about this? She asked quietly, her eyes downcast. Why not? I questioned, pressing a gentle kiss to her cheek. Lilith's gaze remained fixed on the floor. I don't think I want to keep the baby, she admitted, her voice barely a whisper. Chapter 44. Gabriel's Aids POV. Are you trying to aggravate me, or is this just how you feel? I asked, frustration seeping into my voice. I just don't think we're ready for a baby, Lilith said, her tone filled with uncertainty. I let out a heavy sigh. No one is ever truly ready to be a parent. We learn as we go, I replied, trying to remain calm. It's not as easy as it sounds, she countered, shaking her head. I never said it was, I cut in. But we have my parents. They'll guide us. Lilith gently touched her lower lip, her eyes reflecting her inner turmoil. Her resistance was igniting a fire within me, and I could feel my anger rising once more. You're having this baby, and that's final, I said firmly, trying to assert control over the situation. She gasped, her eyes widening. You can't order me around like that. This is my choice, too. You're making a terrible decision, I said, unable to keep the anger out of my voice. Lilith's eyes flashed with defiance. Fine. If you think you know what's best, then what's your solution? I took a deep breath, trying to control my frustration. Your problem is with me not being able to handle the baby, right? It's not just that, she began. Aren't I close? I interjected sternly. She nodded reluctantly. Then let's make a deal, I proposed, trying to find a middle ground. You'll give birth to our baby, and I will take complete responsibility for raising him or her. Lilith looked at me bewildered. What do you mean? It means that once the baby is born, I'll take on all parental duties. You won't have to be involved in raising the child, I explained. Her face twisted in anger and disbelief. So, what am I supposed to be? Someone to provide the child. I don't care what you call it. What matters is that the child is coming into this world, and you won't have any rights over him or her, I said, my voice cold. You can't do that, Lilith argued. I chuckled bitterly. But I can and I will. I'll ensure you get the proper diet, exercise, and medical care needed for a healthy birth. And if I refuse, she challenged, her eyes blazing with defiance. I locked eyes with her, my expression unyielding. If you refuse, there will be consequences. I will do whatever it takes to make sure our child is born and raised properly, even if it means taking control. The room fell into a tense silence as Lilith processed my words. I knew my approach was harsh, but the gravity of the situation demanded it. I wanted her to understand that this was not just about us, it was about the future of our child. Gabriella's Aids POV. Hey, I said softly as Octavius stirred awake. He blinked, his confusion evident. Where am I? In my room, I answered, hoping he'd stay calm. His eyes widened with realization. I'm beyond my pack's borders. I shouldn't be here, he said, starting to rise. Wait, I called, reaching out to stop him. I didn't want him to leave, not after everything had happened. His gaze met mine, and I felt a pang of sadness. The argument we'd had yesterday felt like it was still lingering in the air, a barrier between us. The conflict was over, and I wanted us to move forward, to start our life together. I need to ask you something, I said, patting the bed beside me. Octavius hesitated, but eventually sat down, his eyes searching mine. Look, I'm sorry for what I said yesterday, he began, his voice tinged with regret. Acknowledge me, I whispered, the words barely audible, but filled with a deep, earnest need. He stopped, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? I want you to acknowledge our connection, I repeated, my voice steadier now. I moved closer to him and gently touched his neck, watching as he reacted. Are you sure? He asked, his eyes darkening as his wolf jaw surfaced. His teeth extended, and I could feel the intensity of his desire to claim me. I leaned closer, gently touching his lips with mine. He remained still for a moment, caught between hesitation and longing. When I moved closer for a second action, Octavius's resolve broke. He gripped the back of my neck, pulling me into a fierce, passionate kiss. He gently turned us, positioning himself over me as our kisses deepened. My wolf roared with approval, urging the connection that was rightfully ours. I let her take control, surrendering to the bond between us as Octavius's lips moved against mine with fierce intensity. He pulled back for a moment, looking down at me with a serious expression. If I acknowledge you, you'll lose your alpha position. Are you aware of that? I nodded, feeling a mix of pride and uncertainty. Since I'm a delta, you'll become a delta female, he reminded me, his tone tinged with concern. The title had always been a symbol of my strength and authority. It meant a lot to me, but looking into Octavius's eyes, I saw something that mattered even more. I'm ready, I said firmly, pulling him back down onto me. The title means a lot, yes, but you mean more to me. I'm ready to show the world that I'm yours. Chapter 45. Valentine Winters' POV. I woke up to the relentless cries of our babies. The sound pierced through the morning stillness, and before I could fully comprehend the situation, the cries multiplied. Lucifer stirred beside me, his exhaustion etched into his features. He sat up with a groan, his red eyes heavy with fatigue. Why are they crying? He mumbled, reaching for our baby girl, trying to calm her with gentle, though tired, motions. I think they're hungry, I said, my voice barely rising above the noise. Then feed them, Lucifer whined, unable to ignore the cries any longer. It was easy for him to say. I had never breastfed a baby before, and the thought made me awkward and self-conscious. I hesitated, feeling a mix of embarrassment and uncertainty. Lucifer noticed my hesitation and looked at me with concern. What's wrong? I don't exactly know how, and I feel a little shy, I admitted, feeling vulnerable. He sighed heavily. Take off your shirt. I was used to being unclothed in front of Lucifer, especially during intimate moments. But this was different. Would he see me differently? Would he be repulsed? I won't, he said, his voice firm but soft. Get out of my head, I said, mentally pushing him away as I tried to focus on the task at hand. He gently placed our baby girl on the bed and moved closer to help me with my shirt. His touch was reassuring, even as my mind raced with doubts. When I was left in just my bra, I noticed his eyes flicker between black and blue, his wolf's presence barely restrained. It grew, he said suddenly, his eyes flickering with a mix of surprise and admiration. My cheeks flushed with heat. I was pregnant. It's normal, I explained, reaching for my shirt, only for Lucifer to toss it across the room with a purposeful motion. It's just me, he said, his tone tender. You don't have to be shy or embarrassed. As I held our baby boy, Lucifer helped me remove my bra, his movements gentle and considerate. I felt exposed and vulnerable, but his presence was a source of comfort. I placed our baby boy on one of my nipples, and he began to suckle immediately. The sensation was initially strange, but soon became familiar. Lucifer then placed our baby girl on my other side, and I adjusted to hold them both as they fed. The crying stopped, replaced by the soft, rhythmic sounds of our babies feeding. You can close your eyes or go ahead and sleep, I said, feeling a bit self-conscious despite the calmness of the moment. I can take it from here. Lucifer gave me a small, reassuring smile before settling beside me, letting me rest my head on his chest. His right arm wrapped around me, and his left hand gently caressed our babies. You know, he murmured into my ear, making me shiver slightly. I feel a little desire to do what they're doing. Why? I asked, turning to look into his beautiful blue eyes. They're doing something I want to do, he said, pressing a tender kiss to my nose. His gaze shifted to my abdomen, and I saw his expression change to one of concern. What's wrong? I asked, sensing his unease. He hesitated before speaking. Your scars. They've actually healed. I glanced down at my abdomen and noticed that the scars from the silver knife had disappeared. It's a good thing, right? I asked, my voice tinged with hope. It is, he said, though his frown deepened. Just not a good memory. I understood that what Lucifer had done to me was not easily forgiven or forgotten. But his relentless efforts to make amends had shown me his commitment. I was grateful for his attempts to redeem himself. I'm sorry, he said suddenly. It's okay, I replied, offering him a reassuring smile. It's not, he insisted, shaking his head. But until my very last breath, I will love you and never stop showing you how much. I know I've done things that are inexcusable, and I don't expect you to forgive me easily. But I hope you know that I will never stop trying to make things right. I leaned in and kissed him softly, our lips moving together in a gentle rhythm. When I pulled away, I looked into his eyes, letting him see the depth of my feelings. Don't worry, I said softly. I know, and I love you. His smile grew, and he kissed me back with equal tenderness. I love you too. Laverna Rain POV. It had been years since I last saw him, and the time that had passed had done nothing to ease the weight of my regret. I stood outside the door, my reflection in the mirror revealing a face weathered by time and the choices I had made. The man whom I had torn apart with my staged passing was now a shadow of his former self. He was in a mental health facility, a place that seemed both fitting and cruel for someone who had once held so much promise. Do you want to go in, miss? A nurse's voice broke through my thoughts, pulling me back to the present. Could I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper. The nurse gave me a sympathetic smile. Of course. He's in there. Just be gentle. He acts as if he's lost touch with reality, but I believe he's just deeply affected. With a nod, I took a deep breath and stepped inside the room. The sight of him struck me hard. He was seated in a corner, his once strong frame now slouched and fragile. His hair was unkempt, and his eyes were hollow, staring into the distance. The man I had known was gone, replaced by someone who seemed to have lost all sense of himself. I approached cautiously, each step weighted by my guilt. He heard me, and his head turned slowly, as if moving was a difficult effort. His eyes, once bright with life and warmth, now widened in disbelief as they locked onto me. Mina Harker? His voice trembled, the name escaping his lips with a mixture of hope and skepticism. Hi, Theo, I said, my voice catching in my throat. Chapter 46. Laverna Rain POV. His disbelief hung heavy in the air, a palpable force. How is this possible? He muttered to himself, the words laced with confusion. The realization seemed to hit him like a bolt of lightning. Vampire, he said with a harsh laugh, shaking his head as if to clear away the absurdity. Of course. The perfect setup. His tone dripped with sarcasm and bitter amusement. You played me well, he continued, the edge in his voice cutting deep. I fell in love with you and I was nothing but a fool. I wanted to reach out to explain, but the words caught in my throat. I never meant to hurt you. I was human, I began. He held up a hand, silencing me with a gesture. Don't, he said, his voice cold and resolute. Just don't. His gaze turned inward, a storm of grief and anger swirling in his eyes. My father is passed on, isn't he? He asked, the question almost a plea. I couldn't bring myself to answer immediately. He caused his own demise, I finally said, my voice barely a whisper. His shoulders slumped as he processed the weight of the truth. So I'm officially alone now, he said, the resignation in his tone making my heart ache. Lucifer betrayed me, he continued, his voice cracking. Kyle was harmed, my father ended his own life, and now I see my former wife come back as a strong being. What are you here for? To offer pity? The bitterness in his voice was palpable. No, I said, my heart breaking at his pain. I came to mend my mistakes. Get away from me, he snapped, his teeth clenched with barely contained fury. I loved you. Half the reason I sought justice on the wolves was for you. His words stung, but I tried to remain calm. Come with me, I urged, hoping against hope that he might see the possibility of healing. I'd rather be gone than live as something out of place in this world, he retorted, the anguish in his voice cutting deep. What would you have to lose? I asked, trying to understand the depth of his despair. My dignity, he answered, his voice heavy with resignation. You don't look a day older than 30, he said bitterly, his eyes locked on me. I, on the other hand, am 52. Before I could respond, Lorraine's voice cut through the tension. What are you doing here, Mom? And why are you with a hunter? Her voice was sharp, filled with confusion and anger. I stood up, turning to face her. You need to leave, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. No, Lorraine insisted, her gaze darting between Theo and me. What's happening here? Theo looked between us, his confusion and hurt evident. Mom, he asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Lorraine's eyes were wide with accusation. Who is her father, then? Or did you mislead him too? She asked sarcastically. Enough, I said, my voice firm. Maybe it was a mistake to come here. I turned to leave, but Theo's quiet voice stopped me. Don't hold my feelings against me for your truth, he muttered, his words a painful echo of the past. Lucifer Zade's POV. My intense craving for life essence surged uncontrollably, a fierce craving that I struggled to suppress. I moved to the mini fridge in our room, grabbing a life essence bag from the stash Lorraine had kept there. As I drank, the warmth of the fluid seemed to ease the relentless hunger for a moment. When I turned, I saw Valentine's surprised expression. Her eyes were wide, her brows furrowed in confusion as she took in the sight of me consuming life essence. You never really told me what happened to you, she said, her voice tinged with concern. I avoided her gaze, focusing instead on the life essence bag I tossed into the trash. Where are the babies? I asked, trying to steer the conversation away from the discomfort of my revelations. They're with my mom, Valentine replied, her eyes following my movements. I came to check up on you and she motioned toward me, clearly unsettled by my actions. I'm a hybrid, I finally admitted with a resigned sigh. Her eyes widened further. What, how? My mother was a strong being, I explained. The one who saved you from Achilles' back at the hunter's realm. Valentine's gaze shifted to the two other strong women she had seen. And the two other women? Half-sisters, I answered tersely. When were you going to tell me this? Her voice was a mix of frustration and hurt. I was planning to tell you today, but you caught me off guard, I said. Valentine sighed, taking a step closer to me. So is life essence the only thing you can consume now? No, I shook my head. I can still eat normal food. It's just that the craving hits sometimes. I leaned in to kiss her, but she recoiled slightly, making a distressed facial expression. I can smell the life essence, she said apologetically. I'm sorry. It's all right, I said with a small, reassuring smile. There's one more thing, she said, drawing my attention back to her. I watched her intently as she spoke. Usually, when a wolf turns 21, they have to challenge the alpha to lead the pack. You're turning 20 soon, so naturally, you'd have a year to prepare. However, with two young ones of your own, you'll have to challenge my dad on your birthday. So, basically, I have 8 months to prepare, I said, trying to sound nonchalant. That shouldn't be too difficult. She shook her head, her expression serious. It usually takes 3 to 4 years of training to stand a chance against an alpha. Even an older one like your dad? I asked, my curiosity piqued. You haven't met his wolf, Norwich, Valentine said. He defeated my grandfather in under 10 minutes. I smirked, feeling a surge of determination. Let's set a new record then, shall we? You're overconfident, she said with a sigh, clearly exasperated. I shrugged, unfazed by her concern. What's next? Valentine's expression grew somber. The ceremony preparations for the wolves who sacrificed their lives to save me, she said, her frown deepening. Chapter 47. Valentine Winters' POV. So, "We heard from my brother that you were pregnant," Gabriella said, breaking the silence that had settled over us. A few days had passed since the conflict, and for the first time, Gabriella, Lilith, and I were sitting together. My sisters had returned to their packs, but there was still a lingering tension between my first sister, Abigail, and her mate, Eric. Rain had told me that Eric was seeking to end their connection, or, in wolf terms, a temporary break in their bond. Dad had been disappointed, but surprisingly didn't react with his usual fury. I held our baby girl in my arms while she slept peacefully. Gabriella cradled our baby boy, also sound asleep. Lucifer and Gabriel had gone out together, and I was left wondering what they were up to, as Lucifer had only said it was something essential and promised to explain later. "I am," Lilith confirmed, her voice tinged with a mix of resolve and hesitation. Gabriella and I exchanged concerned glances before turning our attention back to Lilith. "Anything you want to share?" I asked gently. Lilith sighed deeply. "Gabriel and I had a bit of an argument." "About what?" Gabriella asked, her curiosity piqued. "About the baby," Lilith said, her voice heavy with frustration. "What about the baby?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. "I don't want it," Lilith admitted, her eyes clouded with conflict. "Why not?" Gabriella asked, frowning. "It's not as simple as you think," Lilith said. "I'm just not ready to be a mother yet. I want to have a child when I'm truly prepared to raise one." "I have two," I said quietly. "Exactly," Lilith cut in. "How do you find your life right now, being only 18? I looked at her, trying to convey the truth of my feelings. "I understand it's not how I imagined it, but I wouldn't change it for anything." Lilith scoffed, clearly struggling with her own feelings. "At least Lucifer is always there to help you with them. I doubt Gabriel would do the same." "What makes you say that?" Gabriella asked, her tone defensive. Lilith sighed, shaking her head. "Gabriel made an arrangement with me. He wants the baby, but doesn't want me to have anything to do with it." "That's ridiculous," I said, feeling a surge of indignation. "You're the mother. You should have everything to do with your baby." Since I told him I don't want the baby, he's been upset with me and hasn't understood where I'm coming from, Lilith said, her voice tinged with sadness. I wanted to offer comfort, but I ended up changing the subject. "So, I see you got the commitment mark," she said, touching the mark on her neck with a blush. "Yes, I did," Gabriella admitted. "How does it feel, not being an alpha female anymore?" I asked, curious about her perspective. "How does that work?" Lilith asked, looking intrigued. "I still have my alpha strength," Gabriella explained, "but my title changed to Delta female." I was a bit upset at first, but I suppose it's just destiny. "The female's title follows the male title," I added. "Their strength remains, but there are differences in rank, like for a lower rank." "So, what if one is a lower rank?" Lilith asked. "Well, their title doesn't change," I said, shrugging. "That seems pretty unfair," Lilith said with a hint of frustration. "It kind of is," I agreed, acknowledging the flaw in the system. Just then, I heard Lucifer's voice before he even entered the room. "We're back," he announced, with Gabriel beside him. Lucifer moved swiftly towards Gabriella, his enhanced speed on full display. "Can I have my baby back?" he asked, bending down to take our baby boy. "No," Gabriella teased, holding him a little tighter. I chuckled, feeling my arms grow sore. "You can carry our baby girl," I said, offering her to Lucifer. "My arms are getting tired." Lucifer took her gently, cradling her with a loving touch. "We have something to show you," Gabriel said, a hint of excitement in his voice. I looked at Lucifer, curiosity piqued. "What is it?" "You need to blindfold yourself first," Gabriel said, handing me a cloth to cover my eyes. I narrowed my eyes. "Where did you guys go just now?" "Just trust us," Lucifer said with a reassuring smile. I sighed, but accepted the blindfold, wrapping it around my eyes. "I'll guide you," Gabriel said, taking my arm. As Gabriel guided me, my senses heightened in the absence of sight. I heard the faint sound of a door opening and felt the warmth of the room as we stepped inside. "You can uncover your eyes now," I heard Lucifer say. I removed the blindfold and gasped in surprise. The room was divided into two distinct halves. On my right, the walls were painted pink, adorned with pink balloons, a pink cradle, and a soft pink blanket. A pink storage unit and fluffy pink carpet completed the picture. On the left side, everything was blue. "What's all this?" I asked, my face breaking into a huge smile. "Well, since we missed most of your pregnancy, we decided to celebrate a welcoming event and baby naming ceremony all at once," Alpha Zades explained, gesturing to Lucifer. "Lucifer did all this." I turned to Lucifer, overwhelmed with emotion. "You did this all for me? When did you even find the time?" Lucifer shrugged, his eyes twinkling. "A skilled person doesn't reveal his methods. Now let's begin the ceremony." We heard my dad's voice. Chapter 48. Valentine Winters POV. The table was overflowing with gifts for the babies, a colorful array of onesies, blankets, and toys. I planned to unwrap them later after the ceremony. For now, the excitement in the room was palpable. "So, what have you guys planned to name them?" my mom asked, her eyes bright with anticipation. Lucifer and I exchanged a glance before turning to face her. "We haven't really decided yet," I admitted. "Well, now's your chance," Hera chimed in. "Any names you have in mind?" I looked at our baby boy, nestled peacefully in his blue cradle. After a moment's thought, I said, "Logan." I glanced at Lucifer to gauge his reaction. He met my gaze with a warm smile. "I think it suits him," he said, his voice soft with affection. "Our little Logan," he added, almost as if to himself. "Strange name, but all right," Adam 1 commented as he walked over to join us. I noticed Evelyn and Lilith engaged in a heated discussion nearby, but I chose to focus on the present. "Says someone with a name like Adam 1, Gabriel quipped, a playful edge to his tone. "How about the baby girl then?" Gabriella asked, her excitement evident as she gestured toward our baby girl, sleeping serenely in her pink cradle. "I think Lucifer should choose since I've already picked one," I said, my gaze shifting to him. "Vanity," Lucifer said, his voice full of warmth. "That's a beautiful name," Hera complimented, and my mom nodded in agreement. "So, will my grandchildren take after you too?" my dad asked Lucifer, his tone laced with his usual guarded curiosity. "I think maybe a little, but the majority of their genes are from werewolves," Alpha Zades interjected. "No doubt they are hybrids." "Will they be intensely desiring life essence?" my mom asked, her concern evident. "No one really knows," Hera replied as we all looked at the 2 sleeping babies. No one had ever raised hybrid babies, so we could only wait and see how they developed. "Maybe Lorraine would know," Lucifer suggested. "You're strong being half-sister?" I asked. Lucifer nodded. "Besides, I have some bonds to stitch," he said, a cryptic note in his voice. I frowned, puzzled by his statement. What did he mean by that? The weight of his words hung in the air as I tried to decipher his meaning, the mystery adding a new layer to the unfolding day. Lucifer Zades POV. "You rang?" Lorraine's voice cut through the air as she stood a few steps away from the Pax borders, making no move to enter. "So, get on with what you want." "I'm sure you didn't call me just for a sibling visit," she said, her tone direct and a touch guarded. I took a deep breath, searching for the right words. "First, I want to apologize for how I reacted to you before. You didn't deserve that." Lorraine stayed silent, her expression unreadable. Was she waiting for more? She finally broke the silence with a restrained smile. "I'm sorry, could you say it again? Maybe a little slower this time? It felt so good coming from you," she teased. "I'm sorry," I repeated, the words coming out with a mix of frustration and sincerity. "Now don't make me say it again," I warned, my tone firm, but softened by the sincerity of my apology. I shifted gears, wanting to address the more pressing matter. I also wanted to ask, since we have hybrid babies, do you have any insight on them? Will they intensely desire life essence soon? Lorraine tilted her head slightly, a thoughtful look crossing her face. "Why are you asking me when you can sense it for yourself?" "What do you mean?" I asked, confused. "You have the power to see what might happen. Haven't you experienced that?" she inquired. I remembered a hazy vision I had during the first conflict, but I had dismissed it as a coincidence. "But what I saw didn't exactly happen." Lorraine nodded slowly, understanding. "The future is still being determined. Your visions were just warnings. You have a gift like mine. How would I be able to see it? I asked, my curiosity piqued. Trust your gift. Spend time with your babies, touch them gently. You'll see what you need to when the time is right, she advised. I nodded, a sense of determination settling over me. I was about to turn and head back to Valentine when Lorraine spoke again. You know, we could get to know each other better. You, me, and Lucinda. We are family, after all, she suggested, her tone lighter. I looked at her, contemplating. Sure, I said with a small, genuine smile. Let me know when. With that, I turned and walked back toward the pack house, a mix of emotions swirling within me. Valentine Winters POV. You can see visions? I asked, my voice carrying a hint of disbelief. A hybrid who can see visions. Anything else on the list? I added, trying to process the weight of his revelation. I'm not making it up, Lucifer said, a touch of annoyance creeping into his voice. I never said you were, I reassured him, though I could sense the strain in our conversation. It's just a lot to take in. And I'm the one who can turn hunters into werewolves and float in the sky, he said, a mocking edge to his tone. I didn't choose any of this, I replied, frustration seeping into my voice. And I did, right? Lucifer vocalized sarcastically. I sighed deeply, feeling the weight of our extraordinary lives pressing down on us. All right, so how do you do it? I apparently need to touch them to see it, Lucifer said, a hint of hesitation in his voice. Do you want to try it? I offered, my curiosity piqued. He seemed hesitant, his gaze shifting uneasily. I don't know. To be honest, I don't really want to know. What's wrong with just experiencing it ourselves without knowing? Nothing is wrong with that. I'm all right with anything, I said, trying to keep the mood light. Our baby girl, Vanity, started crying, and I adjusted her against my chest to feed her. As I did, an unpleasant odor reached my nose. My heart sank. It was clear that she needed a diaper change. You're changing her, Lucifer said instantly, his voice almost too eager. I gaped at him. My mom has been changing their diapers for a few days now. I think it's time we take on that responsibility ourselves. Why should I change her? I'm already feeding her and handling their clothes. All you ever do is play with them and shower them with affection, I sighed, feeling a mix of frustration and exhaustion. Lucifer groaned, clearly exasperated. Change it, or I'm not going to let you carry them ever again. I warned. Chapter 49. Valentine Winters POV. Lucifer leaned in close. I'll make you carry another one if you say that again, he murmured playfully. He lifted Vanity from my arms and began changing her diaper with practiced ease. I couldn't help but smirk. That can only happen if I allow it anyway, I teased. He narrowed his eyes, though his focus remained on Vanity. As he worked, I approached him, gently touching his neck. He showed a slight reaction, a low vocalization rumbling from his chest. You're acting daring, he warned, his eyes darkening to pitch black, revealing the wolf within. After finishing with Vanity, he disposed of the dirty diaper and settled her back in her cradle. So, are we supposed to rely on our hearing to know if they start crying in the middle of the night? He asked. I held up the baby monitor. Right, he acknowledged. He reached for me, but I stepped away with a teasing grin. There's no way you're touching me after changing her diaper, I said. A sly smirk spread across his lips. Run, he commanded, his voice low and playful. My eyes widened as I took off toward our room with werewolf speed. But, of course, he was faster. In no time, he caught up to me. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he gently touched my body before shutting the room door behind us. There, you're now near the mess too, he said, though I knew there wasn't any mess on him. It was all part of our playful banter. He pulled off his shirt with a swift motion, tossing it carelessly on the floor. I pointed to the laundry bucket. The bucket is right there. Lucifer shrugged, unbothered. Already with your usual directives, he teased, closing the distance between us with his enhanced speed. I've given birth to twins. I can't be more devoted than that, I replied, a chuckle escaping my lips. Lucifer's laughter was warm and inviting as he began gently stroking my arms. His hands moved to my shirt, and I raised my arms, letting him pull it off and drop it to the floor. His touch was gentle but purposeful as he gently moved along my neck and unhooked my bra, letting it slide down my arms and onto the floor. His eyes darkened with intense feeling as he gently took my hand and guided me toward the bed. I lay down, watching him with a mix of anticipation and love. He knelt before me, removing my jeans and undergarments with careful attention. As he was above me, I moved back to lie entirely on the bed, my breath quickening. His hands framed my face, and he leaned down and touched my lips with his in a moment that was both tender and intense. Our movements felt connected, our bond deepening with each touch. His hands then started moving all over my body, and he removed his undergarment. Lucifer gently stroked me with his finger, and my breath hitched. Lucifer paused, observing my reaction. A soft vocalization came out of me when he continued gently stroking, and fluid flowed out. I started whimpering at the sensation as an intense feeling built, and he was observing my reactions. My wolf wants his connection. He whispers, and within a moment, Hunter takes over. I let my wolf, Vortexy, surface as she was more than ready to take control. Hunter gently lifted our body before turning us over into a position on our hands and knees. Vortexy was more than happy to obey to be on all fours on the bed, still in human form, waiting for Hunter's touch. Hunter gently touched my lower body, observing me before he gently touched my skin, tasting the moisture. We vocalized in response to the sudden sensation, as this only made the fluid in my body flow out more. We whimpered, wanting him to engage us already. We could feel him placing his hands firmly on my hips. He gently moved me. Hunter slowly moved to engage me. He felt good inside of me. We couldn't contain the vocalizations that were leaving our mouths. We kept pushing our rear towards him while we could feel his body making contact with me, making the sensations even better. Again, I felt an intense feeling building up, and Hunter quickened his pace. The bed was moving along with our movements as Hunter kept stroking me intensely, vocalizing while making sounds in the process. He kept himself inside me and moved with intensity. I was then turned back onto my back to meet Lucifer as his eyes had returned to their blue state. "I want Valentine," he says, while I took control of my body once more. Without a warning, Lucifer pulled me towards him and engaged me once more, vocalizing out loud. His rapid breathing clearly indicated that he was about to release, as his breathing was strained. He leaned over on top of me with each hand at each side of my face, gently touching my neck area as I let him, exposing my neck even more. I knew I was close as I started vocalizing his name again and again, making him vocalize even more, listening to it. "You feel so good, you're so wonderful," Lucifer whispers in my ear, slowing down his movements to an affectionate pace. "He feels so good inside of me." Lucifer vocalized my name when he hit his release, while I vocalized his at the same time, feeling the sensation multiply and the internal reactions. He picked up his pace while I started moving my hips to meet his movements as we both experienced the intense feeling as I tightly wrapped my legs around his hips. I could feel Lucifer's release inside of me. Lucifer was slowly about to pull away, but I kept my legs wrapped around him. I hesitated, but my desire overcame my shyness. "I want another round," I whispered, my hand sliding down to stir him back to readiness. Just as things were becoming engaging again, the baby monitor emitted a shrill beep, followed by the cries of one of the babies, soon joined by the other. The sound sliced through our intimate bubble, pulling us back to reality. Lucifer sighed, the frustration evident in his voice. "Maybe another time," he said, pressing a soft kiss to my cheek before settling down beside me. His body relaxed into the mattress, his eyes drooping. I turned to look at him, my exhaustion mingling with the slight soreness from our earlier activities. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. "Aren't you going to check on them?" I asked, my voice barely more than a tired murmur. Lucifer's response was a sound of low vocalization as he turned away from me, already drifting off. "I'm not the one with fluid-filled areas," he muttered, his breath deepening into a soft snore. I stared at the ceiling, feeling a mix of irritation and resignation. Just like that, he was asleep. Chapter 50. Lilith RA POV. It had been more than 2.5 months, and my pregnancy had progressed to the point where my abdomen felt enormous, a constant reminder of the impending arrival. Gabriel and I, once so united, seemed to be drifting apart. He set a plate of lamb chops in front of me, the smell tantalizing, but my appetite was nowhere to be found. "Here," he said, his voice laced with an edge of frustration. "I'm not hungry," I replied, pushing the plate away. "Just eat something for the baby's sake. We have that appointment today, remember? To check the sonogram." A sigh accompanied Gabriel's reminder. We were supposed to have had the sonogram weeks ago, but Gabriel's schedule, packed with meetings and training, had delayed it. Now, as the due date approached, the urgency felt almost too little too late. I reluctantly picked at the food, trying to calm the gnawing anxiety in my stomach. Just then, Gabriella walked in hand with Octavius, their playful banter a stark contrast to my inner turmoil. "What time is your appointment?" Gabriella asked me. "In 15 minutes, Gabriel answered, his attention on me rather than her. Gabriella's gaze turned thoughtful. "You know, I'm the only one here not expecting a baby." Octavius's eyes widened, a look of dismay crossing his face. "I think that can wait." Lucifer entered the kitchen. He was free to come and go between the packs, training with Gabriel and handling his own responsibilities. "Says the one with twins on the way," Gabriella retorted, clearly irked. Lucifer, with his characteristic calm, merely shrugged. "You're still too young for a baby, Gabriella." I bit my lip, feeling the tension simmer. Gabriella is actually a year older than I am. I'm older than Lilith. Gabriella shot back, pointing out the glaring inconsistency. Octavius hesitated before agreeing. "I think they're right." "I'm relieved I don't have little ones coming soon." "I'm not ready for that," Octavius stated plainly. Gabriella's frustration boiled over. "So, if I were pregnant, you'd be unhappy?" Octavius's response was blunt. "I wouldn't be surprised if I asked you to end the pregnancy." A heavy silence fell over the room. Gabriel and Lucifer exchanged glances, their expressions hardening. "I don't support ending a pregnancy," Lucifer said firmly, his gaze locked on Octavius. Gabriel nodded in agreement, giving a brief, apologetic look toward me. Octavius was left scrambling for words. Valentine's entrance broke the tension. "Stop harassing him," she said, her presence a welcome diversion. Lucifer turned to Valentine, his gaze still intense. "Do you support ending a pregnancy?" "I don't, but it's his opinion," Valentine shrugged, trying to remain neutral. Gabriella's face flushed with anger. "Well, I for one would never end a pregnancy of mine," she declared before storming out of the kitchen. Octavius sighed deeply and followed after her, a look of regret crossing his face. "Let's go," Gabriel said, extending his hand toward me. I struggled to rise from my chair, feeling the weight of my impending labor. As I stood, a sudden warmth trickled down my thighs. I froze, staring in disbelief as my water broke, the fluid cascading down my legs. The contractions began almost immediately, sharp and unrelenting. Lilith's water broke. Valentine's voice cut through the chaos. Gabriel's face went pale with urgency. "Shoot," he muttered, sweeping me up into his arms. The strength he showed was impressive, even with my heavy abdomen. He carried me swiftly to the packhouse emergency ward, laying me gently on the bed. The doctors rushed in, their faces tense with focus. I clutched Gabriel's hand, my grip tight as the pain intensified. They began examining my abdomen with unfamiliar devices. "The baby's head is caught in the cord. We need to perform a cesarean section," one doctor said, the gravity of their words sinking in. Fear gripped me. I looked at Gabriel, my eyes wide and pleading. "No, I don't want to go through with the procedure," I cried out, tears streaming down my face. "We don't have time." "The baby is losing oxygen," the doctor urged, but their words barely registered over my panicked breaths. Gabriel leaned close, his voice soothing yet urgent. "Lilith, it will be all right. Trust me. You won't feel a thing, you'll be asleep. Promise?" I whispered, my voice trembling. He kissed my forehead softly. "I promise," he assured me, his eyes steady with determination. "Make sure she's safe and return to me." Gabriel instructed the doctors, his tone leaving no room for doubt. They nodded, their seriousness reflecting the gravity of the situation. Gabriel's aide's POV. I waited outside the operating room, pacing back and forth. My foot tapped rhythmically against the tiled floor, a relentless beat of anxiety and impatience. I couldn't sit still, not when Lilith and my child were in there. My thoughts were racing, jumping from one worry to the next. What if something goes wrong? What if? Is everything okay? What's happening? My mom's voice cut through my spiraling thoughts. She hurried over, my dad right behind her, both their faces etched with concern. They're doing a cesarean on her, I explained, my voice tight, betraying the fear I was trying to hide. Don't worry, she'll be all right, my dad said, his hand on my shoulder, trying to steady me. But I could see the worry in his eyes, the same fear that churned in my gut. I forced a nod, trying to believe him, but the reality of it all weighed heavily on me. I was just a young man, thrust into a world of responsibilities I wasn't sure I was ready for. We had all left school. Me, Lucifer, Valentine, Octavius, and Gabriella. It felt like such a waste. All those years studying, all those dreams we had of graduation. We should have walked across that stage last year. Instead, here we were, navigating a life we hadn't planned for. There was still the debate about merging our packs. If we did, Lucifer would be the alpha of both, but he insisted that I was the rightful alpha of my pack. It felt like an eternity before the door finally opened and the doctor stepped out. My heart leapt into my throat at the sight of his face, a frown that sent a cold wave of fear crashing over me. My parents exchanged a worried glance as they stood beside me, waiting, just like I was, for the doctor to speak. "I'm sorry," he began, his voice heavy with regret. Chapter 51. Gabriel's aide's POV. "What do you mean you're sorry?" I asked, my voice trembling as fear gripped my chest. My heart pounded in my ears, a relentless drumbeat of dread. The doctor's face was grim, his eyes filled with regret. "We couldn't save your child," he said softly. "What?" The word barely left my lips. I was frozen, unable to comprehend. "That's impossible," I shouted, my voice echoing through the sterile hallway. "Alpha babies are strong. This can't be happening." The doctor remained calm, his expression filled with sympathy. "The situation was critical, Gabriel. We had to choose either to save your mate or your child. Your son lost too much oxygen. He was born still. My voice cracked as I spoke, disbelief washing over me. "It was a baby boy," he confirmed, his words like a punch to my gut. A tear slipped down my cheek unbidden. I couldn't hold it back any longer. My parents stood beside me, their faces pale and stunned. They didn't know how to react, nor did they know what to say to make this better. Because nothing could. I closed my eyes, trying to steady myself, to piece together the shattered fragments of my thoughts. "How's Lilith?" I managed to ask, my voice barely more than a whisper. "She's resting from the anesthesia," the doctor replied gently. "She'll be awake soon." I nodded, my head heavy. The doctor left us, his footsteps fading down the hall. "Darling, I'm so sorry," my mom whispered, stepping toward me, her arms open for a hug. But I stepped back, needing space, needing to breathe. "I just need some time," I muttered. She nodded, her eyes full of understanding, though I knew she wished she could do more. My dad placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, guiding her away so I could have the solitude I craved. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Gabriella rushing toward me, her face lit with excitement. My dad intercepted her, stopping her with a gentle but firm hand. Confusion spread across her face, but as she glanced around, taking in the somber atmosphere, her expression fell into a frown. I turned and walked toward the room where they were keeping Lilith, each step feeling heavier than the last. I opened the door slowly, slipping inside and closing it softly behind me. The room was quiet, save for the soft beeping of the machines monitoring Lilith's vitals. I sank onto the couch beside her bed, my body feeling drained, my mind numb. Minutes ticked by slowly, each one an eternity. I watched Lilith stir, her eyelids fluttering open. She winced against the harsh white light, groaning as she adjusted to the brightness. Her eyes found mine, and I saw the immediate panic in them. Her hand moved instinctively to her stomach, her eyes widening in realization. "Where's the baby?" she asked, her voice laced with fear. I didn't answer. I couldn't. I just kept my lips tightly sealed, afraid of what might come out if I opened my mouth. "Answer me," she demanded, her voice rising in panic. "You got your wish," I said, my words harsher than I intended. I was hurting and I lashed out, unable to control it. She looked at me confused. "What do you mean?" "He's gone," I said flatly. I wasn't even able to see him. Tears welled up in her eyes. "What?" she whispered, her voice breaking. No, this can't be." "Don't act like you care," I snapped. "You never wanted the baby from the start. You should be relieved." Her tears spilled over, streaming down her face. "I had him in me for 3 months, Gabriel," she said, her voice raw with emotion. "How do you think I would feel? You can't blame this on me. I just came out of the operating room, in pain, and now you're turning your back on me when I need you the most." She was right. I was angry, but not at her, at the situation, at fate, at everything. I bit the inside of my cheek, my own tears threatening to fall. "I'm sorry," I whispered, closing my eyes for a moment. I moved closer, wrapping my arms around her, holding her as she cried into my chest. I stroked her back, trying to soothe her, trying to comfort her as best as I could. The door creaked open, and a nurse walked in, looking confused. She placed a tray of food on the table beside the bed. "What's wrong?" she asked, glancing at Lilith. When Lilith didn't respond, the nurse's gaze shifted to me. "Where's the baby?" she asked. I sighed heavily. Shouldn't she know? She was part of the operation, wasn't she? "The baby's gone," I said quietly. She looked even more perplexed. "Gone?" she repeated. "He's passed away," I said more bluntly, frustration creeping into my voice. "Must I spell it out for you?" Her eyes widened in shock. "Passed away? But your baby was fine and healthy. They took your baby out for a scan." "What do you mean?" I pulled back from Lilith, my heart racing. Lilith's eyes snapped to mine, mirroring my confusion and a flicker of hope. "Our baby is alive?" I asked, my voice trembling. She nodded. "Yes." "Who's the doctor?" I demanded, my mind spinning. "I am," she answered. "Who did you speak to?" "Lucifer's aide's POV. Where's your youngest brother?" I asked Alvin as he sparred with Simon nearby. They exchanged a glance, a hint of unease passing between them. "He said he had someone to meet in your brother's pack," Simon replied, his tone uncertain. I frowned. "Is he even allowed in Gabriel's pack?" I turned to Zachary, who was overseeing the younger wolves' training. Zachary shrugged, his expression mirroring my concern. "I'm not sure how he got in, but he told me he needed a potty break," he said, his voice edged with suspicion. Octavius, who had been quietly observing, stepped forward. "Something's not right," he said, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the faces around us. I nodded, my instincts flaring with unease. Something definitely isn't. I could feel it in my gut, a stirring, a sense of foreboding that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Whatever was going on, it wasn't good. And I needed to find out fast. Chapter 52. Theodore Hale POV. I knew I shouldn't have done this, but I had to. Desperation had driven me to these secret meetings with the elder hunters. Other young hunters had also begun to arrive, bringing food, water, and helping to rebuild the abandoned hunters' building into a usable shelter. The warrior brothers continued to visit their father regularly. Despite what the wolves had suggested, they hadn't gone rogue. I had been slowly educating the elders on how to shift back into their human forms. They were getting closer, just a bit more time, and they'd master it. My brothers were unaware of any of this. They wouldn't understand. The wolves had murdered our father, and my brothers were just going to let that slide? Although the elder hunters hadn't yet mastered the shift, we could communicate through the mind link. They had instructed me to take the young alpha's baby. I had no chance of getting close to Lucifer's twins, with both Valentine and Lucifer watching them closely, practically guard dogs, if you ask me. It was infuriating. But then I heard Gabriel's mate was pregnant. This was my chance. Gabriel didn't know me personally. What a fool to believe everything I said. He didn't even know his pack's doctors. I took the baby, brought her to the elder hunters. As I lay her on the ground, she started crying. A girl. I'd lied to Gabriel, told him it was a boy, but in truth, it was a baby girl. The hunters, in their wolf forms, began circling her, making low, guttural vocalizations. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a white and black wolf appeared, charging at the hunters. What? How did they know? More wolves from the pack followed, swiftly restraining the hunters. Panic shot through me. I shifted into my gray wolf form and bolted. There's no mercy for betrayal in the pack. Punishment was either exile or execution, depending on the level of treason. I could hear one of the wolves gaining on me, smaller than me but fast, impossibly fast. In seconds, it pounced, knocking me to the ground and holding me down with surprising strength. I growled and thrashed, desperate to shake it off. Then, something strange happened. Sparks flew from the point of contact, jolting my entire body, and a voice whispered inside my head, "Mate." What? I tried to sink my teeth into it, but the wolf was quick, dodging every move. There was a strange hesitation inside me, a part that didn't want to cause this wolf harm, but the urge to fight, to survive, was stronger. I twisted, managing to throw the wolf off balance. It had silver fur, clearly on defense, but never trying to cause injury back. I didn't care. I lunged, finally sinking my canines into its neck. The wolf cried out in pain, its struggles weakening as I tasted its blood. Stop. Something inside me commanded, and I pulled back, panting. The wolf beneath me shifted into its human form, a girl. What the hell? As she shifted, she cried out in pain. Another silver wolf appeared, growling fiercely. Zachary. Shit. The girl beneath me cried out, blood flowing from the injury I'd left on her throat. Guilt tore through me. Why did I feel this way? I tried to run again, but the wolves surrounded me, closing in. Zachary rushed to the girl's side, checking her before fixing me with a deadly glare. He growled, poised to attack. Before he could, my brothers, Alvin and Simon, rushed in, placing themselves between Zachary and me, still in their human forms. Please don't. We will take full responsibility for his actions, they pleaded desperately. Shift now, Lucifer commanded, striding in, his black pants contrasting with his grim expression. Octavius followed close behind, wearing a pair of shorts. Zachary and I shifted back into our human forms. Octavius tossed Zachary some trousers while Simon handed me a ripped pair of shorts to cover myself. No sooner had I pulled them on than Zachary came charging at me, and Octavius had to hold him back. How could you? Zachary yelled, his voice trembling with fury. Gabriella rushed over to the girl I'd caused harm to, offering her clothes and tending to her wound. Don't you dare look at her. Zachary snarled at me, his protective instincts kicking in. Zachary, calm down. She's all right, Octavius tried to assure him. No, the little fellow bonded with my sister. He imprinted on her. Zachary roared, and all eyes snapped to me. Bonded with her? Imprinted? What did that mean? His sister? Damn. I stayed silent, processing what I'd done. Gabriella gently moved the girl's hair and examined the injury. She then looked at Lucifer and nodded, confirming Zachary's words. Zachary roared again, lunging toward me, this time without restraint, and Octavius didn't stop him. Enough. Lucifer's voice cut through the tension like a blade. You have no authority to order me, Zachary shot back, his eyes blazing. How would you feel if it was your sister? Lucifer glanced briefly at Octavius. I get a gist of it, he muttered, and Octavius rolled his eyes. We need to bring him to Noah for judgment, Lucifer said, his tone final. No, they'll kill him. The girl I'd injured suddenly cried out, her voice filled with desperation. Then so be it. He deserves the punishment for his crimes, Zachary snapped. He's my designated partner, the girl said softly, but her words carried great power. What? Please don't let the alpha know, she pleaded, looking around. Why was she defending me? Zachary sighed, his resolve wavering. He put Gabriel's child at risk. Gabriel will not let this go, Zachary insisted. I know I wouldn't, Lucifer added grimly, his protective nature evident. There must be some other way. We will share his punishment, Simon spoke up, his voice filled with determination. Guilt gnawed at me. My brothers were standing up for me, despite everything. No, Lucifer said firmly. Only he who commits the crime shall face the consequences. He turned to me, his eyes hard and cold. And your consequences will surely be severe, he said, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Gabriel's aide's POV. It's been a few days since the incident. Lucifer managed to catch that sly worm, but I still can't understand why they haven't passed a death penalty for his treason. Traitors usually don't get a second chance, especially not after endangering a child. I gently handed my baby girl over to Lilith as she began to cry from hunger. Even in the chaos, I made a promise to take full responsibility for her care. Lilith would be involved only in the essentials, such as feeding. Nothing more. After Lilith was done feeding the baby, I reached out to take it back. Lilith handed her over reluctantly, her lips pursed, something clearly weighing on her mind. Why are you doing this? She asked, breaking the silence that had settled between us. Doing what? I replied, keeping my voice steady. Treating me like I'm some sort of milk resource, she said, her tone edged with frustration. I held her gaze, unflinching. You made it clear you wanted no part in raising her, I reminded her. If I remember correctly, you wanted her gone. She swallowed hard, her frown deepening as she looked at me, searching for something in my expression, sympathy, maybe, or understanding. But I didn't flinch. You have no right to her, I said firmly. Chapter 53. Valentine Winters POV. So, what did you do with that snake? Gabriel asked, his tone sharp as he addressed Lucifer. We were on the training ground, preparing Lucifer for the upcoming challenge where he would face my father for the Alpha throne. Every muscle in Lucifer's body was tense, coiled like a spring ready to snap, but his expression was calm, focused. Since he faked being a doctor, we sent him to school to learn how to be a real one, Lucifer replied, his voice steady but with a hint of irritation. All the doctors in our pack hold certified degrees and PhDs. It's almost always the Zetas who take up that path. They might be the weakest when it comes to brute strength, but they're incredibly successful in academia. With what funds? I asked, genuinely curious. Even I wasn't privy to the details of every decision made regarding the pack's resources. His father, Mr. Hale, Lucifer said, glancing at me. How? I pressed, wanting to understand how this decision was made without the rest of us knowing. Ex-dad had access to all their accounts, Lucifer explained. We keep track of the money going in and out for security reasons. If anyone betrays the clan, we freeze their assets. Simple as that. I raised an eyebrow. Then how come your account wasn't frozen when you left? Lucifer sighed, a shadow passing over his face. Because I was the one he trusted most of all, he said quietly, looking away as if trying to hide the hurt in his eyes. Their mother died when they were young, killed by a rogue wolf while trying to protect him. That kind of loss binds people in ways you can't easily sever. His words hung in the air between us, heavy with unspoken grief and old wounds that had never truly healed. I could see the flicker of pain in his eyes, a hint of the boy he must have been, losing his mother so violently and being thrust into a world where trust was a rare commodity. Gabriel, however, wasn't buying it. That's quite a story, he said, his voice cold. But remind me again why you left that individual's heart still beating? He narrowed his eyes at Lucifer, his gaze brutal and unforgiving. Theodore Hale POV. Why are you following me? I asked, my voice sharp with annoyance as I folded my clothes. We were packing up the few things we were allowed to take from our old houses. Zachary's sister, the one I caused injury to, was leaning against my door frame, watching me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I had been moved to a smaller room, far from my brothers, as part of my punishment. They were so disappointed in me that they refused to speak to me after the incident. I had no idea what had happened to the hunters, but we were now forbidden to visit them, and surveillance in the area had been intensified. It's a bonding thing, she answered, crossing her arms over her chest. I noticed her black hair, cut just below her collarbones, and her piercing green eyes. Why was I even noticing that? I know about the bonding. I'm not interested, I said bluntly, hoping she would take the hint and leave. She unfolded her arms, stomping right in front of me. She pulled back her hair, revealing the mark I had given her, still noticeable on her neck. You should have thought about that before you gave me this, she snapped, pointing at the mark. Just put some ointment on it. It'll go away, I scoffed, turning back to my packing. No, it won't, she said firmly. It will only disappear when someone else forms a strong connection with me. Then find someone else, I huffed, my patience wearing thin. I have more important things to worry about, and you're not on that list. I can't do that either, she shot back, her tone matching my frustration. I was starting to lose my cool. How could I make it more straightforward that I didn't want her around? Why not? I demanded, my voice harsher than I intended. We are destined for each other. It's not as simple as finding someone else, she retorted, her eyes blazing with determination. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. Look. I began, but before I could finish, Zachary stormed into the room, his expression thunderous. Zoe? What are you doing here with this troublemaker? He demanded, glaring at me. So, her name was Zoe. That was a nice name. What the hell was I thinking? And did he call me a troublemaker? Zoe looked flustered, like she hadn't expected her brother to show up. Let's go, Zachary barked. We weren't finished, Zoe protested, glancing at me as if hoping I'd back her up. No, I think we are. You can have her, I said, gesturing toward Zachary. I just wanted them both to leave me alone. Don't speak to me. We aren't friends, Zachary shot back, his tone icy. I need to explain to him the importance of this connection. Zoe tried to reason with her brother. I couldn't care less. I just wanted them out of my room. They were invading my space, my privacy. He's not worth being your destined partner. He's an imposter, Zachary sneered. You can pick partners, too, and there are plenty of eligible men in our pack. Why did that statement make my blood boil? Zoe glanced at me, clearly searching my face for a reaction, wanting me to say something, anything. But I stayed silent. She frowned, her face twisting with anger and hurt, before storming out of my room. What did she expect me to say? Zachary sighed, his gaze turning back to me. Stay away from her, he warned, his voice low and threatening. I raised my hands in surrender. Fine by me, I muttered, watching him leave. As the door closed behind him, a strange feeling settled over me, loneliness. Despite everything, her presence had been comforting. What was wrong with me? I shook my head, trying to clear my thoughts. Now, because of my little incident, they were making me study to become a doctor. Didn't they realize they couldn't force this on me? I wasn't born to save werewolves. I was born to hunt them. This wasn't my destiny. This wasn't my fate. Chapter 54. Valentine Winters POV. Lucifer, Gabriel, and I sat around the kitchen table, the air thick with unspoken tension. Gabriel cradled his newborn in his arms, and I couldn't help but marvel at the sight. It felt strange and surreal even to see Gabriel with a child. We were all still so young, and yet here we were, shouldering the weighty responsibilities of parenthood. Responsibilities I thought wouldn't come until I was at least in my mid-20s. And yet you turned out to be mischievous. Lucifer's voice whispered playfully in my head. I turned, finding him already watching me, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. Get out of my head, I muttered, feeling a blush creep up my cheeks. Gabriel glanced between us, his brow furrowed in confusion. So, no baby showers for Lilith? I asked Gabriel, trying to steer the conversation to safer waters. Gabriel scoffed, his thoughts clearly elsewhere. I don't think she'd appreciate one, he replied, a hint of bitterness lacing his words. Have you two at least picked a name for her yet? I asked, my eyes drifting to the baby. She was gripping Gabriel's pinky finger, her tiny hand so fragile against his. Her cheeks were rosy, a soft shade of pink that made her look like a little cherub. Not really, Gabriel said, glancing down at his daughter. But I was thinking of Athena. That's a beautiful name, I said, smiling. Much prettier than vanity. The words slipped out before I could catch them, and I saw Lucifer's eyes narrow at me. Says the one who named our son Logan, he quipped, not missing a beat, his gaze flicking down to his phone. How's Lilith? I asked, trying to change the subject. Fine, Gabriel muttered, his tone clipped. The hell she's fine, Gabriella cut in as she walked into the kitchen, heading straight for the fridge. She grabbed a glass and filled it with milk. You're not even letting her hold the baby, she added, her tone sharp. She holds her whenever she's feeding her, Gabriel said defensively. Gabriella scoffed, rolling her eyes. Stop being insensitive and start acting like a family, will you? Where is she anyway? Gabriella asked after gulping her drink. Who knows? Gabriel shrugged, his focus already back on the baby. Who knows? Gabriella's voice rose, her frustration palpable. You should know where she is. She slammed her glass down on the table with a force that made me flinch, surprised it didn't shatter. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. This was between them. I didn't want to get involved. She's probably just in her room, being antisocial as always, Gabriel huffed, dismissing the topic with a wave of his hand. Lilith RAPOV. I'm leaving the pack. I keep telling myself this isn't a rash decision, but doubt lingers at the edges of my mind. A home should be a place where you feel safe and welcomed, and I haven't felt either here for a long time. My sister Evelyn is young, but I see the devotion Adam has for her, and I hope he never stops showing her how much she's worth. She deserves that kind of care more than I ever did. I'm using Gabriel's suitcase because I don't have one of my own. I packed the clothes he bought for me when I first came here, a bittersweet reminder of a time when things seemed more straightforward. I take 2 pieces of paper and sit on the edge of the bed, carefully writing out my letters, one for my little sister and one for Gabriel. The letter to my sister is filled with love and encouragement, a small token of my affection. For Gabriel, the words are heavier, tinged with the pain of unspoken feelings and the acknowledgement that he never really wanted me here. He never said it outright, but his lack of care, attention, and commitment spoke volumes. It's been weeks since I gave birth to our beautiful daughter, and I have no doubt he'll take care of her better than anyone else could. Leaving her hurts, but staying here where I'm unappreciated is a different kind of pain. Neither Evelyn nor Gabriel truly needs me anymore. I'm just a lingering shadow in their lives, and I refuse to be a burden. I'll find another pack, one that might accept me and give me a fresh start. I don't know what rank my wolf falls into, but at least it will be a new beginning. My wolf is restless, torn between my decision and her instincts. The jealousy I feel watching other pairs only makes this more complicated. She doesn't want to leave her intended partner, but my mind is already made up. It's time for me to move on. I place the letters gently on the bed, my hands trembling slightly as I zip up the suitcase. I take one last look around the room, memories flooding back. The good and the bad. It's strange how a place that once felt like a sanctuary can become a cage. With a heavy heart, I turn away. My wolf's protests echo in my mind, but I push them aside. It's time for a new chapter, even if it means leaving behind everything I once thought I'd have. Gabriel's AIDS POV. Could you hold the baby for a second? I asked Lucifer, passing the tiny bundle to him. Something was off, and I couldn't shake the feeling. What's wrong? Valentine's voice came from my right, laced with concern. A sudden wave of heat washed over me, my skin prickling with sweat as if I had just sprinted miles. The connection mark that Lilith had given me flared painfully, causing me to groan and clutch at it, desperate for relief. Without thinking, I knocked over the chair behind me, its clatter echoing in the kitchen as I stood abruptly and walked away from the group. My heart was racing, pounding in my chest as I headed toward the room I shared with Lilith. As I swung open the door, it creaked ominously. I was hoping my instincts were wrong, but the empty room and the fading scent of Lilith confirmed my worst fears. I rushed to the bathroom, hoping to find her there, but it was empty. Opening the cupboard, I saw that all her clothes were gone. The suitcase that had belonged to her was also missing. Panic gripped me as I felt an overwhelming emptiness sweep over me. My breath came in quick gasps, and my pulse hammered in my ears. Had she moved to another room in anger? Then I noticed the two letters on the bed, one addressed to me and the other to Evelyn. I picked up the letter meant for me, my hands trembling as I unfolded it. The words Lilith had written flowed like a quiet stream of sorrow and resignation. Dear Gabriel, I'm leaving. I see there's no place for me in your family. Maybe that's my fate. When I met you, you were my hope, my dream. We grew distant in the past few months, and now with a baby, life should have felt complete, but it didn't. I was worried about raising our child alone while you were busy with pack duties. I see now that despite your responsibilities, you've cared for her with love, and she's lucky to have you as her father. I've felt alone even among many, but I cherish the connection we shared, however brief it may have been. I love you and our little girl. Please take care of her and keep an eye on my sister. I wish you all happiness. Goodbye. A tear slipped down my cheek as I read her farewell. Each word was a dagger to my heart, pulling at the threads of regret and sorrow. My chest ached, as if I were losing a part of myself. Lucifer walked into the room, his gaze scanning the space before settling on me, sitting on the bed with the letter in hand. Where is she? His voice was laced with concern and anger. Chapter 55. Lilith RAPOV. I'd been walking for hours, the city lights blurring into a mix of neon and shadow. My throat felt parched, so I ducked into a small grocery store. With the few coins I had left, I was attempting to buy an energy drink. I needed something to revive me, even if just for a little while. My wolf had been restless since I left Gabriel. Her anxious energy thrummed beneath my skin, and every time I thought about Gabriel, the mark on my neck itched painfully. I tried to scrape it off with a blade earlier, but it only healed back, leaving me feeling helpless. As much as I missed Gabriel, escaping the pack house was a relief. The endless wolf drama, the weight of expectations, it all felt suffocating. Here, among ordinary people with their mundane lives, I longed for a sense of normalcy. They seemed so content, so unburdened by supernatural duties and struggles. I sighed, lost in thought as I made my way down the aisle. A clatter broke the monotony. I dropped the bottle I was holding. I bent down to pick it up, and that's when I heard her voice. What is a wolf doing here all alone? The words were laced with a strange blend of curiosity and authority. I looked up to see a woman with sun-kissed skin, wavy black hair, and piercing dark green eyes. She seemed almost ethereal amidst the store's fluorescent lights. I don't know what you're talking about, I said, trying to brush past her. I needed to leave before my panic could escalate. But she grabbed my shoulder, her grip firm and unyielding. A chill ran down my spine as she whispered something under her breath. Suddenly, my entire body went numb. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. Only my eyes could dart around, trapped in a frozen state. The panic that had been simmering in my chest exploded into full-blown fear. Name's Morgana, she said with an unsettling calmness. Valentine Winters POV. It had been a few months since Lilith left, and the weight of her absence was pressing heavily on all of us. Gabriel had become a shadow of his former self, consumed by the search for her. He had reached out to every neighboring pack, but there had been no sign of her. His relentless quest was taking a toll on him, and I could see it in his weary eyes and the tense set of his shoulders. Gabriella and I exchanged worried glances often. Gabriel's focus had shifted away from training Lucifer for the upcoming trial, and Zachary had stepped in to help. But as Lucifer's birthday approached, I couldn't shake the feeling that he might not be ready. The trial tomorrow would test him in ways we couldn't predict. Lucifer entered the room, shedding his hoodie and tossing it onto the floor with a careless flick. He plopped onto the bed beside me with a heavy sigh. "Aren't you going to take a shower?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. "Nope," he grunted. "You've been sweating all day." "Go shower," I insisted. "I've been training nonstop. I'm exhausted." "I need sleep," he retorted, sounding more like a petulant child than the formidable warrior he was. "And I also need blood," he added with a hint of a growl, his eyes flashing a deep, unsettling red for a moment. "If I give you the blood bag, will you at least shower?" I offered, holding it out. "You've never cared before if I went to bed dirty, so why now?" he asked, irritation clear in his voice. "Just do it," I huffed, tossing the bag to him. He caught it, gulped it down, and threw it in the trash before heading into the shower. As I waited, I pondered how strange it was that he actually listened to me. The clock ticked toward midnight, and I scurried to the kitchen. I had picked up a small cake earlier, and I carefully placed it on a table in the room, lighting the candles before switching off the bedroom lights. I knocked on the bathroom door, hoping to hurry him along. "You done? Can a man shower in peace?" His voice was thick with sarcasm. The water stopped running, and moments later, he emerged, his dark hair dripping, and a towel wrapped around his waist. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw the cake, and a small smile spread across his face. "What's all this?" he asked, approaching me. "Wait," I said, watching the clock tick to midnight. "Happy birthday, love." "Make a wish before you blow out the candles," I added. He chuckled softly, blowing out the candles and then switching the light back on. I placed the cake on the nearby table and watched as he looked at me with a mix of curiosity and warmth. "So, what did you wish for?" I asked. He playfully scowled at me. "I thought we're not supposed to say our wishes out loud." I bit my lip, unsure how to respond to that. "But if you really want to know," he began, leaning in to give me a soft kiss on the cheek. A blush immediately colored my face. "I didn't wish for anything," he said. "Why not?" I asked, confused. "Because I already got my wish," he replied, looking straight into my eyes. Butterflies fluttered in my stomach. "That's a lie," I said, cutting a piece of cake. "You never wished for a werewolf mate," I added, placing the slice in front of him. When he took a bite, I smudged cake all over his face and chest, unable to hold back my giggle. His shock quickly turned into laughter, but before I could escape, he grabbed me by the waist, gently tossing me onto the bed and hovering over me. "That wasn't very nice." "I just took a shower," he said, his voice a low growl. I squirmed as he wiped some of the cake and cream from his face onto mine, looking down at me with a mix of amusement and affection. "Happy?" he asked, and I nodded, rolling my eyes playfully. As I tried to get up, he held me down. "I need to clean my face," I chuckled. His gaze dropped to the cream on my neck. "Let me do it for you," he said with a smirk, leaning in to gently wipe the cream from my skin. The sensation was surprising, and I struggled to find my words. "What are you doing?" I managed to ask, my voice trembling with a mix of surprise and confusion. "Getting my birthday present," he growled, his eyes darkening with intensity. He leaned in closer. In that moment, the world outside seemed to disappear, leaving just us and the strong connection between us. Chapter 56. Adam 1 Levi POV. The whisper pierced through the fog of sleep, jolting me awake. My heart pounded as if it were trying to escape my chest. The voice was unmistakable, a haunting reminder of the deal we had made. I sat up abruptly, the bedsheets rustling around me. Evelyn stirred beside me, her eyes fluttering open, confusion and concern etched on her face. "What's wrong?" she asked, her voice still thick with sleep. "It's him," I said, my voice strained and uneven as I turned to face her. My gaze was unwavering, trying to convey the gravity of the situation. "Merlin," I continued, my eyes locking onto hers. The name alone seemed to hang heavy in the air, a shadow of our past promises and unfulfilled obligations. Gabriel's aide's POV. Something felt off. I had spent hours dialing pack numbers, each call a desperate attempt to find her, only to be met with silence or false leads. The gnawing worry in my gut refused to subside. A few soft knocks on the door pulled me from my spiral of frustration. Gabriella's head poked through the opening, her eyes searching mine. "Are you coming to watch Lucifer's fight today?" she asked, her voice carrying a mix of concern and casual curiosity. I sighed deeply, the weight of my inaction pressing heavily on me. "How could I face them?" I said, my voice laden with regret. "I haven't even been able to help him with the training." Gabriella settled onto the edge of the bed, her presence a calming anchor amidst the storm of my thoughts. She studied me for a moment before speaking. "They don't blame you for it. Maybe it's best if you get out of this room for the day. It might do some good." I looked at her, her words sinking in. Despite the ache in my chest and the gnawing sense of failure, I nodded. I'll be there, I promised, though the commitment felt hollow against the backdrop of my current state. Gabriella stood, her movements purposeful yet gentle. She made her way to the door but paused before stepping out, her gaze shifting to the empty cradle beside the bed. "Where's my little niece, by the way?" she asked, her tone light but curious. "Mom took her for the day," I replied, a hint of sadness slipping into my voice. The cradle's emptiness seemed to echo the void Lilith's absence had left in my life. Gabriella nodded in understanding, a sympathetic smile touching her lips. "All right then. Take care of yourself, Gabriel." With that, she left, the door clicking softly behind her. I sat alone, the silence amplifying my loneliness. The room felt cold and hollow without Lilith, and the cradle's emptiness served as a stark reminder of her absence. Lucifer Zade's POV. "Are you nervous?" Valentine's voice broke through my pre-fight tension, her presence a comforting balm beside me. "Give me a gun, and I wouldn't be," I replied, my tone light but edged with the reality of the moment. The idea of facing my opponent with something other than my fists was almost enticing. "That's my dad you're talking about," she scowled, her disapproval evident. I couldn't resist teasing. "I thought I was your favorite?" I said with a smirk. Her cheeks flushed a deep red, and I enjoyed the effect I had on her. "I would never call you that," she assured shyly, her eyes avoiding mine. "That's because my name is sexier," I said, pulling her close. My hands found their way to her waist before I captured her lips in a kiss. The familiarity of her touch, the warmth of her body against mine, it all served to heighten my senses. "I'm distracted again," I admitted bluntly, feeling a familiar pull toward her. "I can see that," she giggled, standing on her tiptoes to press a soft kiss against my neck, eliciting a low sound from me. "But you have a fight in half an hour," she whispered, leaning away just enough to remind me of my looming responsibilities. "I hate it when you tease," I said with mock sternness, though her smile faltered, and I saw a flicker of apprehension in her eyes. "It's a joke," I said quickly, shaking her out of her nervous state. Her smile returned, though it was tinged with unease. "Yeah, I know that," she replied softly. "You know I'll never hurt you again, right?" I asked, my voice low and serious. My frown deepened as I sought reassurance that she understood my sincerity. She nodded, leaning in to give me a tender kiss. I responded in kind, our lips moving together in a synchronized dance that lasted for a full minute, each kiss a promise of our shared affection. "Please, there are single people here too," Zachary's voice interrupted, cutting our moment short. Valentine's face flushed with embarrassment at being caught in such a private moment. "Let's go." "Your opponent is ready," Zachary stated, his tone more businesslike. I took a deep breath, letting the weight of the situation settle over me. "Let the battle begin," I said, determination hardening my voice as I prepared to step into the arena. Lilith RAPOV. The sudden noise of someone being shoved into the room snapped me from my daze. I could hear frantic banging on the door and desperate cries for freedom. "Lorraine?" I asked, squinting through the dim light to see if I could recognize the figure. When the banging stopped and she turned to face me, her frustration was evident. "Why did you have to run away?" she snapped, her voice tinged with irritation. "How did she know?" Seeing my confusion, Lorraine's eyes softened as she explained. "Lucifer asked for my help to find you. But the witch caught me too and took away my speed for the time being." "A witch? What does she want with us?" I asked, the worry in my voice palpable. "What a common witch does, a ritual," Lorraine replied matter-of-factly. I sighed deeply. "What do we do now?" "Wait for my sister to figure out I'm gone and track me," she said, her tone resigned. "The whole house should be under a spell. There's no point in trying to escape." As if on cue, the door creaked open and a man entered the room. His presence was imposing, with green eyes and black hair against a backdrop of slightly tanned skin. At over 6 feet 3 inches, he towered over us. "A puppy and a kitty in the same room," he chuckled, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Lorraine's eyes narrowed, and she bared her fangs in response to the man's derisive nickname. Lorraine lunged at him, her movements quick and precise, but he dodged effortlessly. With a whisper and a flash of orange in his eyes, he rendered her immobile. I attempted to move closer to Lorraine, hoping to shield her, but the man raised a finger, a subtle but firm warning that kept me at bay. His attention remained fixed on Lorraine, his demeanor exuding a chilling confidence. "You're not the only one who can see the future, love. I know every move a person might make within the next few minutes," he declared, his voice smooth and chilling. With a flick of his wrist, Lorraine's frozen state dissipated, and she took several hesitant steps back, her eyes wide with shock. "You're no ordinary wizard," Lorraine exclaimed, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and anger. The man, Oz, scoffed dismissively. "The name's Oz," he said, his eyes flickering with a predatory gleam. "And I think I just found my little emerald castle." His gaze was locked onto Lorraine with a possessive intensity that made my heart race. He extended his arm toward her, fingers splayed, and chanted a soft incantation. His eyes flashed orange once more. In a swirl of dark magic, Lorraine's attire transformed into a stunning dark green dress. Her hair was elegantly styled, and her makeup was flawlessly applied. Her hands, however, were bound in cuffs, adding to the surreal quality of her new appearance. Confusion and dread gripped me as I watched Lorraine struggle against her restraints, her eyes reflecting a deepening sense of betrayal and fear. Oz's smirk widened. "You're mine," he declared with a chilling finality, his eyes never leaving Lorraine. His possessive claim hung heavily in the air, leaving us both grappling with the unsettling reality of his control. Chapter 57. Lucifer's Aide's POV. The forest was silent except for the murmurs of anticipation from the pack. They surrounded us in a wide circle, eyes fixed on the impending fight. Valentine's father, Noah, stood a few meters away, his presence commanding the space between us. "Heed the rules of our law. May fate show us which one is worthy to be deemed our leader," Zachary's voice rang out, his tone carrying the weight of tradition. He stood between us, a mediator in this critical moment. Zachary turned to face me, his gaze serious. "There is one exception to be mentioned in this fight. In this bizarre circumstance of a werewolf fighting against a hybrid, a fair fight was requested by the majority of the pack." He continued, his eyes now on Nathaniel. "The hybrid is to suppress his vampire side, including speed and strength. If a breach is found, the werewolf automatically gains his throne as alpha once more. The challenge of suppressing my vampire nature was daunting." "That's ridiculous. How am I to control what I am?" I asked, frustration seeping into my voice. "That's yours to figure out. Remember our training." "Let the fight begin," Zachary said, his gaze lingering on me for a moment before he stepped back, leaving us in the clearing. Noah transformed into a seal-colored wolf, a menacing growl emanating from his throat as he bared his canines at me. Hunter, my wolf, took over. Black fur sprouted from my skin, and in seconds, I was on all fours, facing Noah. We circled each other, each waiting for the other to make the first move. Memory. "So, what's your dad's fighting technique?" I asked Valentine as she fed Logan. "My dad observes his opponents before he attacks. He never makes the first move," she said, her eyes focused on the baby. "In that case, what do you suggest I do?" I asked. "Always change your offense pattern," she advised. Reality. Noah wasn't about to make the first move. I had to be the aggressor. I stopped circling, forcing him to halt as well. His growl was a challenge, a demand for submission. But Hunter and I stood our ground, refusing to back down. I decided to strike first. I lunged for Noah's throat, but he dodged swiftly, snapping his jaws in a desperate attempt to catch me. Memory. It's okay to switch into defense mode. That doesn't make you a coward. Fight smart, using your brain. Brawn alone won't be enough. You'll fail, Gabriel had taught me. Reality. I dodged Noah's attacks, observing his strategy. He aimed for my throat or legs with precision. Valentine's worried expression was a constant reminder of what was at stake, her father and her mate. Memory. What would you consider a wolf's weakness? I asked Zachary. I'd say their ears. It's the softest tissue compared to other parts of a wolf's body, he noted. I nodded, committing that detail to memory. Also, always be unpredictable, Zachary added. Reality. I took advantage of Noah's predictable patterns and grabbed his ear. He whined in pain as I bit down, forcing him to react. Suddenly, a strange sensation erupted at the back of my shoulders. I had to release Noah's ear, giving him an opening to push me away. I crashed to the ground, the impact jarring and painful. As I lay there, a sharp, searing pain spread from my shoulders. Something was painfully sprouting out of my skin. I held in agony, the pack gasping in surprise. You grew wings. Valentine mind-linked me. Lorraine Teep's POV. You're insane if you think I'll ever be yours, I said, trying desperately to free myself from the enchanted cuffs. Each tug only tightened the grip around my wrists, but I refused to give in. Oz glanced down at my futile efforts with an almost amused detachment. His eyes met mine again, dark and unyielding. It's enchanted, and I don't just think it, I know it. You are mine, he declared with a chilling confidence. I'm a vampire princess already betrothed to a vampire prince, I retorted, trying to sound braver than I felt. His eyes flashed to a deep, unsettling black for a fleeting moment, sending a shiver down my spine. Too bad he's on the waiting list, Oz said dismissively. He made a sweeping gesture with his hand, and in an instant, everything around us shifted. The room we were in was torn apart by an unseen force, swirling into a tempest of colors and shadows. When it settled, we were in a completely different place. Where have you taken us? Lilith's voice trembled beside me, the fear in her tone mirroring my own. Home, Oz said, his smirk widening. I looked out of the window and my heart sank. We were no longer in a familiar world. This was the empire of warlocks and witches, our realm hidden from our world. The skyline was filled with twisted spires and dark, ominous clouds that suggested we were far from any place I knew. There's so many of you, I muttered, my voice betraying my astonishment. The scale of this place was overwhelming, and the sense of being utterly lost in an unfamiliar land was suffocating. Oz turned to me, his expression unreadable. Why us? I asked, trying to understand the reason behind our abduction. Nothing personal, just business, he said, his tone almost casual. But then he added, however, I may need to make an exception for you and ask Mother to find another vampire to replace you. His words were cold and dismissive, but the underlying threat was clear. He took a step closer, his presence almost palpable, and for the first time, I felt a deep-seated fear. The way he looked at me, as if he were dissecting my very essence, made my skin crawl. So, let me now get into your pretty little head and know where I can find the others, he said, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper. Chapter 58. Lucifer's Aids POV. What was causing this brutal pain? I turned my head and, to my shock, saw dark, bird-like wings sprouting from my back. Unlike the bat wings of vampires, mine were broad and black, shimmering with an eerie, natural grace. The pain from the transformation was intense, but it was nothing compared to the surge of anxiety and disbelief coursing through me. The weight of the wings felt unfamiliar and cumbersome, and their presence seemed to cast a shadow over the entire fight. Zachary stepped onto the field, positioning himself between Nathaniel and me. Murmurs rippled through the pack, some voices were accusing, others confused. The sight of my wings had clearly shifted the balance of the fight. A break is requested to discuss this development, Zachary announced, his voice steady but tinged with concern as he gestured towards my wings. This fight is unfair. No werewolf can contend with that, one of the pack members declared. He has not used his abilities, Zachary interjected, his gaze shifting towards me. In a desperate bid to maintain some control, I mind-linked Zachary. There's no need for a break. I won't use my wings, I pleaded, my thoughts fragmented by the pain and the struggle to fold the wings back in. They seemed as wild and unmanageable as my own thoughts. Where was Lorraine when I needed her? Zachary's nod was reassuring. Lucifer has assured us he will not use his newly formed wings. The battle shall recommence. The pack murmured as Zachary stepped back, the tension in the air palpable. Nathaniel and I resumed our positions, circling each other once more. The battle had dragged on longer than I anticipated. Perhaps I had underestimated Nathaniel's endurance. I lunged at Nathaniel, our wolves clashing with a ferocity born of primal instincts. Hunter, my wolf, took over completely, driven by a singular, relentless desire to win. Defeat was not an option. It was a word that didn't exist in our world. As we bit and clawed at each other, Hunter's primal rage and strength surged forward. I had to remind him to suppress our enhanced abilities. The fight had to be fair. Despite our bleeding and exhaustion, Hunter's resolve was unbreakable. Noah's wolf, though initially formidable, began to show signs of fatigue. I noticed that Noah struggled with prolonged battles. He was tiring. His wolf, sensing our dominance, began to spread his wings in an attempt to intimidate us further. Remember the rule, Zachary's voice echoed in my mind. Hunter instinctively folded our wings back in, focusing on the fight. We were locked in a battle of endurance and willpower. Noah's wolf's ears were starting to droop in a sign of submission, though he still growled defiantly. I bared my canines, inching closer to Noah's wolf's face, growling fiercely. The intensity of the growl and the sight of our dominance forced Noah's wolf to relent. The submission was almost palpable, and Hunter sensed the shift. I felt a strange power rising within me, a new form of strength taking hold. My mind opened to the pack, their thoughts and feelings pouring into me. It was overwhelming, and I had to block them out to focus. Our breaths came in ragged gasps. Noah's wolf's growls grew softer, his strength waning. The pack members around us watched in awe and apprehension. Hunter stepped back from Noah, his stance one of victory. He opened the mind link once more, projecting his dominance to the pack. I'm the alpha now, he growled, his voice resonating with authority. The pack members began to bow in submission, acknowledging the change in leadership. Valentine, however, remained standing beside me. As my equal, she did not need to bow. Adam 1 Levi POV. The night before. The forest was cloaked in darkness as I made my way through the trees. I could barely make out the figure waiting for me, but the familiar presence of Merlin was unmistakable. The tension in the air was almost palpable. What do you want? I called out, my voice steady despite the uneasy feeling settling in my stomach. Without a word, Merlin tossed a dress at me. I caught it instinctively, my confusion deepening as I examined the garment. The fabric was rich and elegant, a stark contrast to the grim surroundings. I know who took your mate's sister, Merlin said casually, his tone carrying an unsettling calmness. My heart skipped a beat. Lilith was taken? By who? I demanded, trying to mask the growing fear in my voice. A witch named Morgana, Merlin replied, his eyes meeting mine with an intensity that spoke of a more profound urgency. I need you to track her for me. She's cast a spell that prevents me from locating her or returning to my world. I need to find the gateway she uses. His words left me momentarily stunned. Your world. I echoed, my mind racing to understand the gravity of the situation. Merlin's gaze was steady, but he offered no further explanation, leaving the question hanging in the air. It must be quite a spell to affect you so completely, I said, trying to piece together the fragments of our conversation. Merlin's eyes darkened slightly. It's not just the spell, he said, almost to himself. Our son is the gatekeeper of that world. Our. I raised an eyebrow, struggling to grasp the full implication of his words. Merlin nodded, his expression somber. She's my wife. Gabriel's aide's POV. Lucifer's wings unfurled in the moonlight, a sight that should have amazed me but felt almost expected. In the chaos of the night, it seemed like just another bizarre twist in the endless string of surprises. I caught a glimpse of Adam approaching from the corner of my eye, his presence a stark contrast to the tension surrounding us. Are you even allowed in this pack? I asked, my voice tinged with irritation as I shifted my gaze towards him. Adam's nonchalant shrug only added to my frustration. Made a few friends, he said casually as if it were the most natural thing in the world. But that's not the point, he continued, his tone shifting to something more serious. I may have figured out where Lilith might be. My heart lurched at the mention of Lilith's name. The emptiness that had settled in my chest seemed to expand, a void that nothing could fill. I steadied my breath, trying to maintain composure as the gravity of Adam's words sank in. However, Adam's voice faltered slightly. It's not exactly good news. My heart dropped, the weight of his words heavy in the pit of my stomach. Lorraine Teep's POV. Oz's grip was icy as he held my head, his eyes searching mine for any hint of my deepest secrets. I fought to keep my thoughts guarded, but the intensity of his gaze was overwhelming. For a brief, disorienting moment, everything went white, our eyes locked in a strange, ghostly synchronization before he stepped back, releasing me. I collapsed onto the ground, breathless and disoriented. "There's one particular that caught my interest," he said, his voice detached yet filled with a disturbing curiosity. His gaze shifted to my hybrid, a dangerous gleam in his eye as he considered the implications. "That hybrid could make us a lot of money," he murmured to himself, fingernails painted black tapping thoughtfully against his chin. His fascination with my people was almost palpable, each word dripping with avarice. I struggled to my feet, defiance burning in my eyes. "Don't you dare touch him," I warned, my voice steady despite the fear gnawing at me. Oz's smile was a wicked twist of amusement. "Or what? You'll bite me? Save your threats," he taunted. His voice was laced with a disturbing mix of amusement and menace. I shivered at his gaze, feeling exposed and vulnerable under his scrutiny. He seemed to relish my discomfort, looking at me with cold interest. "Now let me think," he said, ignoring my plea. "The father or the twins? Who's the better subject?" "Leave them alone," Lilith's voice rang out, her tone fierce with desperation. "They've already been through enough." Oz merely shrugged, his indifference chilling. "That's not my problem. All we care about here is making money. Though recently, I've set my sights on a new prize." His gaze swept over me, and I felt a shudder run through my entire body. "Over my dead body," I said through gritted teeth, every ounce of my being focused on protecting those I loved. Oz's laughter was a cruel sound that echoed around the room. "Please," he scoffed, "one love potion, and you'd already be on my side." His guarantee was a taunt, a vile promise that made my skin crawl. Chapter 59. Lucifer's Aide's POV. I tried calling Lorraine, but her phone was engaged. The surprise of growing wings while in wolf form still gnawed at me. I had doubts about the whole half-vampire thing, but this was unexpected. Was I truly an abomination? Despite the wounds healing, I needed a shower to wash away the battle's remnants. Valentine was nowhere to be found after the fight. Had she gone to check on the babies? She could have at least let me know. As I walked toward the twins' nursery, a knot of worry tightened in my chest. I found myself standing by Leia's cradle, watching her sleep peacefully. The reality of being a father of two was still sinking in, each day feeling like a new chapter in an overwhelming story. The door creaked open, and Valentine stepped in, her face lighting up with relief upon seeing me. "There you are," she said softly. I turned to her, my voice low to avoid waking the twins. "Where were you?" "I went to see my dad," she replied, her gaze shifting away. "So, you went to see your dad and not me?" The irritation in my voice was hard to mask. "He was injured badly," she said, her tone defensive. "And so was I," I shot back, feeling a twinge of hurt. Valentine sighed deeply. "He's my dad. And I'm your husband," I interjected, frustration bubbling over. Maybe I was being childish, but it stung that she seemed to prioritize him over me. I always chose her above everyone else. Did our circumstances really differ that much? "He's old. I just needed to know if he was okay." It was hard seeing him defeated, she explained, her eyes pleading. "Did you not want me to win?" I asked, my voice tinged with confusion. "I did," she began, but I cut her off. "You don't think the battle was fair, do you?" I accused, feeling a pang of disappointment. "I didn't say that," she retorted. "Save it," I said, turning back to Vanity's cradle, trying to steady my emotions. Valentine's hand tugged at mine, pulling me around to face her. Her eyebrows were knitted together in a rare display of anger. I hadn't seen her this way before. Listen before you blindly assume, she said, taking a deep breath. He's my dad. Watching him fall in front of his daughter and the entire pack is hard. It's humiliating, though it happens with every new alpha. I know you held back, and I appreciate that. It's just hard to see your hero fall. I wanted to make sure he was all right. I sighed, nodding in understanding. Her words helped dissolve some of my frustration, but the ache of feeling overlooked remained. A few moments of silence stretched between us. So, wings, huh? She finally broke the silence, her voice slight yet curious. I tried calling Lorraine for answers, but she's not answering, I said, checking my phone for any updates. She won't be answering anytime soon, came a sudden, disembodied voice. Lucinda walked into the room, her presence commanding immediate attention. Lucinda? How did you get past the guard? Valentine asked, surprise evident in her voice. Lucinda gestured to Gabriel and Adam One, who followed her in. Gabriel was out of his room? So, this is my little nephew and niece, Lucinda cooed, approaching the cribs with an unsettling familiarity. Everyone out, I instructed firmly, ushering them out of the room. I closed the door gently, ensuring that I wouldn't disturb the sleeping babies. As soon as we were outside, I turned to Lucinda. Spill. Lilith RAPOV. Besides, I don't need to search for them, Oz sneered, his eyes gleaming with malicious amusement. Oh no, they'll come looking for both of you. I couldn't help but shake my head. You're wrong, I retorted, my voice steady despite the turmoil inside me. Oz turned his gaze to me, curiosity piqued. I have no one coming after me, I said with a bitter edge. I was almost certain Gabriel would have felt a weight lifted from his shoulders upon my disappearance. If he genuinely cared, he would have come for me long before now. Oz chuckled darkly and snapped his fingers. A shimmering portal appeared, revealing a glimpse into another world. Through it, I saw Lucifer, Valentine, Adam, Gabriel, and Lucinda huddled together, engaged in intense discussion. My heart raced at the sight of Gabriel, who looked disheveled and worn, a stark contrast to the immaculate image I remembered. Weeks of neglect had left him looking rugged and unkempt. They're already making plans, Oz said with a grin that faltered as he let the portal close abruptly. His smile dimmed, replaced by a hint of frustration. Get out of my head, he suddenly demanded, his voice strained. He closed his eyes, his brow furrowing as if battling inner demons before reopening them, now flecked with a dangerous orange glow. He shrugged off the momentary lapse with a dismissive wave. Daddy issues, he muttered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I can't use much magic in this world, he continued, glancing at his hands as though they were foreign objects. He'd sense us. Lorraine, bound and desperate, continued her futile struggle against her cuffs. Not interested. Let us go, she snapped, her voice edged with defiance. Oz smirked at her futile attempts before extending a hand toward me. With a muttered incantation and a flicker of his eyes, new cuffs materialized around my wrists, cold and biting against my skin. The door creaked open, and Oz's eyes locked onto us with a steely glint. Move, he ordered, his voice brooking no argument. Both Lorraine and I hesitated, our spirits battered but not broken. I could feel the weight of the situation pressing down on me, each breath a struggle against the suffocating sense of helplessness. Don't make me say it again, he warned, his tone a chilling reminder of his power and our vulnerability. Valentine Winters POV. So, what can we do now? Lucifer's voice was tinged with a hint of frustration. I can't leave the pack. I just became an alpha. And I don't want you to go either, I said softly, feeling the weight of the room's collective gaze settle on me. It wasn't just about us. We now had responsibilities for 2 young children depending on us. The thought of risking Lucifer's life again was unbearable. We've only just begun our life together, I continued, my voice steady despite the knot of anxiety tightening in my chest. We have 2 children, and he has responsibilities now. I can't agree to putting his life on the line. Lucinda's gaze hardened. My sister is out there because Lucifer asked for her help to find Lilith. The revelation hit me like a cold wave. I turned to Lucifer, my eyes wide with a mix of shock and concern. I wasn't aware of that. Gabriel's face darkened with hurt and anger. How could you be so selfish? He demanded. We risked everything to save you. We need all the help we can get to find my mate. Before I could stop myself, the words spilled out. Maybe if you treated her better, she wouldn't have left. The room fell into a tense silence, Gabriel's expression turning from anger to raw pain. Fine, he said, his voice breaking. Don't help. Just know that she nearly died fighting to save you. With that, he stormed out, his footsteps echoing with a mixture of frustration and sorrow. Chapter 60. Valentine Winters' POV. That was one way to spray it, Lucifer said, his eyes locking onto mine with a mixture of irritation and defiance. I scoffed, feeling the frustration boil inside me. You asked for Lorraine's help behind my back and couldn't even tell me? My voice trembled with a mix of anger and hurt. No one was supposed to know, Lucifer replied, his tone defensive yet weary. I crossed my arms, my resolve hardening. You're not Superman. You can't just save the world without consequences. I know, he said, his gaze dropping as if the weight of his guilt was too much to bear. But I'm responsible for putting her in this mess. My heart ached at his admission, but it didn't lessen my resolve. You're not going, I said, the words coming out more as a command than a plea. Lucifer halted, turning back to face me with a challenge in his eyes. Or what? I'll fight you, I declared, my eyes darkening to a deep charcoal and my voice merging with the primal growl of my wolf. The air around us seemed to crackle with the intensity of our emotions. Lucifer smirked, a flicker of disbelief crossing his features. All bark and no bite, he taunted, taking a step toward me. I instinctively took a step back, my back hitting the wall as he closed the distance between us, looming over me. His presence was overwhelming, but I refused to back down. With a sudden, fierce resolve, I met his gaze head-on. As he leaned down to press his lips against mine in a taunting gesture, I bit his bottom lip. His sharp intake of breath and the wince of pain told me I'd succeeded in making my point. Lucifer pulled back, touching his lip with a look of surprise and disbelief. He observed the spot on his forefinger, his expression a mix of anger and something else, something raw and untamed. You underestimate me, I said, my voice steady despite the whirlwind of emotions inside me. His eyes shifted to an inky black, his breathing growing heavy and uneven. The room was charged with a volatile mix of anger and unspoken tension. Lilith Ra's POV. Took you long enough to bring them. The woman, Morgana, who had initially been imprisoned, said, her voice dripping with disdain as she lounged in her seat. Oz stepped forward, his demeanor calm but his eyes sharp. I have a proposition, he declared, his tone carrying an air of calculated confidence. Morgana raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. Go on, she said, gesturing for him to continue. I want the vampire, Oz said, pointing toward Lorraine with a smirk that betrayed his satisfaction. Morgana's eyes widened in surprise. In exchange, she prompted, her gaze fixed on him, eager for the details. Oz's grin widened, his voice laced with a hint of triumph. I'll be offering you a hybrid. Her eyes went wide with disbelief. Impossible, she gasped, the enormity of the revelation sinking in. No. Lorraine's voice cut through the room, filled with a mix of desperation and anger. Don't do this. Oz's smile was unwavering. He's real, he assured her, his tone almost mocking. Morgana's expression turned from shock to intrigue. Oh dear, what a treat, she mused, her eyes gleaming with a sinister excitement. Imagine what magical properties he might possess. The atmosphere thickened with tension as she made her decision. It's a deal, she said, her voice final. She's all yours. Lorraine's face twisted with defiance and frustration. I'm not something that can be owned, she snapped, her voice low but resolute. Oz's smirk deepened, his eyes cold. We'll see now, won't we? He replied, his tone filled with an unsettling mix of satisfaction and anticipation. Lorraine Teep's POV. I stumbled into the room, the harsh shove from Oz leaving me disoriented. My hands were still cuffed, and I could barely brace myself before the door slammed shut behind him with a flick of his finger. Oz sauntered over to the edge of the bed, sitting with a casual ease that only heightened my anxiety. "Do you know what would look good right now?" he began, his voice smooth and unnervingly calm. He didn't wait for my response before making a dismissive wave with his hand. A sudden, invisible force pushed me against the wall opposite him, the sensation jarring and oppressive. "Stay put." I could hardly move as the cuffs disappeared, only to reappear, pinning my arms and legs against the wall. Why couldn't I move? The feeling of helplessness was overwhelming. I cast a fearful glance at him, my eyes reflecting the dread of his power. He smirked, his confidence almost palpable. "Lastly," he said, rising from the bed with a deliberate slowness that made my skin crawl. His gaze was intense as he approached me, his eyes lingering on the fabric of my dress. He reached out, his touch gentle but commanding. "Don't you dare," I warned, my voice trembling as I struggled to break free from my restraints, feeling utterly vulnerable. Oz's glare was sharp and unforgiving. Without hesitation, he touched the fabric, and it changed into a simple, thin shift. The chill of the room against my skin heightened my sense of vulnerability. His hand grasped my waist, sending a cold shiver through me from the terror that gripped my heart. "Why are you doing this to me?" I asked softly, my voice barely more than a whisper, filled with a mix of fear and defiance. He leaned in closer, his breath warm against my ear. "I'm just assessing what's mine," he murmured, his voice a dark promise. Oz pulled back slightly, his gaze piercing as he met my eyes. "I know you're hungry," he observed, his tone almost casual. He exposed his neck to me, a blatant invitation that made my fangs elongate instinctively. "Drink my blood, and within it, you'll find the answers you've been searching for," he said, his eyes gleaming with a disturbing confidence. The idea of tasting a warlock's blood was both alluring and terrifying. "I've never tried a warlock's blood before," I confessed, my inner conflict raging. What if this was another trap? Oz's gaze softened slightly, though his tone remained eerily reassuring. "You'll be fine. I promise." I hesitated, the weight of his promise and the looming uncertainty pressing heavily on me. Slowly, I sank my fangs into his throat, and the moment the liquid hit my tongue, a wave of unexpected energy coursed through me. The taste was potent, rich with an otherworldly flavor that was almost overwhelming. Just as I began to process the sensation, a sudden vision struck me, wrenching me from the moment. I pulled back, my fangs retracting, and looked up at Oz, my breath ragged. I understood now, more clearly than ever, why Oz was doing this. Chapter 61. Lorraine Teep's POV. "But I'm not her," I said, my voice trembling with a mix of defiance and fear. Oz's gaze remained unnervingly calm. "You've reincarnated. You just don't remember." "This was meant to be," he assured, his tone almost soothing despite the threat it carried. "And how could you make me remember?" I asked, my voice carrying a desperate edge. He responded by tracing his fingers lightly along my collarbone, his touch sending shivers down my spine. I flinched, trying to suppress my discomfort. The sensation of his touch was invasive. As his hand moved lower, I bared my fangs, a final warning. A smirk twisted his lips as he met my gaze with an unsettling intensity. "I can think of one way," he said, his eyes glinting with dark amusement. "Is this how you treat someone you once loved?" I asked, my voice thick with disgust and betrayal. Oz chuckled softly, the sound carrying a chilling edge. "Oh, love, if I were treating you as someone I loved," he said, leaning closer, "you wouldn't be on this wall. You'd be on the bed by now." His words were a cruel reminder of the power he wielded over me, and the thought of his promise filled me with a deep, unsettling fear. "Sooner or later, you will be mine," he promised, his voice dripping with a dark certainty. Gabriel's Aids POV. "The trail keeps leading us to this empty house," Lucinda said, her frustration barely masked as she scanned the dilapidated building. "Is it truly empty, though?" Adam asked, his gaze sharp as he looked between us. "There's only one way to find out," I replied, stepping cautiously into the abandoned building. The floorboards creaked beneath our feet, adding an eerie soundtrack to our investigation. Lucinda hesitated just outside the door frame, her expression a mix of irritation and confusion. "Well," I prompted. "I can't enter," she said, her confusion evident as she tried to push past the threshold, only to be met with an invisible barrier. "Right, vampire," I said, realizing the issue. "You need to be invited in. Come in." I invited. Lucinda raised an eyebrow at me, clearly unimpressed. "What?" I questioned, puzzled by her reaction. "First, you don't own this house, so you don't have the authority to invite her in," Adam began, his tone a mix of annoyance and bemusement. "Second, she's an original, a princess at that. She doesn't need invitations to enter buildings," Adam continued, his knowledge of supernatural lore as sharp as ever. "There's something in this house blocking her," Adam clarified, his gaze scanning the surroundings. "Thank you, nerd," Lucinda said, her gratitude mixed with a hint of sarcasm. "Nerd is the new hot now," Adam retorted, his tone carrying a self-satisfied edge. "That explains how your sister barged into our pack house," I noted, a wry smile touching my lips despite the tension. "Whatever," Lucinda said, her irritation palpable. "Search for any clues in the house while I wait outside." Adam 1 Levi POV. "There's no need for that," a voice echoed through the empty house, sending a chill down my spine. It was a voice I knew all too well. "Merlin?" I called out, turning to see his figure leaning casually against the wall. The sight of him was both a relief and a shock. "Come in," Merlin said, his voice carrying an unexpected ease as he gestured towards the entrance. Lucinda, who had been struggling with the barrier, was now able to enter, her face a mask of confusion. "You own this house?" I asked, my voice tinged with disbelief. "Who are you talking to?" Gabriel's voice cut through the air, his tone a mix of irritation and confusion. "He's right there," I said, pointing towards Merlin's figure. My frustration grew as I noticed their baffled expressions. "There's no one there," Lucinda stated flatly, her eyes scanning the space where Merlin stood. Merlin sighed, clearly annoyed. He pushed himself off the wall, muttering something under his breath. His eyes began to glow an intense orange, casting an eerie light in the dim room. Lucinda and Gabriel's faces shifted from confusion to sheer shock as they suddenly became able to see Merlin. The weight of their astonishment was palpable. The realization hit them hard. "Now that you can see me," Merlin said, his gaze sharp and commanding, "both of you are going to help me open the portal to my world." Valentine Winters POV. "You're really going to fight me over this?" "You know you'd lose," Lucifer said, his voice merging with Hunter's in a deep, resonant tone that made his threat all the more chilling. "At least I won't be going down without a fight," I shot back, my voice steady despite the turmoil inside me. Lucifer's smirk widened, a mix of amusement and arrogance. "Where was all this sass before?" he asked, his eyes glinting with a dark satisfaction. "You broke it, remember?" The words escaped my lips before I could stop them, a sharp reminder of the wounds he had inflicted. His smirk vanished instantly, replaced by a cold, hard expression. "And you know well I have the power to do it again," he warned, his voice dripping with a menacing undertone. Something inside me snapped. The fury that had been simmering beneath the surface surged, overwhelming all other emotions. Before I knew it, fur began to sprout across my flesh, and I felt the raw, primal strength of my wolf take over. With a burst of energy, I shoved him hard. He stumbled back, crashing through the window. Glass shattered around us as we tumbled out into the open air. I landed on my paws with a solid thud, feeling the ground beneath me as my wolf form adjusted instinctively. Lucifer, too, had shifted midair, his massive black wolf form emerging with a powerful grace. Adam 1 Levi POV. "What do you need?" I asked, trying to mask my unease as Merlin's presence seemed to fill the room with an oppressive weight. "I need blood from 4 creatures," Merlin began, his voice steady and commanding. He gestured towards Lucinda. "A vampire." He then turned his attention to Gabriel and me. "A werewolf." He paused, a hint of irritation creeping into his tone. "A warlock, which is myself." And a human, he concluded, his eyes narrowing as he fixed his gaze on Lucinda. "Be a dear and fetch one for me, wouldn't you?" he said, his voice dripping with a sinister edge as he handed a vial to Lucinda. "I'm not your dog to fetch anything," Lucinda scoffed, her defiance clear despite the danger. Merlin's chuckle was low and mocking, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. With a flick of his hand, Lucinda's body went rigid, her form pinned against the wall by an invisible force. "Don't test me, young one." "It was not a request," Merlin said, his voice cold and unwavering. Lucinda fell to the ground, glaring furiously at him as she caught her breath. "Besides, time is ticking for your dear sister," Merlin continued, his gaze shifting to a more menacing intensity. "Fortunately, my son has taken an interest in her." Merlin knelt down, his eyes locking with Lucinda's, bringing them to the same level. "Knowing my son," he said, his voice lowering to a grim whisper. "He gets what he wants." Chapter 62. Valentine Winters POV. Lucifer and I circled each other, our canines bared in a primal display. "Submit, don't make me put you down on my lap," his growl echoed in my mind. I halted, growling back, poised and ready to leap at any moment. The tension between us crackled, electric and raw. "Last warning," he growled, his voice a harsh command. I wanted to pounce, to bite, to unleash the fury of my wolf on him. But something held me back, a sinking feeling that I couldn't quite shake. Maybe I was weak, at least when it came to him. I sighed deeply, the rage slowly dissolving into sorrow. Turning away, I padded back to the pack house, my paws heavy with the weight of my emotions. As I entered my room, I shifted back into human form, donning a one-shoulder shirt and a pair of shorts. I sat at the dressing table, fixing my hair while my reflection showed the turmoil I felt inside. Through the mirror, I saw Lucifer's wolf form enter the room. He shifted into his human self, powerful and imposing, approaching me with a hesitant step. When he reached out to touch my shoulders, I flinched away. "Don't," I said, my voice a whisper of hurt and frustration, before walking out to the nursery. I sank onto the two-person couch nestled between the cradles of our sleeping twins. Their peaceful forms soothed me, offering a slight reprieve from the chaos. Lucifer entered the room fully clothed and sat beside me. The silence that hung between us was heavy but oddly comforting. We didn't need words at the moment. "Go," I finally broke the silence, my voice trembling slightly. I bit down on my lower lip, trying to steady myself. "What?" he asked, confusion in his voice. "Find Lorraine," I said, the urgency in my tone clear. "Why the sudden change of mind?" he asked, his gaze searching mine. "What's the point?" "You're never going to listen to me anyway," I replied, a small, resigned smile touching my lips. "I'm staying," he said firmly. I looked at him, questioning. "Why?" He glanced at the twins before turning back to me. "You're right. I need to take responsibility as the new alpha," he said. "Also, as a husband and a father." "I'm sorry," I whispered, letting my ego fall away. "I'm sorry too," he said, his lips brushing gently against my cheek. "You know I didn't mean what I said, right?" he asked softly. I hesitated, struggling with the trust that had been shaken. "What more could I do to make you trust me?" he inquired. I gave it some thought, my heart aching with the weight of our unresolved issues. "I trust you," I said, offering him a reassuring smile. He pulled me into a warm embrace, the closeness offering some solace. But our moment was abruptly interrupted as a portal materialized before us. I instinctively moved to shield our son's cradle, while Lucifer stepped protectively in front of our daughters. A tall man with piercing green eyes emerged from the portal, his demeanor both imposing and smug. "Who are you and what do you want?" Lucifer demanded, his voice tight with anger. "Already cutting to the chase?" the man replied with a smirk. "Just answer the damn question," I snapped, my frustration boiling over. "I need the hybrid to follow me," the man said, opening his palm to reveal a hologram of Lilith in handcuffs. My heart raced as I glanced at Lucifer. He looked back at me, his face a mask of conflicted emotions. "So, do we have a deal?" the man smirked. No, I mouthed to Lucifer, my heart sinking at the thought of the steal. What do you want with me? Lucifer asked, his tone firm. Details are only revealed once this contract is accepted, the man replied, his gaze narrowing. How about Lorraine? Lucifer pressed, and the man's face hardened into a possessive scowl. Why was he so intent on her? She's not part of this trade, he stated coldly. Let go of Lorraine and Lilith, and I will join willingly, Lucifer said, a resolve in his voice that shocked me. No, I protested vehemently. How could he consider this? What about our newborn children? His duties as the Pax Alpha? Hush, he shushed me, his tone leaving no room for argument. No, I will not allow this, I said, my voice rising with stubborn defiance. Do not bargain with me, mortals. Either you take this deal or I will take you by force. You do not know the power I wield, the man warned, his voice dripping with menace. He extended his hand towards Lucifer. I'm sorry, but I have to do this, Lucifer mouthed to me, his eyes filled with regret. Panic surged through me. Before Lucifer could grasp the man's hand, I placed mine on top of his. I possess the hereditary Luna gifts of the moon goddess herself. I accept this trade. Take me instead, I said firmly. No. Lucifer shouted, and the world blurred around me. When clarity returned, I found myself alone in an abandoned house, my heart pounding with the weight of my sacrifice. Lucifer's aide's POV. No, I repeated, my voice cracking as the portal closed and Valentine vanished from sight. My heart raced, my breath coming in short, frantic gasps. No, 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 I chanted, the panic rising uncontrollably. My vision blurred with tears as the weight of the loss crashed over me. Not again. Not again. Lucifer. Lilith's voice cut through the fog of my despair. I looked up to see her standing before me, her handcuffs gone, confusion etched on her face. What happened? She asked, her eyes darting around, searching for answers. She's gone, I choked out, my voice a strained whisper as I clenched my fists until my knuckles turned white. Again. Adam 1 Levi POV. Valentine's form materialized in the room with a suddenness that left us all stunned. Gabriel's eyes widened in disbelief as he took in the sight of her. Valentine. Gabriel's voice wavered, a mix of hope and confusion in his tone. The room fell silent, the air thick with tension. I glanced at the man standing beside Valentine, his presence almost as startling as her sudden appearance. His face was a portrait of confusion as he turned to Merlin. Father. The word escaped his lips, trembling with a mix of surprise and uncertainty. Merlin's smirk widened, a glint of dark amusement dancing in his eyes. He stepped forward, his gaze fixed on his son with an unsettling mix of pride and menace. Hello, son, Merlin greeted, his voice smooth and taunting. Chapter 63. Adam 1 Levi POV. Guess we won't be needing the blood after all, Merlin remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Lucinda. Valentine's voice cut through the tension, her words unexpected and urgent. Lilith is back at the pack house. What? Gabriel's voice was tinged with disbelief as he looked at Valentine. Lilith is back, Valentine repeated, her voice firm as she stood up. But how? Gabriel began, only to be cut off. Who cares how? She's back now. Go, Valentine urged, her eyes sharp with determination. What about you? Gabriel asked, his concern evident. I can't, Valentine said, showing her handcuffed wrists. Still on the business, I see? Merlin commented, his gaze drifting toward Valentine. This was a mistake, the man beside Valentine huffed in annoyance. Where's my sister? Lucinda demanded, her eyes locked on Merlin's son. Yes, son, where is her sister? Merlin's tone was laced with a smug satisfaction. She is none of your concern anymore, the man stated firmly. Lucinda's rage ignited, and she moved to attack, but Merlin's power immobilized her once more. Her struggle was futile against his magical hold. Lay a hand on my son, and I will turn you to ashes, Merlin warned, his voice cold and commanding. Cut the act. You were never there for me, the man sneered. Maybe you should ask your mother why that was, Merlin shot back, his eyes narrowing with a mixture of anger and disdain. "Leave the girl and open the portal," Merlin commanded his son. No, the man refused, his voice resolute. "Your timing is unfortunate. Do as I say, now," Merlin insisted, his authority unyielding. With a flick of his wrist, the handcuffs binding Valentine vanished into thin air. "You cannot do this," his son roared, his frustration evident. "You may be powerful being my son, but remember, I am not only pure but also an original," Merlin stated with a chilling finality. "Mom's gonna be mad," the man muttered, a hint of regret in his voice. "I'm counting on it. She did banish me from my own world, did she not?" Merlin replied, a bitter edge in his tone. "Wait," I called out, drawing Merlin's gaze. "Her sister," I motioned towards Lucinda, my voice steady despite the turmoil inside. Merlin sighed, a trace of pity in his expression. "I cannot do anything. She belongs to him now." "What do you mean?" Lucinda's voice trembled with worry. "That means she's mine now," the man declared, his voice filled with a dangerous possessiveness. "She belongs to no one. She's already betrothed to someone else." Lucinda shouted, her anger and fear palpable. "She's betrothed to someone who she doesn't belong to," the man yelled back, his frustration evident. "What is happening?" The confusion and helplessness were overwhelming. "Your mate." "That's the obvious answer," Valentine interjected, her words slicing through the chaos. The man's chuckle was steeped in sarcasm. "You know nothing," he said before opening a swirling portal. "Oz, WILLTPV. I asked you to bring the hybrid, and in exchange, you traded the werewolf girl for your useless father," my mother's voice dripped with disdain as she lounged on her throne. "Nice to see you too, Morgana." "It's been a while," my father's voice was calm but laced with a subtle edge of defiance. "Save it," my mother interrupted, her tone sharp and dismissive. "I know why you're here," she continued, her gaze piercing through us. "Stop this madness," my father demanded, his voice firm. My mother's laughter echoed through the chamber, cold and mocking. "You think you can just waltz in here and make demands? Why did you bar me from entering this world if you felt I couldn't challenge you?" my father countered, his voice steady despite the tension. "I'm stronger now," she declared with an air of superiority, her eyes darkening with an unsettling intensity. "All that black magic has only corrupted you. It cannot win. Release the creatures you're holding against their will." My father's tone was resolute, but his frustration was evident. My mother's scoff was dismissive. "Try me," she said, rising from her throne. Her skin turned a sickly green, and her eyes shifted to a haunting charcoal black. "Enough," I shouted, stepping between my parents. My allegiance was clear as I positioned myself to fight alongside my mother. "This is not your battle. Don't you remember what happened to her?" My father's voice was filled with a mix of sorrow and anger as he addressed me. "Of course I remember. I spent decades trying to bring her back. She died because I wasn't there to protect her." I clenched my fists, my voice tinged with anguish. "What?" My father's gaze was incredulous as he looked at my mother. He scoffed, his eyes blazing with fury. How dare you erase his memories? His anger was palpable, eyes burning with a fierce orange glow. "She died, consumed by your mother's black magic. It twisted her mind, drove her to do terrible things, and ultimately, she was lost to it." My father's words were sharp, each one a piercing accusation. I felt a surge of denial. "Lies," I muttered, trying to suppress the storm of emotions. "Are they?" My father's sneer was filled with contempt. "Why don't you ask your mother?" I turned to her, desperation seeping into my voice. "Tell me it's not true." Her silence was deafening. My heartbeat quickened as concern and confusion gripped me. I said, "Tell me it's not true," I repeated, my voice shaking with raw emotion. "I did what I had to protect you," she said finally, her tone unyielding. "What?" My disbelief was a mix of hurt and anger. I struggled to reconcile the truth of her actions with the mother I thought I knew. Chapter 64. Oz, WILLTPV. "All this time I thought I was the reason for her death," I said, my voice trembling with the weight of newfound realization. Before I could react further, my father placed his hand gently on top of my head, and a flood of memories surged back into my mind. The impact was overwhelming, and I felt a profound sense of weakness as the truth settled in. No! My mother's shout pierced the air, filled with anguish and fury. I staggered, struggling to process the torrent of memories. How could you? I demanded, my voice cracking with betrayal. No wonder you kept him hidden, and yet I should have stayed away from you. I roared, my emotions a tempest of anger and sorrow. My mother's eyes blazed with fury as she glared at my father. This is all because of you, she spat, her voice trembling with rage. Electricity crackled from her fingertips, lashing out at my father. He was caught off guard, thrown backwards by the force of the attack, crashing into the wall with a painful thud. My father struggled to his feet, his expression resolute despite the pain. The truth will always find its way to the surface, my love, he said, his voice steady. No, she screeched, and the battle between them erupted with a ferocity that shook the room. Crows swarmed toward my father, darkening the sky with their numbers. But my father countered with a blaze of fire, his magic burning the crows to ash. From the flames, phoenixes rose, their rebirth a symbol of resilience and hope. Morgana, please. I know the woman I love is still within you. The darkness has consumed you, but you can fight it, my father pleaded, his voice laden with desperation. My heart ached for both of them. I whispered an apology to my mother, my voice barely audible, before summoning my own magic. Plants burst from the ground, entwining around her in a desperate attempt to restrain her. The gift of Flora, my father murmured in astonishment, his gaze shifting to me with a mixture of pride and concern. And Fauna, I added, my voice firm as I completed the spell. The crows, now under my control, dispersed into the sky, fleeing from the force of my magic. But my mother wasn't finished. She looked skyward, muttering an incantation under her breath. A bolt of lightning struck us, disrupting our spells and casting a blinding flash of light. You're making this very difficult for me, my father gritted through clenched teeth, his face a mask of frustration and pain. I know your quest. The high priestesses chose you to end me and all that I have created, my mother sneered, her voice cold and cutting. Why would your own sisters want to end you? My father's voice was both confused and pained. They need you to complete the sisterhood circle, to restore balance. Your separation will only bring more chaos to this world. Valentine Winters POV. You traded yourself for Lilith? Lorraine would have been the better option. Lucinda's voice trembled with anger as she muttered under her breath, her eyes blazing. The accusation hung heavy in the air. She couldn't even if she wanted to. Weren't you paying attention? He wants your sister, Adam interjected, his tone sharp. Let's go home, Gabriel said with a weary sigh, rubbing his temples as if the weight of the situation was too much to bear. Home. Lucinda's eyebrow arched in disbelief. We are not finished here. What do you expect us to do? Gabriel shot back, frustration seeping into his voice. We don't possess magical abilities. My sister is entangled in this mess because she helped your mate, Lucinda snapped, her fury manifesting in a sudden burst of vampire speed as she shoved Gabriel. Enough. I shouted, my voice echoing off the walls. The room fell into a strained silence, broken only by the distant hum of the city outside. Lucinda's glare was like a knife, sharp and unrelenting. You have magical properties, she said, pointing accusingly at me. It doesn't work that way, I replied, my voice tight with frustration. I can't afford to abuse my powers or I risk losing them altogether. Selfish cowards. Lucinda's voice rose to a piercing screech. All you care about is yourselves. I will find my sister myself. With that, she stormed out of the house, her fury leaving a palpable void in her wake. Gabriel sighed deeply, his frown etched with resignation and sadness. Let's go, he said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. Adam nodded, the lines of worry on his face deepening as he looked around the room one last time. We should get back. There's nothing more we can do here. Lucifer's aide's POV. I paced the hallway, frustration bubbling beneath my skin. I tried calling Gabriel repeatedly, but his phone went straight to voicemail. My mind raced with thoughts of Valentine. Gabriella and Evelyn had arrived to take care of Lilith. As I heard Gabriella's footsteps coming down the hall, my heart skipped. They're back. Gabriella burst into the nursery. And Valentine is with them. Valentine. Relief and anger collided inside me. I rushed down the staircase, only to find Gabriel already approaching Gabriella. Where's Lilith? Gabriel demanded. In the medical room, Gabriella replied quickly. She's fine, just a routine checkup on her vitals. Gabriel nodded, his tension visible as he headed off to see her. I turned my attention back to Valentine. Her presence should have been a comfort, but instead, it fueled my rage. I need to check up on Evelyn as well, Adam once said, sensing the storm between us and quietly retreating. Valentine looked at me, her eyes pleading for understanding. I know you're mad, she began softly. Mad is an understatement, I retorted, the anger evident in my voice. But it's not fair for you to be mad at me, she argued. Why not? I shot back. You did the same thing. I did what I had to, based on what I believed was right at that moment, she defended. I closed the distance between us, my frustration palpable. I'm stronger than you. I could have dealt with this myself. I could have brought Lorraine back by now. Your abilities are no match for theirs. Just because you're a hybrid doesn't make you invincible, she countered. Technically, I am. Being part vampire means I age slower, I said, my voice steady despite the turmoil inside me. How slow? She asked, her curiosity mingled with a hint of surprise. Slow enough to live for centuries and still look like this, I explained. That's impossible, she murmured. Lorraine taught me. It's why I've been meaning to ask you something, I said, taking a deep breath. She looked at me, waiting. Join me, I requested. Join you for what? She asked, confusion etching her features. Be a hybrid like me. It's the only way to protect yourself and to stay by my side for as long as we need, I said earnestly. Chapter 65. Lilith R.A. POV. The pack doctor finished his examination, his clinical demeanor giving way to a hint of reassurance. Your vitals seem normal. You should be good to go. I thanked him with a nod, slipping off the bed once he left. The sterile room, bathed in harsh white light, felt too quiet now. A new presence made itself known, and my wolf stirred, recognizing the scent immediately. Mate. The word echoed softly in my mind, a whisper from my inner self that had been dormant for too long. Before I could gather my thoughts, Gabriel stepped into the room. Without a word, he enveloped me in a hug that left me breathless. His arms around me were a balm to my soul, and I was caught off guard by the depth of his embrace. I missed you, he murmured into my hair, his breath warm and comforting. My arms instinctively wrapped around him, the scent of him grounding me in the moment. I missed you too, I whispered back, my voice tinged with the emotion I had kept hidden. Gabriel pulled away just enough to look at me, his hands gently cradling my face. His eyes were earnest, filled with a vulnerability that matched my own. Promise me you'll never run away again, he pleaded, his tone both urgent and tender. I ran away for a reason, I said softly. I didn't feel like I belonged. Gabriel's expression softened with regret. I know what I did to make you feel that way. I'm sorry. It took losing you for me to realize how wrong I was. His apology struck a chord deep within me, but before I could respond, my thoughts turned to someone else. Where is she? I asked, the concern in my voice unmistakable. Gabriel understood immediately. She's safe with Gabriella, he reassured me. Relief washed over me, mingling with the ache of separation. I missed her, I admitted, my voice barely a whisper. Why don't we go see her? Gabriel suggested with a hopeful smile on his face. A small smile tugged at my lips as I nodded in agreement. Valentine Winters POV. You're clearly trying to change the subject, I pointed out, noticing the way he diverted the conversation. Lucifer's expression was a mix of frustration and determination. Maybe I am, but I've been wanting to ask you this for a while. I let out a heavy sigh. I can't. His brows knitted together in confusion. Why not? His voice was tinged with concern and a hint of desperation. "I'm not ready to start drinking blood," I confessed, my words hanging heavy between us. "You think I enjoy it?" he snapped, his voice rising slightly, a rare crack in his usually calm demeanor. I flinched at his tone but held my ground. "No, I don't. But I'm not ready for that kind of life." I tried to keep my voice steady, even as my emotions churned inside me. His eyes flashed with hurt. "Life? You think this is just a lifestyle choice? I changed my entire future for you, Valentine." I took a deep breath, trying to steady my racing heart. "I said I'm not ready now. I didn't say not ever." There was a long silence, the air thick with unspoken emotions. Finally, Lucifer sighed, a deep, resigned sound. "Sorry," he muttered, his voice softer now, almost apologetic. I could see the conflict in his eyes, the love, the frustration, the fear of losing me. I reached out and took his hand, squeezing it gently. "I know you've sacrificed a lot for me, but this is a huge step, and I need time." He nodded slowly, the tension easing just a bit. "I understand," he whispered, though his eyes still held a shadow of his earlier intensity. Oz, WILLTPV. A portal shimmered to life beside my father, and from it emerged two women who bore a striking resemblance to my mother. I watched in silence as one of them, Medusa, summoned a swarm of snakes that slithered menacingly toward my mother. "What's happening?" I turned to my father, a mix of confusion and fear coursing through me. "Trust me," he mouthed silently, his eyes pleading. My mother huffed, a derisive smile tugging at her lips. "Really, Medusa? Snakes? Is that the best you've got?" She gave a short, mocking laugh and raised her hand, summoning a burst of fire that incinerated the snakes instantly. "Enough." "Morgause," the other woman shouted, her voice echoing with authority. Morgause," my mother sneered, her eyes narrowing. "It's been a while since I heard your grating voice. Can't say I've missed it." "You're outnumbered, Morgana," Morgause declared, her tone firm and unyielding. My mother scoffed, her confidence unwavering. "Outnumbered? Even with 4 of you, I'm still the most powerful one here." "Is that what you truly believe?" my father challenged, stepping forward. "Why else would you bring 3 others with you, Merlin? To defeat me?" "It's laughable," my mother taunted, her smirk widening. My father's face remained calm, but his eyes betrayed a flicker of pain. "Defeating you would be easy, Morgana. But I brought them to help end this madness, to reach the part of you that's still my wife, still their sister." My mother's laughter filled the room, a cold, chilling sound. "If it's so easy, then prove it." She spread her arms wide, daring him. "Show me." "No," Morgause said sharply, placing a hand on my father's arm. "She's baiting you. She's not alone." Medusa nodded. "She has summoned allies from the shadows." As if on cue, my mother's eyes turned black, and from beneath her feet, demons began to claw their way up from the earth, their twisted forms taking shape in the dark air. I closed my eyes, the sight too painful to bear. "Hold hands, everyone," I instructed, my voice steady despite the fear bubbling inside me. "No!" I shouted, feeling my father's hand grip mine tightly. I had spent years practicing powerful magic, poring over ancient grimoires, constantly seeking knowledge, first to bring my lover back from the dead, and now to save my mother. I never imagined it would come to this. The air around us began to swirl, the wind picking up as our powers combined, flowing through each of us like a current. I started to chant, my voice a low, steady whisper. "Demoniarum. Riverter ad infernum." My father's eyes widened in shock. "You know demon spells?" Medusa tried to stop me, panic in her eyes. "Oz, stop. Demon spells carry a heavy price. It's the only way to save her," I insisted, my voice rising above the howling wind. "It's working. Look, the demons are retreating. Now, chant with me." Reluctantly, Morgause and Medusa joined in, their voices merging with mine. The demons began to fall back, their grotesque forms slipping back into the underworld. "You're siding with him?" My father shouted over the growing tempest. "Stop chanting. This is our only chance to save your wife," Morgause countered, her voice firm. My father looked torn, his face etched with worry. Finally, he joined the chant, his voice heavy with resignation. You don't understand the forces you're tampering with, Oz. The energy swirled faster, and an orb of light appeared before us, growing larger with every word we chanted. It surged forward, engulfing my mother, lifting her off the ground in a blinding ball of light. She screamed, a sound of pure agony as the demons were forcibly expelled from her, dragged back to the depths of hell. When the last demon left her, my mother fell to the ground, limp and unconscious. My father let go of our hands and rushed to her side, cradling her in his arms. I was panting, my body drenched in sweat, but I could feel the relief coursing through me. It was over. Medusa turned to me, her expression grim. The devil himself will come for you now. You've summoned his demons back to hell. I met her gaze, unflinching. Then I guess I have my work cut out for me. My father held my mother close, his voice breaking. She's free. I don't sense any darkness left in her. He turned to me, his face a mixture of awe and fear. How did you learn those spells? I locked them away in the Chamber of Souls, where only my magic could open it. Morgause smirked. He's your son, Merlin. He carries your magic within him, whether you like it or not. My father's eyes darkened with concern. What were you doing in the Chamber of Souls, Oz? That is none of your concern, I replied, my tone cold. Morgause chuckled. Such temper. Just like his parents. Medusa's gaze softened. You have now promoted yourself as a gatekeeper of the underworld. Never, I said defiantly. We warned you there would be consequences, Medusa said softly. You can't undo what's been done, Morgause added. We'll see about that, I replied, my jaw set with determination. Valentine Winters POV. Gabriel suddenly burst into the room, panting, his face flushed with urgency. His eyes darted between me and Lucifer, filled with a mixture of worry and something else, something that made my heart quicken. I think you both need to see something, he managed between breaths, his voice taut with urgency. Lucifer and I exchanged a quick, concerned glance, a silent agreement passing between us. Whatever it was, it sounded serious. Gabriel led us swiftly down the hall, his steps hurried, as if time itself was against us. We reached the nursery, and my heart clenched at the sight of our babies, Logan and Vanity, resting peacefully in their cribs. Lucifer was the first to speak. What's going on? He asked, his voice a mix of confusion and fear. I could see the tension in his posture, his protective instincts already kicking in. Gabriella stepped forward, her face pale. Look at their eyes, she said softly, almost in a whisper. They're bicolored. Both of them, blue and brown. Lucifer scoffed, trying to dismiss it. So? People have bicolored eyes. It's not unheard of. I shook my head, my gaze never leaving our children. Not for werewolves, I said quietly, my voice trembling with a mix of awe and concern. It's not normal. Gabriel nodded, his expression serious. And that's not all, he added, drawing our attention back to him. They're growing faster than they should be. Much faster. Lorraine Teep's POV. I felt the familiar, disorienting pull as the vision began to blur my surroundings. I tried to steady myself, gripping the chains that held me against the cold, unforgiving wall, but the images flooded my mind, overwhelming my senses. Not again, I heard Oz mutter as he entered the room, his voice edged with frustration. He moved quickly, unhooking me from the wall with a roughness that barely masked his concern. His hand steadied my jaw, compelling me to meet his gaze, as he tried to hold me still while I trembled under the weight of the vision. The twins, I whispered, my breath coming in short, uneven gasps. I could see them clearly now, Logan and Vanity, their mismatched eyes glowing with an unnatural intensity. Oz's expression darkened with confusion. The hybrid twins, he asked, his brows knitting together, his hold firm. What about them? They're too dangerous, I continued, my voice barely more than a strained whisper, as if the very air around me grew thicker with each word. I could see it in my mind, a shadow spreading, an ominous darkness creeping over the land, swallowing everything in its path. Oz's eyes narrowed, his confusion giving way to something else. Fear, perhaps, or a desperate need to understand. Dangerous how, he pressed, his voice softer now but filled with an urgency that matched the rapid beating of my heart. I swallowed hard, feeling a cold sweat break out across my skin. They'll bring death to all supernatural creatures, I managed to say, the words spilling from my lips as if pulled from some hidden, foreboding truth. I could feel it deep within me, a prophecy woven into my very soul. A warning that sent a chill through my bones.